everybody to the Elite League Close Qualifiers for the China region. My name is as we have a full set of 3 days of action, but only one team is going to make it out on top. Winter, I know you've already taken a bit of a glance at these teams, and starting us off, of course, we have Go Along up against, I believe it is starting us out as Team Zero, but this Team Zero doesn't really look like the Team Zero that we used to know.
I mean, yeah, like one roster change. I think Pono is the most recent addition to this team.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been like a pretty staple team across the close qualifiers, open qualifiers. They've been, I mean, just playing a lot of pubs in SEA. So a lot of players here are very familiar with them. And I think they're probably one of the favorite teams to win the open qualifiers, including Kev, Team Kev, Zero and Kev. I think those two are the ones that people are going to expect to... Actually, there's only one slot. Sorry, only one team can qualify. So those are the two favorite teams, not two teams.
It's kind of tricky, right? Because I think, especially with all the qualifiers going on in the past months, it feels like every single qualifier we get a different refresh. I mean, you mentioned Pono being the latest edition, but I think the main person that I'm looking at as well is Erica, right? Per Yo-Yo. I feel like he's such a story carry player, but I feel like I just haven't seen him find much success lately. It's kind of tough. I mean, do you have any sort of familiarity with this guy? Do you think he's still got it, or do you think he's maybe sort of past his prime a little bit?
I didn't get to play with him a lot because I'm too low rank, but I did get I think I played with him once or twice. I think overall the experience was pretty positive in the games that I met him. I feel like he's a very aggressive carry. He comes to the fight quite frequently. He's not really the type that would just sit back and, whenever your team is defending a tower and he'll go for a side lane push out or make sure he gets something in return, trade towers. He's usually the one that comes to join the fight and help the team. And I'm kind of like a big fan of carry players that do that. I feel like sometimes when you don't have an ultimate, say you're... what would be a good example? Say you're like a Spectre that doesn't... I mean, Spectre's not in the meta, but I'm just using him for the sake of an example,
Makes sense.
And sometimes you see players just speed pushing and just pushing out lanes and not coming to defend towers, using your body to tank, But sometimes your teammate has big spells that are able to win them the team fight, and you just need to be there to throw some spells or tank, Or Faceless Void with time dilation,
Yeah, it's a great spell, right? Every Faceless Void is like, oh, no Chrono, you know what? I'm just going to AFK farm. But Time Dilation is disgusting now, especially against these spellcasters. We'll take a look at the teams right now. Team Zero, of course, the team that we'll be watching starting us off up against Go Along. And, of course, we didn't get to cover all of it. We'll go back to it. Don't worry, you'll get a full chance to see all the teams. But, of course, there's going to be Kev, Mag YOLO. But, yeah, so our first match of the day, it's going to start in a little bit. So, hold on to your pants here. Don't go anywhere. Team Zero versus Go Along, of course, all of these matches are best of 3. It is going to be a double elimination bracket. So, even if these teams lose out here, they still have a second lease on life. Of course, coming up after that, we have Kev up against Mag YOLO. I think Mag YOLO, a couple of familiar faces for you, Winter. We got a couple of Malaysian players in there. And Kev, the stack name probably doesn't sound super familiar to most watching, but of course, it's the old 11 imitator, butterfly effect, fly. So it was the Team Titan from some of the previous qualifiers, but they mixed in some other players as well. So yeah, I mean, definitely one of the favorites to win here for this particular tournament. But man, one slot is always so tough. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you have so many Chinese teams already qualified.
Yeah, what can you do, Sometimes you just have to fight and scramble over one slot. That's what makes a lot of the teams makes what most of the match interesting here, Like you only have one slot, then you have to just bring out your best every game. I mean, SCA we have two, so we can't really complain.
Yeah. You gotta wait a little bit, the SCA guys. But the only invited team from SCA for Elite League is Aurora, so we're already trailing behind a little bit, right? It's tough. I mean, SCA, I feel like we haven't really found our new champion after the talent roster turned to Aurora. I'm quite surprised with how well they did in the most recent Dream League with Laurenov standing in instead. But yeah, let's talk a bit about China. So, of course, now with, Extreme Gaming coming back, Azure Ray getting a fresh coat of paint, these guys are like the top dogs, right? Do you sort of feel like there's any hope for the rest of the region or to really stand up to that level, or based on what you see so far?
I mean, they got third place yesterday. I mean, Extreme Gaming, so that's definitely like a very good sign for China. Army
Sure.
coming back, from retirement definitely brought a lot of
Yeah,
energy
crazy.
back to the teams, and they have a couple of good teams right now compared to before, and I feel like this year should be the year that China makes a stamp on the Dota scene again. I mean, they've already won the
Let's go.
ESL one qualifiers last year. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean that was sick. You were there on site as well, right? Just the entire turnaround. I think I told this story on the previous broadcast that I was on as well, but just happened to be backstage with some of the Azure Ray fellas, and they were like, what, two games down against Game A, and they were just like shrugging their shoulders and like, no, we just can't beat them. But then I think it was the owner who everyone keeps talking about now. It's the same owner, right, for Extreme Gaming and Azure Ray. He just comes in and says like, oh, come on, brothers, let's do it for China, and they literally turn everything around, which is crazy. I mean, we're finally getting a resurgence of Chinese Dota. Hopefully, some of these qualifier teams can step up to that plate and give us that kind of showing. So, we just finished watching some other major tournaments as well. Winter, I'm wondering whether there's anything in particular you're expecting based off what you've seen from the pro game so far. Whether it's a hero, whether it's a strategy, maybe something people haven't really uncovered yet, or something you think is going to be very contested.
Not really sure. I think the meta has still a long ways to go, even though the last patch didn't really change a lot of stuff, but I think there's still a lot of experimentation to go. There's still a lot of heroes that hasn't really been fully utilized. So I think obviously the story of the tournament recently is the Terrorblade being played as a support in Dream League. And we'll be looking to see whether the other teams are going to emulate that. I feel like the hero is pretty annoying, when you can open a hero in a draft like this that can be flexed to support and a core. It's very difficult to draft against it. It's strong in the lane. It's very useful in the team fights. It's very annoying to deal with, because he also pushes out the lanes as a support hero. So it's just definitely a very, very valuable hero to open your draft with.
Yeah, before we get any more into the draft, of course, let's talk about the exact players. We did mention some of them already. Erica and Ponlo, of course, being the new recruits, replacing Ice Ice, as well as CTY from their previous run. So very prolific players. I mean, one of them is a TI winner. One of them is like an old school legend, right? What else can you say about that? And I think, at least for me, Winter, I'm not sure how much of the old or previous Team Zero games that you've seen. I was casting a few of the previous qualifiers, but it always felt like 7E, Beyond, and ZZQ, these remaining members, they were kind of being pulled along by Ice Ice, right? Because Ice Ice, he was playing Bat Rider 4 before it was cool. It was pretty insane. And yeah, it was through these zany strategies that they managed to succeed. I'm not really sure. What do you think sort of this new influx of players Erica and Ponlo can bring to the team?
Sometimes new blood is always nice when you're already playing with the same people for some time and results are not there, and you kind of need some new ideas to reinvigorate the team, new play styles, new shot calling in the games, and change is just inevitable for teams that have been playing a long time and not really achieving the results that they desire.
Yeah. And of course, we'll look at Go Along, of course. And this is the kind of crazy thing, right? Because Go Along, I think nobody really knew about this team and who they were. And this wasn't even this iteration, right? I think they kind of made their mark very, very barely scratching the surface when it was the ESL KL qualifiers. And in the first round, after G2IG formed like that Malaysian Chinese super team, Go Along 2-0'd them in the first stage. So everyone was like, who are these guys? But that kind of felt more like a momentary thing, because afterwards G2IG came back. Go Along never really found that same success, and now they have a completely new set of players that, apart from Dodo, who is their position 5 and we know used to be a IG Vitality coach, everyone else is on a fresh account. So we're not really sure who these players are or whether they've sort of prior been in the scene before, but your guess is as good as ours.
Well, the only thing that can tell us more is the gameplay, how well they're going to play as a team. That's what matters.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly hope they bring something to the table here, because I feel like starting us off already with Team Zero, one of the strong contenders, especially these players who, of course, some of the names we already recognize, it's going to be an uphill climb for sure. I think coming into this, even as a sort of casual Chinese Dota fan, I think everybody would be having their eyes on Team Zero over Go Along, especially since it's not the Go Along that we used to know. But yeah, I mean, overall, do you have sort of any expectations for this series? Do you think it's going to be a one-way wash, or do you feel like Go Along might be able to surprise surprise here?
Probably hard to say though. I think Zero is definitely the favorite here, but Team Go Along, they definitely have some potential of at least snagging like one game. I wouldn't even be surprised if they won the series, but obviously they are the underdogs here, and we'll just have to see if they can come up with some good strats. And they are the team on the second pick here, so Zero has the overall first pick, which I feel like it's much easier right now to draft if you're on the overall first pick because you get the last phase ban, the seventh ban into the eighth pick. So that generally is usually a very, very strong thing in the draft where you can just plan your draft around the first opening pick and ban one of the heroes that counter that hero very, very hard. So I like to be on the first phase right now.
Yeah, I mean, they immediately sort of take out some of the strong position fours in the Bat Rider, Phoenix, Mars, taking out the team fight combos and snapping up the Timbersaw for themselves. So, I mean, any particular... I mean, this is just a strong hero, right? There isn't really much to say about it. It literally is just one of the strongest heroes of the entire patch.
All right, Dire gets the ban.
Yeah, I mean, Timber is just a very annoying hero. Like one of the very annoying offlaners. Like I think that whenever you have Timber, you kind of need to, on the opponent team, you need to draft heroes that can deal with the Timber in the lane, especially like the supports. I think CM is one of the nicer ones because first part you can always stop him from Timber chaining, and you do a huge amount of spell damage to Timber. So you can always kill the Timber in the lane and in the game. And generally Timber Source, they don't really buy magic resist items until later. Nowadays, it's not like he's going to rush any Eternal Shroud or anything like that. So he's always going to be very vulnerable in the early game to spell damage.
Oh, speaking of spell
and
damage,
even more spell damage.
Grab a Lion. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this Techies coming out, quick picks here for both sides, but we do know that this Techies is something that Ponlo has been practicing. You look at his match history, he's just been spamming this, so clearly something he's very comfortable on. It still remains to be seen because you did mention that this Timbersaw very susceptible early on to the magic damage, but there's also a chance that it's flexed to mid lane, right? We've seen that come out quite a lot from Batboom in particular, especially if 7E is quite comfortable on it. You know, we never know. That could still be an option for them. Do you feel like, especially with these two support picks now, maybe the Timbersaw in the side lane is not as viable?
Not really. I think with the Techies, he should be able to play his lane. I think Techies just secures basically most of your... Actually, maybe even like all the lanes, you know, all of the offlaners games are pretty much secure when you have a Techies. I think that CM and Lion maybe not the most common duo. I think not the strongest duo. I would say like both of them are like backliners that kind of do the similar stuff, you know. When you look at the support duos, you kind of want something that can play in the front and one can play in the back. And when you're looking at the Techies Mirana duo, it feels much more balanced where the Techies can be in the front with the blast off and the Mirana can just shoot the arrow from the back lines. And the reason I'm bringing up this because a lot of the game right now is dictated by the first like 10 minutes, the 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
At minute 6, you control the rune. So basically a lot of stuff is going to happen during that couple of minutes, the catapult wave, the 6-minute rune, and then 7-minute wisdom rune. So if you lose those couple of engagements, it's going to put your team at a very, very bad spot in the game. So you always look at the 3 heroes that can play together in the draft. You know, you try to plan it accordingly. So let's say you have the CM Lion, so you're gonna need like a mid laner that wants to go in, you know, like some Void Spirit kind of hero that can go in and initiate. Because CM and Lion, they're not exactly the easiest hero that can just run up and initiate, you know. So having those heroes are gonna help. They're gonna go with the Night Stalker, which is he's okay.
I mean, you talked about running up and initiating, right? I mean, that's your guy, right? I think.
Yeah, but this hero doesn't like to be. He doesn't like to play into a blind matchup. At least I feel, because this hero is very weak in the laning phase, and generally you see teams only pick Night Stalker when you see the enemy carry. Say it's a weak laner like a PA or Spectre, then you can pick the Night Stalker to kind of survive the lane. Because if this hero can survive the lane, he's very scary to play against. Like you said, the vision and everything else that it gives you in the mid late game, you know. But if you cannot get past the lane, then the hero feels really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, I do wonder though, maybe it's because they see the Mirana and they're just assuming that the techies will be on the pulse 4 to secure the lane. What do you think about the Mirana into Night Stalker? Do you think she is good enough as a pulse 5 to really pressure him out? We'll see the Pango come out in the mid lane though, so both
I
these
mean,
teams feeling
depends on
pretty
the
comfortable.
carry.
Yeah, sorry.
It depends on the carry, like what they pick on the lane. You know, if they pick something like Lifestealer, strong
Right.
laner, then Night Stalker is gonna get bullied for sure. And the Pango's just the final piece in their 3 against 3. Pango, Mirana, Techies. I think it's overall very good against CM and Lion. All these heroes that like to hide in the back line, get the role to initiate on them. The Diffuser is very good against AM and NS, so just very solid here. And they're gonna ban out all the Pango counters right away.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, apart from that, in the mid lane, the only other one I'm thinking of is maybe like a ranged kind of bully, something like a Lina or something that can make the Pango's life hell. And it almost feels like in this day and age, Pango players in the mid lane, it's always boiled down to a skill matchup. Yeah, we'll see the Queen of Pain taken out of the picture as well. So just securing that mid lane and protecting it immediately with a couple bans seems like they already have a carry in mind. It's gonna be the Gyrocopter. Okay. And immediately Void Spirit pick. So a very in and out pick off focused draft here, it seems like, from Go Along. They're going to want to take advantage of their vision and use their just kind of burst magic damage to run around, take down singular heroes, where Team Zero, it's a lot more cohesive altogether. Is there a lineup that you're liking right now? Because, I mean, Team Zero seems so much more robust to me at the moment.
It's definitely easier to play Team Zero's lineup. I feel like if they can actually build a lead from the laning phase, which I feel they can, the Techies Mirana as their support duo, I think the side lanes are going to be favorable for them. Mid lane is probably going to be like a 50-50 Pango against Void. Both heroes are going to get their farm. But if they can build up an advantage from the side lane, so it frees up Techies and Mirana to run around to help, it might destabilize the mid lane for the Void Spirit. And if they can secure runes for Pango, then Pango can actually maybe win his lane as well. Then it would actually end up with Zero having 3 advantageous lanes. And game is going to be easy for them. But if Go Along can actually not lose the early game too much, then the Night Stalker is definitely going to come into play. You know, he's going to obviously counter the Techies, Mirana, even the Pango with the silence. You know, silence is very scary here.
Yeah, you talk about the Night Stalker needing to basically have a pretty good lane, but we also mentioned, Mirana, if you pair it out with a strong position 1, this Night Stalker is going to be suffering. And Gyro, I can't think of a more aggressive, maybe something like a CK, but one homing missile on you, you can't break free of that. Night Stalker, Lion aren't really going to be the heroes to auto-attack that down. You can get just rocket barrage, so much magic damage. Do you think Lancer is going to be able to survive this early stage?
I think it depends on the Lion. If the Lion can actually get to level 3, I think level 3, once you get level 3, you probably want to take 2-point mana drain for this lane. So basically, if I'm the Lion in this lane, I would just be thinking of draining all the mana of the Gyro. Because if the Gyro doesn't have mana, then probably they won't have kill threat onto my NS. Because I just need to make sure the NS doesn't die in this lane. I mean, we are probably not going to kill them in the lane until nighttime. So my job is to just make sure that the Night Stalker can survive the daytime phase, the early game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this line's gonna have a lot of work to do, it feels like, as Go Along up against Team Zero. And it does feel like it fits the theme of the game so far, or at least this matchup, right? It does feel like overall an uphill climb. Go Along, they've kind of put themselves together a very high execution draft. It's gonna come down to whether they're able to take advantage of their vision and get these pickoffs. I mean, the AM timing, it's gotta be so far away, right, comparatively to, let's say, the Gyro, who can get involved very early on, as, you can have the full 5-man unit from Team Zero already running around at, like, what, 15-20 minutes?
There's no big, like, mana void target, like a Lash or a DP, so it's gonna be hard for the AM to come to the fights early. It's not gonna be that useful. I mean, you can still come, but yeah, there's no big mana void target, obviously.
Heads up, 30 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things go here as we get into game number 1. Starting us off here in the China Close qualifiers, of course, just to remind everybody watching, there's only 1 slot available. So, Winter, I think you put it best. A lot of, it kind of reminds us of the days of old where everyone was just vying and fighting each other tooth and nail for these very limited slots that are available. Everyone wants to make it to as many of these major competitions and really rack their names up, especially if Copenhagen TI announced, you know, you want to sort of, sure, some of these teams maybe you're thinking, okay, you know, we're not going to see these guys at TI, but you never know, right? This could be the start for them to really ramp things up. It's still early on in the year, many more tournaments ahead, and we'll see what they can get done here. Laning wise, it does feel like just a glance at the heroes, and my initial read is that this is going to be a tough situation altogether for Go Along. Do you think there's any sort of opportunity for them here in these lanes?
The Lion has started out with boots. I think that itself is pretty interesting for me. So he's gonna try to use the boots to try to, you know, harass the gyro, maybe protect the Night Stalker even more. So we'll see how it plays out. Not the build that I would expect. Homing missile.
Yeah, I mean this gyro, just trying to, I guess just trying to create the distance, right? Maybe sidestep an arrow or something like that, but doesn't really help you out trading against the Mirana. This, either way, this gyro should have a pretty free time here. I guess the big question is whether they're able to set up stacks for him, because not just for him, right? Because Erica, alongside the two other cores, they can really just work through ancient stacks, hard camp stacks, whatever you give them, and really boost up that net worth. Suddenly Z in this bot side just gonna get run down. A bit of awkward position, just running across them, almost giving himself up there. And that's gonna be your first blood drawn on the Mirana.
Yeah, the boots are not really helping him out there. I guess NS is not gonna have a good time in this lane for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, right now he has some decent CS.
He's a big tanky boy, but there's only so much harass that you can take, right? At a certain point, they're gonna start clicking him down. Just a matter of whether he can survive until that 5-minute mark. Kind of, yeah, already being aggressed upon. Nice try with the arrow, jump through as well with ZZQ, but you know, it's still tough here. Lancer, he's just gonna work his way towards the double bracers just to get as much HP as possible and try and tide through this early aggression.
In top lane, not working out well for the AM as well. CM is just going down. This Takis is just a very hard hero to trade against. Another blast off and AM dies.
I'm not sure what that was. Did you see that blink? It almost felt like he got a bit annoyed at Ponlo auto attacking him. Just blinks forward like, hey, stop it. But doesn't really respect the burst damage that can come through. And already, even though it's early doors, the kills going very much in favor of Team Zero. I mean, this is kind of what we expected, but still, you really need to make sure you're not bleeding out too early on here.
Yeah, I guess the only safe and stable lane is the mid lane. Nothing too much going on there. The side lanes are just constantly in battle mode. They're just trying to kill each other on both of the side lanes.
Yeah, it's the classic. It's the side lanes just going absolute crazy, just hit banging against the wall against each other, and then the mid lane just like peace treaty farm fest. I mean, this is gonna hamper some of the aggression, right? As long as you can burn off the mana from the Timber, suddenly he's not quite as effective. He can still work his way towards something like a Soul Ring though, and it almost feels necessary for this hero as a build-up. Well, one of the only heroes that still built Soul Ring, it feels like. What is this Lion doing? Is he waiting for a courier? Okay, well, I mean, he's putting those boots to work, right? He wants to sort of walk around the map, get a little world tour, you know, make it to the runes like you mentioned. They are so important. He'll be able to secure the bot rune for Aineo, but yeah, I mean, either way, it was going to be a 50-50 trade, so nothing really lost there. Just, you know, you mentioned this Lion has a lot of work to do to try and help this Night Stalker out. All things considered, the Night Stalker is still CSing pretty well, surprisingly.
Yeah, he's having a good time for sure. 19-2 to the... I mean, there's a lot of denies on the gyro, but as long as the Night Stalker is still getting last hits, I think he's still fairly happy in this lane.
Yeah.
When it comes to nighttime, 30 seconds, he's gonna have fun.
Yeah, he is just going to start running them down. And you already mentioned how important it's going to be for this off-lane player. You know, as long as you can get that early advantage out of the lane, so not even an advantage, draw even, you can become a very terrifying force. You try and run around Team Zero with that 3-man unit, can just completely get dismantled. It's like there's a Twin Gates movement here. ZZZ coming up to this top side. But meanwhile, I mean, the AM just dies to the blast off. I guess just got caught again. And Dodo can't do anything but watch. I mean, you brought your Lion up here now, but these two supports aren't going to do anything against a level 4 Timbersaw. And mid lane as well. Oh, so much pressure, 7E. Just working down the Void Spirit. Has to work through the Resonant Pulse, so the swashbuckles aren't enough. A little bit, just half a second earlier, and it would have been fine. Meanwhile, topside, the AM is back in the picture. Nice Earth Spike to stop that Timber Chain away, and Beyond will be punished for his aggression there.
Yeah, the Void Spirit needs a bottle refill soon, you know. The Pango has level 6, he has much more resources compared to the Void Spirit right now. So this is not looking good for the Void Spirit here. 6-minute rune's gonna pop up and he's gonna be so low. Don't even think he can contest the rune right now with the Mirana running over.
Yeah, he's gonna try and ask for backup, but what he really needs is one of his supports to die and get him a low refill. Looks like he's gonna make it all the way back. ZZQ finds him with the Star Storm, the stick, and the Blood Grenade. It's just enough to pop his little head off. Beautiful play coming out from ZZQ to recognize that that was the trajectory the Void Spirit is going for. Not only securing the rune, but also the kill. Now, Lancer, it is nighttime, but Erica is still standing his ground and trying to deal the damage. It's not gonna be enough. Too many stats on this Night Stalker. And the Gyro's gonna go down. So like you mentioned, now that it's nighttime, this Night Stalker is gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's gonna need a couple more levels, but with the Pango having such a good start, it's gonna be quite dangerous as well now. So he needs to be careful whenever the Pango's missing. I mean, you see like the mid lane bleeding out to the side lanes right now. It's what's happening right now, and top lane, Beyond.
I don't know whether the mid lane's bleeding out into the side lanes or whether the side lanes are just bleeding out themselves. Beyond and Ponlo have made an absolute massacre of this top side. They're not done just yet, flying through chains and blast-offs all around. It's just explosions, and this AM, he doesn't like magic, but he's gonna get PTSD from the bombs as well. One last auto attack finishes him off, and it is just rough here. I mean, they picked this AM so brazenly into the Timbersaw, thinking that will get them an advantage, but it just hasn't really panned out that way, Winter.
Yeah, no, with the Takis in the lane, it's kind of difficult for him to beat Timbersaw. I mean, Timbersaw already itself is a pretty good lane matchup against AM, you know. So they probably felt like maybe if we don't do so well in the lane, but later in the game, AM is there to, you know, split push and catch heroes off. Maybe that was like the plan and the focus for them, you know, not so much in the early game. But right now they are kind of in like a big hole, you know, 2k deficit at 7 minutes. It's a pretty substantial lead in the early game.
Yeah, it's pretty painful because, like you mentioned, Team Zero, they can just keep this going, right? There's nothing actually stopping them from continuing these rotations, getting their advantages and their supports there. I believe it is ends up being a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, so at least they don't lose any more in that particular regard. It would be very disastrous. I feel like the Finger of Death is going to be the next sort of moment of opportunity, right? You want to sort of play through your Night Stalker. But the first nighttime is already coming to an end soon. Maybe you can use that Ascension somewhere, rotate to the mid lane, you know, silence up the Pango, put a stop to some of his shenanigans there. Haven't really found anything else. So I mean, CS-wise, you take a look, I wouldn't be surprised if the net worth mirrored the same situation as well. Just very, very comfortable on all the Team Zero calls here.
I mean, right now they have to figure out how to try to open up the map because the AM is getting closed down. He doesn't have a lot of space to move around to farm, so Night Stalker is definitely going to be the one that has to try to make space for the AM. Yes, he's level 6 now. No points in silence yet.
Gonna try and make an aggressive move. There are the Seeds of Serenity in the area. Dodo coming through as well with Frostbite, but just, I mean, the age-old story. You don't run into a Gyro for a very, very good reason. And Lancer, he is stuck on the high ground, left high and dry by his supports, quite literally. There wasn't anything else they could do. I mean, you imagine if maybe ZZZ had a couple more levels into Mana Drain and actually did some meaningful damage, it would have been maybe a different story, but they've just kind of left this Gyro a bit too long and he is too tanky for them to deal with. Meanwhile, mid lane, what was a solo kill? 7E. Gets it done. Rolling Thunder not even needed.
Yeah, he already has Diffuser. I mean, no boots, but
man,
it's
this
a very, very early Diffuser.
Oh no, Lancer TP's in. This is not the Dark Ascension that you want. He's gonna descend back into the ground, into his grave. If he's not careful, still using the flying movement to great effect here. Just juking around. I mean, that animation is so strange. It doesn't even look like he's flying. But I guess he's limping all the way back to your base. And I can't help but feel like if you wrote a story about how badly the go-along early game could be, I think it'll be spot on. Like, this is literally as bad as it could be right now.
Dyer's top tower is really taking
Yeah, losing all 3 lanes is not something you want to see, for sure. I mean, you can kind of like play sometimes, you know, if you lose 1 lane but not 3 lanes.
Yeah, especially not with this
AM
lineup.
dies
I mean,
again.
you still... it's... I don't know how to sort of try and find a little opening. The AM is still power threats, not even on this first component of the Battle Fury. You're already losing these major towers. I mean, Timbersaw is just free reign of this top side. They'll try and make a move onto him now, but the Void Spirit just doesn't even have any damage to offer. It's a bit too tanky from beyond, so they're just gonna lose this tier 1 mid, it seems like.
tell Dyer's middle tower is in trouble from the way Dyer's middle tower is stone dead.
Trying to make the jump onto Pono now. Just baiting out the Rolling Thunder or trying to get some sort of a response. But Team Zero, do you really want them barking at your front door? Roll through, just bump him down. Auto attacks will do the job. Pono on a killing spree, and looks like Dodo will be falling next. Just like his namesake, looking extinct here. Just one swashbuckle shield crash, more than enough damage. And I mean, that's a daring TP from ZZZ, but Team Zero will show some mercy and let him walk away for now. We did talk about at the start of today whether, you know, we were wondering, Team Zero, obviously one of the favorites coming in, where go along, it's a complete fresh set of players that we're unfamiliar with. They aren't really putting up much of a fight here.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do, you know, after losing the lane step barrier. Right now, they can only like try to huddle in and protect the Ancients, try to use wards, and just try to secure whatever farm that's remaining on the map. I think the Ancients area is probably going to be the only spot they have right now. And the Pango is already here trying to steal
gonna
it.
have it, yeah. Yeah, Beyond's here as well. Lancer's just dead. Just gets chopped down. The supports can't do anything. You come through on Void Spirit, but it just hasn't been any sort of meaningful connection or movement from this mid lane player at all. The 3-man unit, it just never came through, right? Go along, they couldn't even make it to band together and actually get anything done. This Void Spirit, all he has is a robe of the Magi. He hasn't even made his way towards the Witch Plate just yet. And the triangle's gone now, Winter.
Yeah, definitely getting more done for sure. I mean, you win all your lanes, you know, so everything is going to be a lot easier for you. With the Pango getting like a 8-minute diffusal and getting all the runes, this is going to be very hard for them. I think at this point they can only hope for some pickoffs.
A mistake, you think?
Maybe, yeah, sure. A mistake. Try to hold a location, put a ward high ground, and try to defend an area.
Yeah, for now, they're the ones sort of getting encroached upon here. They seem to know exactly where the anti-mage is, slightly off the mark. Oh, but it's so bad. It's so bad. He just doesn't have the HP. One swashbuckle is all it takes. He says, hey, I heard you like mana burn. Have some yourself. A 10k gold lead at 13 minutes. It's been a while since I've seen such a one-sided early game, that's for sure.
If you're in the vicinity of Dyer's top tower,
Yeah, they always say if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
Yeah. I think that's a really good sort of epitome of this situation right now. With Erica sort of stepping forward, trying to look for the kill on ZZZ. This could be the opening that they're looking for. It's quite a significant kill as well, but the entire side of Team Zero come through and respond. Already taking down Dodo. Starting to run down onto the Lion. Just cut down the Void Spirit as well. You just don't have the HP pools to really survive the Swash and the Timber. Just doing too much damage, and it's a mega kill. You get Erica, which I think is something. And I guess that's basically the best thing. That's... Oh my goodness, no, Lancer. Lancer, get the hell out of there. He's gonna run his way to the AD rune and at least get himself out of that minefield area, but almost just straight up dies to the techie out.
Wisdom rune. That's probably the more important one.
Yikes. Yeah, I mean, he just makes his... that entire area isn't even theirs anymore and looks like Pondo. Uh-oh. Blast off. No, he's not gonna do him like that. Just the bombs coming out. You can't attack. Mega kill streak for Pondo here. As complete domination all over the map from Team Zero. Oh, Beyond. He's just hunting this AM down. Who's got a blink? You need to try and be smart with it, but he spots you out immediately. And you're just gonna get cut down again. They are just farming the heroes right now.
big smile on your big dumb face. Oh, this is a mega kill.
It's nowhere safe for them right now.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hate to say it here as it's 15 minutes in, but I guess the one upside is that Team Zero, they don't really have the best objective taking potential, right? They're not the best at pushing these towers. So, you know, go along, they have a bit of time still. Maybe that's why the Night Stalker has that Gloves of Haste. I'm thinking maybe he's trying to go towards a Midas or something like that just to recover in terms of EXP. Because he desperately needs it. He's level 7 right now.
They have to wait for the next Dark Ascension and Finger and hope for the best right now.
Yeah, slightly off the mark. I mean, that's as best as you could hope for. 7E, misaligning that Rolling Thunder, but it'll still find you. With the inhibit, come through, another swash, another kill. And I mean, you could sort of look at Dodo and be like, hey, help your core there, but in reality, there's nothing he could have done. So really, just preventing another bleed over kill is the best case scenario. This is nighttime number 2, and with the Night Stalker literally having no items, no levels, nothing really to speak of. I'm not sure whether they can actually get anything done here as the gold lead continues to creep up.
They have to try with the Dark Ascension. Bring all your heroes here and try to get a pick off.
Together, 5 heroes. Smoke immediately gets broken out. Hollow has a whole minefield in this area. They're falling into the trap. Coming through, they might be able to get the techies. His reactive tasers buy him some time, but not against the Finger of Death. The Void Spirit already in some trouble. One shield crash and Swashbuckle coming through 7E. He's just chopping them down. You're desperately trying to finish off the Mirana, but the Mana Void does nothing. It's a nice Earth Spike to at least secure the kill on both supports, but you're just gonna get cut down. 4 members down. Make it 5. Completely wiped off the map. Go along again and again. Just fall prey to the traps. GG's call. 16 minutes in. It's curtains. It's over.
I mean, they tried, you know, the last Hurrah. They tried to huddle around the wall,
Yeah,
use smoke, go with the Dark Ascension. I mean, they killed the techies right off the bat, but they were just too far behind, you know. It was a good attempt. But losing all 3 lanes, just too much, you know, for them to recover.
It kind of almost felt like, you know, Team Zero knew that that was coming as well. Right, like they set up that minefield. They had Pono completely ready with the Glimmer Cape, bought him so much time in that situation. Even though they end up getting him, it's so awkward because we saw the AM and the Void Spirit just desperately running after the Mirana and trying to auto attack. She has a mech. You have like no items. That's never gonna work out, as we see sort of the end score screen here. It's never a good sign when your gold lead is almost as much as the minutes that have passed in the game, right? And it's just one of those games. Go along, you know, they're gonna have to really go back to the drawing board and figure out a different strategy coming in. I mean, I don't know about you, Winter, but even in the draft, I kind of felt like blind picking this Night Stalker AM combination. It was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for sure.
Yeah, they have to put more prioritization in terms of getting better lanes, you know. I think in the tier 2, tier 1.5 team, generally what the teams are prioritizing are always better lanes. Like the simplicity of the strat is very important. You need something that's simple to execute. Just secure your lanes as long as you have lanes that are playable, and you can just build on that, you know. You can have the best strat, but if you don't have good lanes, then there's no point, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Team Zero, they completely dominate their opponents there, showing us exactly, you know, what we might expect moving forward for the rest of the days of the Chinese qualifiers here. Just, you know, there's one slot, and clearly they're hungry to grab that for themselves. And go along, we keep mentioning that these are all players we're unfamiliar with, so we have no sort of frame of reference as to whether they'll be able to bounce back from this in a just kind of resilient way. We'll have to see, right? Because it's... I guess the one upside is that when you play these kind of games, I'm sure every Dota player has experienced it, you're like, okay, GG go next, right? There is really GG go next. There's nothing really to think about. There's nothing really to worry about. There's some stuff you need to fix up in the draft. And you were mentioning better lanes. Do you feel like starting out the draft with those 2 supports just kind of put them at a disadvantage? Because, I mean, when we saw, it was like good magic damage, right? Where do you feel like they went wrong?
I think I also mentioned they needed something like a Void Spirit, you know. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's also the cost, you know. I think if you pick the CM and Lion, because the first 3 picks was Timber. You saw the Timber, you saw the Mirana, you saw the Techies, right? And then you have to...
Yeah.
I think the moment you see that, you have to pick a hero that can deal with the Timber in the lane. So I kind of like suggested stronger laners. I don't know if Lifestealer would
Yeah.
have been a lot better, but they needed something that can stand on the lane on his own, so that the supports can actually move around and help the Void Spirit or the Night Stalker to play their game. So those are the things that I felt like was missing for the go alongs draft, and they have to try to rectify it in the next game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you put it perfectly, because we saw the exact mirrored situation, right, where Erica was very much able as the Gyro to stand in the lane versus the Night Stalker and the Lion alone. And, ZZQ was just all over the map, making things happen, getting kills on the Void Spirit. It was just a tough showing overall. But I think, go along. Hopefully they can try and bounce back from this and give us a bit of a show up here against Team Zero, of course. So, who knows? Maybe Team Zero are just going to be able to sweep this away and kick Go Along down to the low bracket. Of course, we have a Game 2 coming up shortly for you, right after a break, I think. And we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 on the horizon. A very warm welcome back to Elite League here. The Chinese close qualifiers is what we have on the menu, and it's a rather short entree for us, right? We started out today with the first match of Go Along versus Team Zero. Didn't really last very long. I feel like the draft lasted a bit longer than that. And 16 minutes GG, Team Zero completely crushing their opponents. Winter, is that what you expected?
And based off the draft, I knew it was going to be tough for them in the early game, but didn't really see the game, ending so quickly. I mean, they were like 12k behind. So after the inning phase, that was already a big disaster. So hopefully in the next game, they are going to be able to at least kind of give us a game where they can actually get past the inning phase and play the mid game.
Yeah, they didn't even really get to play Dota there. A bit of questionable, I think, selections that we saw. The anti-mage and the Night Stalker. Essentially, you see the Timber matchup, but with the Techies Piranha, it was going to be tough either way. So we'll see whether Go Along can pick things up. If not, they, risk going to the lower bracket very early on. And I think all these teams pretty evenly matched. So apart from, of course, the favorites in Team Zero and Kev, like we already mentioned. So the last thing you want is to try and contend there so early on. Go Along. This might be a name that's familiar to some of you guys watching from a couple of other Chinese qualifiers, but of course the set of players is completely different, and they are not going to change up the recipe for now. Interesting, they just decide to ban out the Timbersaw and go in straight for the Lion, CM, and Primal Beast in response to the Tiny Mirana from Team Zero.
I think this itself is already a pretty good adjustment from the last game, like having the Primal instead of picking the. I guess the all pick order is different now, because they are on the first pick team right now. So I guess it's easier also in that way to plan your first couple of picks. But right now the setup, because Primal is pretty good with Lion and CM. It's the same support duo which needs somebody to go in first. So Primal is definitely the right hero for that, and Primal can be played in mid and off lane, so it gives your draft still a lot of flexibility.
Oh, interesting stuff here, because the Tiny Mirana, I thought it was going to be a Pono Tiny, given what he's been practicing in pubs, but they do a little bit of a switcheroo. They see the Primal Beast come out and instantly grab the Rubik. A lot of excellent spells to steal this game. You can get the Mana Drain, everything. Actually, everything. Everything's pretty good here, right?
Yeah,
especially
sounds
being
like
able
a fun
to
Rubik
stop
game.
the Primal Beast. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I play a bit of Rubik myself. I want to hop in here and play this game. This is like perfect. Okay, Faceless Void coming out as well.
Set up the arrow. I mean, the Tiny has some decent damage to throw into the chrono once you get your items up. You get your Kanda, I think. Not sure about getting Aghanim's. People don't really get Aghanim's on this hero early now. Everyone's just getting the Kanda.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's still a bunch of damage. Yeah. I mean, normally you see like Void with, I think that with more heroes that can throw spells onto the chrono, like Phoenix, something like that. They don't really have like a huge amount of burst in the early game with the chrono.
Yeah. I'm wondering whether there's any offlaner that can kind of fit that bill, right? Immediately, I don't think it's a hero in this patch, but Underlord is something that I'm thinking about.
It has to be a hero that can do a lot of damage in chrono. Like either it's an offlane or it's a mid, because the tiny offlane is also pretty popular right now. Because thanks to Falcon using it in Dream League, everybody's been playing it.
I kind of feel like Falcons is tough though, because every single time I try and draw a comparison of one team to Falcons and they're trying to pull off a Falcons draft, it's clear why Falcons are where they are. They just have all these kind of specialist picks down to a T, where other teams, you try and copy, but you can't exactly replicate it to the same success. But now Go Along will ban out the Tide and the Doom, and last pick the Terrorblade here. So that's gonna be their carry. No, pause 1, pause 4, pause 5 shenanigans. It's actually gonna be a carry this time. And that's gonna be for Team Zero to deal with. They could pick something like the Zeus, right? Magic damage, but it's actually gonna be the Brewmaster instead. So very quick draft here, both teams knowing exactly what they want. This is a Beyond special after all. And we've pretty much breezed through this, right? We haven't really had time to talk about any of the picks or how they interact. Are you liking this draft more from Go Along? Because it looks a lot more well-rounded, at least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a lot more well-rounded, like you say. It's a lot more playable in the lanes. I mean, Zero has the ultimate last pick, which is the Brew that counters the Terrorblade. But apart from that, I think the lane Rubik Brewmaster against the CM Terrorblade should be fine for them. I mean, obviously the Brew and Rubik is going to have an edge, but I don't think it's going to be something that's too hard to deal with. And Terrorblade is not really a hero that needs a good start to function. So I think it's fine for him. Whereas I think the concern will be on the Primal and Lion's lane going well, which I feel like against Faceless Void plus Mirana, it should be fine, you know. Unlike the last game where they with the Night Stalker Lion lane went so badly for them, but Primal Lion is gonna, I think, at least do a lot better against Mirana Void. And if the Primal gets a good start, he's gonna be able to run around and create a lot of space for his team.
Yeah. Help out as well. I mean, the Wind Ranger in the mid lane up against a Tiny, it's not really a matchup I'm too familiar with, but just on paper, right, the Wind Ranger's just gonna harass you non-stop with the auto attacks, unless you really get caught off by Avalanche toss combo back into tower or something. Is there any way that this goes 7E's direction on the Tiny?
Probably not. I don't think so. This lane against Wind Ranger. Wait, who is the mid player? Is it Wind Ranger?
Yeah, it is.
Wind Ranger, the mid. Yeah, Wind Ranger. Tiny Wind Ranger. You're just gonna hit your creeps. You're gonna secure your last hits with the tree grab, and just take runes. You know. I mean, this thing is not really, unless the Wind Ranger makes a mistake, because she always has wind run. Even if you toss her to a tower, she can always wind run away. So it's very, very, I would say, low potential to kill on the Tiny. Just play for runes, play for your own farm, play for your own timings. And if you look at the 3 against 3, so it's Tiny, Rubik, Mirana against CM Lion, Wind
Primal?
Ranger.
You think Primal want to get up in the mix, or are you talking about the sort of mid lane engagement?
No, just the mid laner. The 3v3 is always the mid laner and the 2 supports in the early game. The off laners are not gonna come most of the time. I mean, sometimes they do show up when it's like a very convenient situation. You're jungling and then the fight happens next to you. You join.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's going to not be the off laners coming. So if you see like the 3 versus 3 against, in terms of like go along's perspective, they have Lion, CM, Wind Ranger. So all 3 of them are also backline heroes, you know. So if they fight in the rune, it's not going to be simple compared to the Tiny, Mirana, and Rubik. Tiny can go in, start the stun, and you shoot an arrow, you know. So it's easier to execute. So I would say the 3 versus 3 is definitely favorable for the Tiny, Mirana, and the Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned a lot about the 3 versus 3 last game, and then it just fell apart in the draft, and the 3 from Go Along never could even stand up before one of them dies, right? And maybe that's gonna be a similar situation. Hopefully not, though, as we're in game number 2. This is a best of 3 after all, so, you know, at risk of dropping to the lower bracket here, Go Along, that's not really how you want to start your qualifier run, but you know, it is what it is, up against a very strong opponent here, getting double thunderclapped up with the setup on the arrow, and Dodo looking to be run down here. No additional resources. Last touch and beyond will find that smack. So already getting the Brewmaster off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the best hero to get the kill on. I mean, ideally you get it on Tiny, but it's still a bonus kill, so you get on your side lane call. It's still good for you in the lane. He does have to get clap, which is not the most ideal laning spell, but he gets the kill, so I guess he doesn't really mind it that much. Normally you want to start with the Brew plus the Rubik Fate Bowling, so you do a lot of damage in the lane for that.
Yeah. Well, let's see how that goes there. I wonder how much of an effect it's going to have, because, you know, up against a Terrorblade, sure, you can get your meta level 1, but I don't, you know, generally it still should be fine, right? CM... You think there's any kill potential on the Brew, or you think he should still be fine here, even though the subpar level 1?
He needs to get his Cinder Brew up first. Because normally you kill with the Cinder Brew, because now he doesn't have it. So it's more about like I think getting his levels. The first couple of waves are going to be very defensive for him. He has the wave under his tower now, so he's going to try to make sure he gets as much as possible. And once you get your levels, especially level 2, you should be able to kill with the Lift and Fate Bolt. But this CM Terrorblade is not exactly that weak. With Reflection and the 2 nukes on CM. CM started with 3 mangoes, so this is what you want to do. But he doesn't actually have the Frostbite. Okay, he got Arcane Aura. And this is rather strange to do it if you have mango.
Yeah, I
normally you get Arcane. You get Arcane Aura if you ran out of mangoes.
Yeah, because you just want to keep casting spells as much as possible, right?
Yeah, if you're in a lane where you simply feel like you can't kill, then sure, you can get Arcane Aura. But I feel this lane, they actually have kill potential. But
Yeah,
regardless, he's going
that's
to
what
play
I
more
was thinking
defensive.
too. I thought that, you know, okay, you got Meta, you got Reflection, which is an insane spell now, and you have CM, right? These are really good aggressive moves. I thought you might even be able to punish the Brewmaster, but clearly, you know, they're more worried about getting their own farm and just playing as safe as possible, so that's kind of how it'll be. Definitely a lot quieter of an early game, at least in the first few minutes. I say that, and they're just starting to bash their heads on the Ponlo. Helping him out with Blood Grenade as well as the Cinder Brew, the slowdown, it will be enough to punch down Dodo, and Beyond will go for the Courier as well. Uh-oh. Shisha is now being slowed down as well, but I think, you know, with that slew of spells already being used, there's nothing much to be found. But yeah, like you said, this duo, Beyond and Ponlo, are gonna be very deadly up here.
Yeah, and getting the aura on level 2 means it's actually a big deal. It means that you can't really play the lane as well, so you have to be very, very defensive against a kill lane. You know, Rubik Brew is a very scary kill lane. I mean, as for the other side of the map, the Void is actually also not having a very good time, so both carries definitely suffering. In terms of CS, Void has 10 to 1, which is 15 to 4, I mean, against the Primal. So he's definitely struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, and I guess it's not too bad for the Terrorblade, because Terrorblade, of course, well known for just being able to get out of here into the jungle and recovery farm up where Void really needs
that's correct.
It's
Void is the one that's gonna get slowed down a lot more by this.
I mean, picking the Void, I kind of feel like you signed a bit of a contract saying that, okay, you know, we'll win this for sure, but a bit later, and the early tempo, we're gonna give it up to you a little bit. Maybe that's why we see the Tiny and Brew picked up to try and show up that duration of the game. For now, though, the early pickup from Beyond should be able to get things going, and like you mentioned, this mid lane, very much a farm fest, but what's surprising to me is the fact that the Wind Ranger isn't actually doing too good. The rotation's coming through now for the 4-minute water. 7E will be able to pick that one up. Nice power shot from range. But, oh, the Wind Ranger, one last touch. It's not enough. Dodo looking to run down Ponlo now, but with the additional resources, it's Dodo is going to die again. Just probably going to be chased down by 7E here. There is another avalanche coming back up in a bit. And the last toss of the rocks. The CM will hit the deck again.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really even expect the Wind Ranger to lose the lane that much. 16 to 1 against a 25 to 7. I guess with the bonus damage, the Tiny can just out-deny the Wind Ranger, but I didn't expect it to be quite bad, you know.
Yeah,
and now the Wind Ranger has to walk all the way back to base. It's not good.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here in this early game, but for now, tussling up here as ZZZ tries for a wraparound. He's the one being wrapped into maybe his own grave instead. They pop the meta, trying to work down Ponlo. They'll punch him through that tree line. And a nice Frost Bite. But hold Beyond in place for now. They have the disables, but I don't think they have, you know, enough HP to survive. Just a couple of earn charges going his way. Killing spree now.
Yeah, he still has the Lotus.
Yeah, he's ready.
No way
he's ready and... Yeah, just kind of playing his playing his numbers there, you know, trying to bait them in. Realistically speaking, it was kind of a weird move from the Lion coming in from that angle. He ends up paying with his life, but I guess you get something. You get Ponlo, right?
And he did the same move the last game, you know. He came to the safe lane to help out the carry. And he's doing it again. He's coming in. Yeah, we definitely see who's the priority here. It's the Terrorblade, not the Primal.
Yeah. Nah, the Primal can handle himself, right? Lancer's out there, you know, clobbering the poor Faceless Void, who's managed to recover quite a decent amount here, so not suffering quite as much as we expected. But it feels like so much wasted time up here. If you're not able to get a kill onto Beyond, it doesn't really matter. And meanwhile, 7E, with the help of ZZQ again, just gonna be able to kill the Wind Ranger in the mid lane. Ponlo will be found up here on this top side. Too much control. The lift back, trying to buy him some time. Blood Grenade coming through, and the reflection finds him through the tree line. Not much Beyond can do to help this situation, but oh, beautiful. One at the last second. Uh-oh, 70 is here to play. The rocks over your head yet again. It's a nice Earth Spike to buy them, I guess, half a second. That's all they'll be afforded. Amplified damage rune, 70 on a killing spree, and Beyond just continues to rake in those earn charges.
I mean, the Terrorblade is still here. He didn't leave.
Oh, he's not going to be here for long. Just going to get run down here. No level 6, no Sunder, and really just no HP. The amount of magic damage coming out from this trio. It's not really the trio that you talked about, but hey, 7E makes a rotation and makes it happen for the squad. 9 to 1 already at the 6-minute mark.
I mean, there is no trio right now. It's the Tiny one-man army because he somehow won his lane so hard. So he's just moving around killing everybody. I mean, look
don't
at the
know what's going
discrepancy
on.
between his net worth and the Wind Ranger.
This
This
I
is
don't
pretty
know.
bad.
It's kind of
I mean,
disgusting.
just one lane. I think this is worse than the last game because he the last game I don't think he
Yeah.
won his lane that much.
Dude, and we were saying like, oh, you know, these matchups should go great, right? The Wind Ranger, oh, she can just kind of secure the creeps. No, 70 says absolutely not. First pick Tiny, no problem. They're not even gonna be able to stop the Tiny's TP in.
Oh,
The
look,
Chrono
look
setup
at
is
this.
perfect.
Tiny again.
Yeah, he's just everywhere. I feel like everywhere you go, there's just a smiling rock man ready to ruin your damn day. And that's kind of the fate that Go Along have found themselves in right now. It's another situation where we're seeing a similar recipe, right? You leave Erika down there on the bot side alone. You aren't able to punish him. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Zero are just roaming all over the map and getting things done. What's the response here for Go Along?
Tough one, man. They have to try to. I mean, the only hero they can actually kind of play with is the Wind Ranger right now. She's the highest level. I mean, net worth wise, not really that great, you know, for Wind Ranger. But she's the only one that the supports can huddle around with, you know. Like you see all the supports just dying on the map because they have no one to play with, you know. None of the cores are ready to fight with them, so they don't really have a purpose in the game.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower.
Yeah, I've definitely been there before. Just a little bit of a, you know, you just need your,
It's not
your,
fun,
your
I'll tell you
big
that.
protector. Yeah, no, for sure. It's like you want to get things happening, you want to use your spells, but it's just you use your spell and you instantly feed. That's kind of Dodo's fate right now. He's on his 5th death, and all they can really hope for is.
And the
to,
worst,
you
the
know,
worst
maybe-
thing is like your cores are like alt clicking you, your death timer.
Yeah, yeah. Like CM is respawning in 19. Is like I'm in this situation because of you. You know, we didn't do well in the lanes, and okay. So recipe to come back in this game. Surely it has to do with Lancer a little bit here, who somehow has found himself at level 5 on Wind Ranger mid again. It's just such an easy setup. ZZQ and 70, they just keep getting it done.
What was the lead last game at 9 minutes? It wasn't 7k, right? Pretty sure.
I don't even want to know at this point. It's
I know
looking
it was
like a
like
very similar trajectory.
12k at with 12k.
It was 12k
15. I
at
think this
14
game is gonna be
minutes.
worse.
It was 12k at 14. Like, it was only a 2k discrepancy. And right now, they might just find another 2k on ZZZ and Lancer, tracing them under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. ZZQ will line up an arrow and the Starstorm, setting up for 70 to come through with the rocks. Spike gonna go completely wide, but the toss, it's not enough damage thanks to the Lotus. ZZ has a decent amount of resources, but at the very least, Go Along are able to walk out of that situation unscathed. But take a look at the amount of attention they need to bring over, just the Wind Ranger in the area as well, just to try and help out. It's I mean, you
Yeah,
don't
they
really
have some
anywhere on the
decent
map to
wards
farm.
around the bottom map, so maybe they can use this to try to get some pickoffs. They're gonna run into the Brew when he has split. I mean, there are what, 4
Yeah.
heroes here?
Yeah, and he's gonna kill them.
maybe.
I mean, you literally don't even have Sunder. You're running him down with the Fire Bruling now. Rock coming through, the attack slow from the Crystal Nova. It's actually gonna be enough. Stops Beyond for now. He's coming through with the Resonant, the Pulse. But looks like he's in a bit
Okay,
too
5
deep.
heroes here.
Okay, yeah, just 5 heroes. Just no big deal. 5 heroes, same thing. It's
mean,
a
it's
mega
a
kill streak going the
1100
Primal
gold.
Beast way though. Whew, big money, big money.
1100 gold. It's a lot of money.
Winter, how have we
That's like
found
what?
ourselves in this kind of a game?
That thing is standing on its last brick.
I don't know, man. Sometimes games like this just happen.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
lose all your
so
lanes and
Primal
then you have to
Beast,
bring 5 heroes to kill 1 Brewmaster.
like at your own tier 2 while he almost kills your own Terrorblade off, like this is painful. Okay, I'm wondering, you need to tell me here because Primal Beast, he got a nice little injection of gold, right? Can he afford to go for something like an early blink or what's the trajectory here for him?
Tower is about to be a pile of smoking rock.
Probably Blade Mail, I guess. He needs something to fight. Blade Mail's good against Tiny. Blade Mail's pretty decent against Mirana.
His middle tower is
I think the Blink is fine too, I guess. I feel like Blade Mail would actually just be better because you need like items to scale as well. So Blade Mail helps with that. I mean, the Blink is all in, right? If you buy the Blink and you go into a smoke, right, and you don't kill someone with your first smoke, you're gonna feel so bad. So it's like a gamble with the dagger.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, it feels like we're slowly reaching the point where Go Along really need to wager a lot more and make a significant investment as ZZQ casually gets another kill onto the mid laner. They're trying to chase down Ponlo on this top side, but Moonlight Shadow just hides him away, and where's your detection? Dodo doesn't seem to have it. Dodo doesn't seem to have a damn clue what's going on. He's about to die right now. The two supports squaring back up on him. The Stolen Crystal Nova just doing so much damage, but there's a freezing field, no way of interrupting. The arrow already came through, and it's actually a pretty decent engagement for Go Along. Beyond will finally come through, clap down the CM, but it's not before she's done quite a bit of damage. Oh, they can't even finish Ponlo off. Circling around them like
Seeds
sharks and
of
nipping and
Serenity.
biting. Ah, Seeds of Serenity is such a disgusting neutral, honestly.
Yeah, I always get this or the bubble. I mean, those are the two items
Safety
that I get the
bubble.
most on supports.
It's this.
Yeah, safety. Yeah. I mean, safety bubble was literally like way too OP before. I mean, even right now it's still
Yeah,
decent
they
after
nerfed
they
it.
nerfed it. It's good on
That's crazy.
certain heroes, but I think overall the seeds are like it's just very useful for early game fights trading. The regen, the extra HP you get, you can support your cores by healing them. So it's just very useful in the early game.
Yeah, tiny little bit of a pseudo save, maybe just a little boost up in terms of the regen, catching your opponents by surprise. Can't really finish the job. You talk about a Hail Mary smoke or trying to gamble everything on it. You don't have the blink or
I mean,
anything
is this
like that, but they will.
Is this the one that they're gonna do again and just call GG if it didn't work like last game?
I don't know. They're reaching that
Three-
time in the game. 3 more minutes to beat the record on game number 1. They just need to hold out a little longer. I honestly was
There you
under the
go.
impression that Go Along would have a... Yeah, right? It's smoke on smoke action. It's almost feels like it's part of the playbook here. If things don't go well, we just go for this one move, but your Terrorblade's already dead. Not even the chance to sunder. That power shot will reveal that Go Along are in the area and looking potentially to contest 7E. He has a haste rune and you just can't get the lockdown. Nice shackle. But where is the follow-up? That's the big question. The rest of the team can just come through and pressure you out of this location. Primal Split comes through, and these supports, they are dead. 7E blinks forward with the toss-up to the sky, the Cyclone for good measure, and the Stolen Earth by insult to injury takes down Dodo for what feels like the 10th time. It's only his 7th death. But I feel like this CM has spent more time this game dead than alive.
That's why we call it SCA, Facebook time.
Yeah, Facebook time. He's just gonna alt tab. Maybe not Facebook. Maybe QQ, right? Maybe pop open Weibo. You know, watch some Billy streams. I don't know. But whatever it is, he's not playing Dota. That's for sure. In like 13k gold lead, it's even closer than last game. Like it's even worse. How did we get here? I thought, you know, I'm looking at their draft. I'm like, oh, Primal Beast, good. Oh, supports.
Looks good,
they picked
right?
the same ones. They clearly think it has to. I don't know. Maybe be something else, but. Timber or not, they banned it out early on. It doesn't seem to make any difference as Team Zero continue to clobber them.
Allies disappear.
I mean, we're gonna see if they actually last more than 16 minutes now. It's 1 more minute to go.
Okay,
Another
we gotta
Moonlight
start the
Shadow?
countdown
I
in
mean, they
10
have to-
seconds, everybody. Moonlight Shadow, yeah. I mean, surely, yeah, surely more than 60 minutes. 60 minutes is insane. I think I wasn't surprised that they called GG so early. But it did kind of hurt, you know. I feel bad for them. You know, we've all been in these type of situations, in these type of games, but this is like, you wake up bright and early, ready to start a qualifier run. 7E is already here, setting up, stands in front of the creep wave, and they don't even respond in time. You've stolen power rise on Paulo. It's a nice freezing field from Dodo, holding everyone back, and they will take down the support. It's one pick off, but
Oh,
Lancer,
big
he's
stun.
already dropping solo on the Primal. He needs to back up. Beyond, he doesn't have that split, and maybe that's the timing that Go Along with trying to capitalize on, but they just don't have the HP to stand up against the magic damage. ZZZ is just gonna get run down, tossed the catapult right on top of his head. And no ultimates, no problem, it seems like. Team Zero just continue to truck on through, grab 2 for the troubles. And 15
I mean, they're
more
already
seconds, and they'll
destroying
beat their
the team
game 1.
fights without the chrono. I think the Void is like not even playing the game for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he might
Doesn't
actually
really
be on
join the
way
game.
more time. Okay, smoke out. 16 minutes. They've made it past the record in their first game, and they will kill ZZQ. That is a mega kill streak going the Wind Rangers' way. You know, it's very, very low, but at least it's some signs of life, right? It's like you're on the hospital deathbed. You know, your little sort of heartbeat tracker is barely bumbling up. There's like a little bit of a signal there, but you don't even know whether these people are in the coma or whether they're still up there. Perfect chrono. You couldn't have written it any better. There's not enough damage, but you know, Erica can do it all by himself. Punch down Lancer, Split is back up again. You're going nowhere, stolen, pulverized, and you can't even TP out on the Terrorblade. They'll just get completely smashed here. As the only person to survive that situation is the Lion, who is just casually running around mid lane.
Yes,
Hell,
they see him.
he won't even survive for long. They see him. ZZQ starting to chase down. Something about a hunter in the jungle here, as GG's just called. They'll preserve it. They don't want the Lion to die, but they won't even have that privilege. He will crumble along with his team. Go along. They just kind of pass out of this early qualifier run with a whimper here. They still have a chance in the lower bracket, but that was not much of a showing at all, I'll be honest with her.
Yep, that was just can't even play the lanes, you know. That was like how you get into your public game and you run into lanes that can't be played. Your course is just called GG go next, you know. Can't play the lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing more to say, you
Just
know.
keep,
Like if your lanes go that badly in a professional match, you just can't play the game. I mean, in a pub game, you might still have a chance, you know. People are gonna screw around and feed kills, but in a team setup, in this type of environment, people are very, very disciplined and more methodical. It's very hard to come back from a situation like this.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it felt like there was not a single moment where Team Zero actually allowed their opponents to breathe, right? Like, even though the lanes went well, they were constantly being aggressive. The Tiny was just all over the map. It's like this like Thompson vibes of OG back in his heyday, right? Just everywhere you look, 70s right there, ready to clean up a kill, get a crazy avalanche. And it's tough because, like you mentioned, these two supports, they have no one to play through. I can't help but feel like 2 games in a row, I'm looking at the mid lane for Go Along, and they're just getting completely gapped by 7E. You pick the Void Spirit in game number 1 in the Wind. These are last picks for you, right? You sort of prioritize these mid laners' heroes last, but they just can't really get anything done, even in what we assumed would be a winning matchup.
Yeah, it's just skill difference. I think just one player being a lot more skilled than the other, you know. It's not much you can do, you know. They just have to, you know, try to get better and try to improve.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, so you heard it here first, folks. Nothing but a skill issue, unfortunately. But that's kind of the reality, right? You need to make sure that you're at least going blow for blow in the lanes if you want to talk about the grand strategy or the draft and, you know, all these things that we mentioned about this team fight, this Terrorblade, a carry-carry matchup in the Chrono, the late game Void. None of it matters if you just get clapped this hard, and that's exactly, unfortunately, what happens to Go Along. As they will drop to the lower bracket, wait for their opponents, as I believe concurrently with this stream, the Eagle and Team Bright matchup is happening right now. They're on game number 2. That's still undecided, but of course, we're on a rolling schedule, so you don't need to wait too long for the next matchup. On this stream, we'll be covering Kev up against Mag YOLO, so you can stay tuned after a short break for that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. while to get back. Sneeze and Winter here bringing you the action for the Elite League Chinese close qualifiers. But, it's supposed to be a rolling schedule. A bit of, the first series lasted so short that I think everybody got caught by surprise there. So we ended up taking a bit of a longer break. But we're back here for Mag YOLO versus Kev and Winter. These two teams hopefully can give us a bit of a closer match.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that rolled was our lunch, so just free for lunch rolling in just now. And now
Yeah.
for Mag YOLO, hopefully, it doesn't happen again, getting roll over 2-0. Hopefully we get a much more competitive series here.
Yeah, I think my main concern is my only frame of reference for some of these Mag YOLO players.
Yeah, I mean, probably Kev will still be the favorites, I guess.
Yeah, I think as soon as we saw the teams, we already knew that Kev and Team Zero would be the favorites. I think the thing I'm scared about is that some of these names that I recognize on Mag YOLO don't really give me the most confidence. I mean, Vinci, I think I remember when I was casting a previous qualifier, he was literally level 3 on Luna at like 10 minutes. It was disgusting. And Ymo used to be part of the old version of Team Go Along, and yeah, didn't really look too good for that squad. Meanwhile, Kev, they've recruited a couple of strong components here, right? They have Butterfly Effect as well as Imitator coming in from other squads, where the rest of the members are all from Team Titan, which did pretty well in the previous close qualifiers for other events. So yeah, I think Kev definitely the favorites here overall. At least for me, I think they're the favorites overall.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually conjure some magic. Mag YOLO. They can come up with some good draws. At least play the lane, unlike our previous series. Just hopefully we get to see a game. So it'll be a Hoodwink against Techies. I think they're both very similar in securing your offlaner's lane. They're very strong. They trade well. They sort of have catch. I think Hoodwink has better catch. Yeah, Techies' catch is not exactly as reliable as Hoodwink. The longer the game goes, you're more like a damage dealer in the team fight.
Yeah, I think I've been really impressed with Hoodwinks because we're seeing more and more Hoodwink players get creative with the angles that they approach. Now you get the increased cast range.
It's nice.
It's so disgusting. Like, it feels like the bushwhack just flies out of nowhere halfway across the screen.
Yeah, Gleipnir as well. Bushwhack, Gleipnir. You have a very good setup for your team. You're kind of semi-invisible, if I want to put it that way. It's hard to spot you in the trees, and you're running around like literally like an assassin, just setting up kills. And you scale,
Like
on top of that because of the Acon shot. You farm very quickly. When you get to late game, you have a couple of items. You do a lot.
It does pretty illegal amounts of damage here for sure. Like I feel like it's I won't say it's broken,
yes.
but
he does core level damage on a support.
Right? It's ridiculous. Okay, but in that case, I mean, both these teams have started out the draft pretty safely here, as we'll see Avenge picked up as well. So Mag YOLO securing most likely what will be their support duo. Any sort of obvious strengths or weaknesses that you're seeing from this tag team so far?
Physical. They have a lot of physical. Minus armor from Bench, and then you have the Acon shot. Late game is pretty scary. They're both weak against illusion heroes, I think. Naga, PL, because they don't really deal with illusions very well.
True.
So I think that would be the primary weakness. But if you want to choose a core right now, probably like something like some Primal Beast would be nice to deal with this Hoodwink Bench, because you want someone who can actually kill the Hoodwink when he's hiding in the trees.
True. I mean, it might be a little difficult for the Primal Beast. I was thinking maybe you could even do something like a Night Stalker if you're feeling comfortable enough. For now, they're just gonna go with the Centaur Wall Runner, try and test it, go back for the Grimstroke as well. So no obvious Soulbind combo situation going on for now. Just Inkswell.
Double H.
Double
H.
Wait. If you double H, you do double damage to yourself as well, right? On the Centaur.
No. You don't. You only take one damage.
Oh, that's value. That's value, baby. Okay, I see it. I mean, that's crazy. Okay, there we have it. That's the combo right there. I guess the beauty about the Techies and the Grimstroke is both of them can be flexed, and both of them are great lane partners for the Centaur, right? So either way, however you want to piece the puzzle
Everybody
together,
is
it still works out.
fighting over Tekis, I can assure you. Because Tekis is the lane winner. Grimstroke is not the lane winner. Grimstroke just wants levels and
True.
he's very useful later.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing with Centaur is you're playing into Venge and Hoodwing. Those supports are they have a lot of minus armor, physical damage. Centaur is weak against physical, especially Venge in the lane against the Terror. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Then they go for the counter immediately. The coil against the Stampede. Always very nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's always these coils or these Mars arenas, the spells that just kind of keep you in place. That means that, you know, max move speed, we don't care. The gyro also is just going to make sure that this Centaur is going to have quite a rough time in lane, right? You have good mix of physical magical now.
He has Tekis, so maybe he can play this lane well enough to survive, or even actually, I feel like maybe he can win the lane. Like the first level is gonna be tough, but when you get, I think level 2 there's a small spike, but I think especially at level 3, when you have 2 points in your sticky bomb, then you have 2 points in. If you go double edge, or actually you should go stun in this lane. More points in stun, because the techies can help you right click a lot with the additional duration. I think level 3 you can definitely kill the gyro if you do survive like the first couple of waves without taking too much harass. Because if you run out of regen, you take too much damage, then the lane's gonna be problematic for you.
Yeah, it's tricky too, because I mean, this Centaur, so far we've seen them mostly, my understanding at least, go for the Veil just as a starting item, and then either they finish up the Shivas or they go back for the Blink. It doesn't.
Sometimes
you know, the armor's nice, but it doesn't really help.
Sometimes you see them go for like they go Veil first, then they go Dagger, only they go Shivas. I think that's like a general normal build. If you're having a very, very good game and it's a good Shivas game, sure you can rush. Because Shivas got nerfed so much that the recipe is so expensive, so it's very hard to save so much money in the early game to buy the recipe. So it becomes like a more mid-late game item. And on the other hand, right now you have the Lifestealer to fight with as the Centaur, so you want to have the Dagger maybe not as soon as possible, but at a reasonable timing so that you can play with the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
This Lifestealer against Gyro is a very good matchup. Yeah, for Kev, they kind of also need like some. I think they can afford to go for like some semi-core, like some TA, because Centaur's not very greedy, so you can afford to go for another core.
A TA here, well, I mean that will completely crush the park, right? And give them like a nice Roche timing.
To win the lane.
I mean that suggestion is pretty cool. Seems like Mag YOLO are more concerned about the spirits though. They straight up just take out the Ember, Storm, and the Void. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's the catch that they're worried about, but it's the Lash. So giving them some nice objective potential. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, so far we've seen a bit of hit or misses coming out from the Lash. You know, there's a lot of magic damage, just a lot of burst.
Very strong in the team fights, because usually Lash is a focal point of the enemy team. They want to focus and kill the Lash ASAP, right? Before he does too much. Then you have Lifestealer to save him. So it's always nice to have these two cores together.
That's true. Later down the line, you have the Inkswell Dispel as well. That's
really huge. For Mag YOLO, I think they definitely need more damage on off lane right now. I think this Puck and Gyro feels like it might not be enough to deal with the Lash Lifestealer.
That's so crazy, right? Like how scary and how tanky does Kev's lineup need to be? Yeah, right. I'm thinking, but what offlaner can build a vessel, or does the Hoodwing just have to build
the support has to buy. I think the support. But then the thing is, Hoodwing doesn't like to buy vessel, and Venge is generally too poor to buy it. So that.
Yeah, you're busy giving away your life for the cause.
Wait, what costs are there still available to counter? I mean, there's Razor, right? I mean, I don't know if they. Okay, Enigma.
Okay.
I mean, percentage base damage, so he doesn't care about tanky heroes. But I have a feeling if the Lashrak clicks his Bloodstone, you don't have Vessel. Even if you black hole him, he's gonna be able to survive.
Yeah, okay, look, this is gonna sound crazy, Winter, but does the Enigma ever build a Vessel? Is that something he can do?
You can. Yeah, Enigma, you can build Vessel. I've seen it.
You might just have to.
I think this is a game.
Because there's so many.
Yeah, it's very good against Lifestealer. It's very good against Centaur, especially Lashrak and Lifestealer. These two other targets. But you need to also remember, you mentioned earlier, the dispel from Grimstroke is always going to be there, so they don't have to wait for
That's
Lotus.
true.
So your vessel might be useful in the first maybe 15 minutes. After that, Grimstroke gets the shot, then it won't be as useful already. So you need to, I guess, judge based on your timings in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe you can start with earn first, and if you feel like you have an opportunity to just take over the map and just destroy the lash, then you buy the vessel. But if the game is like going 50-50, not so good, then you have to buy your own late game scaling items, because they don't have anything to stop
Yeah.
BKB Black Hole.
Yeah, that's the one benefit that Candy Loon has right now on this offlane Enigma. The late game Black Hole, if he can land it. But I always feel like that's the situation with these Enigmas, right? We always talk about, oh, if they can land it. There's a lot of different tricks and tools that it feels like the side of Kev can pull out, especially throughout the mid game, to just get themselves an advantage and become way too tanky for the side of Mag YOLO to deal with. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm just so worried because I remember hearing some other analysts talk about this Lifestealer being, it's just such a strong hero now, especially if the SNY. I think people are realizing just how strong SNY is, and then you just become this tanky force in the fights that you're already in a bad carry matchup as the Gyro, right? And then you're basically forced to black hole him, and if you don't get the Lesh as well, he's ripping your entire team apart. It kind of feels like Kev have the better lineup coming into this game number one. At least that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, Lifestealer, it's one of probably the best SMI hero. I think Lifestealer and Troll probably the two heroes that like to use this item, and because of the buffs, so it means that these two heroes are going to see a lot more play. And Lifestealer is also generally very good against all the offlaners that are being picked nowadays. You think about the offlane pool, it's either Mars, Centaur, Doom. These are the main ones. I'm sure there are other like heroes as well, like Beastmaster, but those are not as popular. So in general, Lifestealer is going to have a good lane matchup.
Yeah. I guess that's why you sort of ban the Doom as well.
I
Because
mean,
if
there's also
one
other
offlaner out of those
small
three,
buffs, right? There are other small buffs like the Radiance. Radiance also got buff like last patch. So there's a
True.
lot of things, there are other small little things that got buffed with the hero too. And you see people going the Aghanim's. The Aghanim's is pretty insane on this hero.
I always found it so funny because he dives straight into your belly. He's like a Winter. You watch Attack on
So
Titan.
you should be dead,
It's like
right?
those
You should be
Titan
dead
shifters.
instantly.
Yeah.
When he does
I
that
don't
to
know.
you.
Like if he gets into if he dives into your digestive system, how is he not just like? Can you imagine someone ripping out from inside your body? That sounds disgusting.
You should be dead instantly.
Yeah, it's like
You're
it
like
should be
those
instant death if
alien
he manages to
movies.
get there. Yeah, like just the parasites bursting out of your. Except it's an ugly ass Lifestealer. It's kind of what we have here. Of course, the one I guess caveat is, as we see, just an early rune tussle. Shazam starting to get run down here, but the level 1 is not really the most sustainable for a long chase for Kev. So they'll just back up. I think it ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange, if I'm not wrong. No, actually 3-for-1. So Kev get a bit of an advantage early on here.
Yeah, nicely done for them. So they're actually going to have a position 5 techies. I guess they won the techies against the Enigma summons. That's why I felt like they probably feel like it's better for techies to be in this lane. And because Grim can't really right click. I mean, you have the stroke, actually it might not be that bad. I mean, you can't right click the summons, but you can use your nuke. So either way, they have techies here, so you can deal with the summons better. And bot lane
I'm
is
surprised though. I thought it was gonna be Grimstroke at the top side because I kind of foresee in the early levels, especially with Eidolons and stuff, like this Enigma's gonna just keep denying the Lifestealer, right? And you
yeah,
want something like
maybe
the
they
Stroke of Fate to secure.
just want the Grim and Centaur to be together because they feel like this is also a better kill lane with the Ink. So when you get level 3, obviously sure, but level 1, level 2, you're weak with the Grimstroke. So we'll see what happens here. But I guess because you're playing against Gyro, the wave is gonna be pushed out, so you can farm as the Centaur. So they feel like you can get to, because the wave is always gonna get pushed out, so you're gonna get to your level 3 easily.
The early wave of Terra level, trying to do as much harass onto old 11 as possible. like you mentioned, the Centaur, even though he does get pretty beefy later on, especially when he gets his first few items, and the early laning stage, if you can really just push him out and force him into an awkward position, suddenly he can't really farm. He's not really a hero that can just go into the jungle. He needs to really just occupy his lane as long as possible. And double horse lane for double horse game for Kev here. You got the Lash and the Centaur.
I mean, one's a pony, right? They always call him the disco pony.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think.
But the scarier one is the
pony.
The Lash is actually the
like-
scarier one.
You go to, I don't know, you go to a farm and you see like a regular horse that looks like Centaur, and then you literally see a glowing disco alien pony from like beyond. That's terrifying. You have no idea what he's gonna do to you. We'll see here.
I mean, that's
mean,
why
butterfly
usually
effect-
usually when you pick this hero and you have no counters on your draft, then it can be a very big problem. I mean, they do have like a swap. I always feel like when you're playing against Lash, you need repositioning tools like the tiny toss or skewer or swap is also a good example. Lasso. If you don't have spells like this, then it's gonna be very difficult to kill the Lash when he has a dispel, like a save, on the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
It's not like the same level of save compared to like something like an Oracle, but it's still very potent with the Lash Rack.
Yeah. I mean, with Lash, it always feels like you're basically forcing pulling a gun out on your opponents, right? You're saying like, look, if you can't deal with me, I'm just gonna run you down and you will lose
Yeah,
the game. You either
he's like
full
a
commit me
Huskar.
or you're dead.
He's an honest man's Huskar,
Yeah,
not-
he's not
not so
he's not
dirty.
cheesy Huskar. He gets it done the good old way. Actual magical damage and spell casting. No cheese you out of
And now
lane.
he's
I mean,
he's
to
a
be fair,
lane
this-
winner.
True.
He wins his lane because of the change to Lightning Storm. He's so strong right now for the lane.
2 levels into that already now with that level 3, and it's gonna be tough for the puck to keep the resources up, but shouldn't be a problem, especially with these water runes coming through. You're always going to get the advantage in terms of
Oh
positioning,
yeah,
right?
the
Because
other
puck
thing
has the orb.
against Puck, you can't dodge the Lightning Storm as long as you always click it on him. So it's very hard for Puck to actually
Oh.
play this lane. The longer the lane goes, like the more levels you get on Lash, the lane will get harder for Puck. He's always going to be low on
Okay,
resource
so-
because of the spam.
I gotta ask you though, because right now he has 2 levels in it, right? Honest, respectable, just some harass coming through. At what point do you start going like, because I've seen some Lashers decide like, okay, 2 levels
I
in
think you
lightning is enough, I
should-
go max edict.
You should. I think for the mid lane, I think it's fine to get more points. Yesterday, I was watching. Who was it that played? It was Marin. He actually had more. He maxed Lightning Storm first in one of the games.
Oh.
I'm not sure why he did
Interesting.
in that particular game, but he probably felt like maybe it's matchup dependent as well. Because the stun, you only need 1 point for the stun duration. I mean, the damage is like sure. I mean, the radius is the
Whatever,
main thing,
right?
but it's not that big of a deal for this hero. I think getting points in your Lightning Storm and Diabolic Edict is more important. It outweighs the AoE of the stun radius.
Yeah, well, see how big of an impact this lightning storm is gonna have here. For now, like I mentioned, water runes, you're always gonna be able to get them on the park just because of the orb, and even if you try and fake him out, he can just jaunt to the other side. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Maybe we see a rotation from some of the Kev supports here to really mess with OOO in this. Should I say OOO? Is it an emoji? Is it ooh? I don't even know. What do you think, Winter? What would you like to call it?
Oh, don't put me on the table, man. Do whatever you want.
Okay. Ooh, it is. Hopefully he can ooh and ahs with some of his plays, hopefully, and not just kind of fall flat.
He's
For now,
playing a
things
puck,
seem pretty
I'm sure,
even.
I'm sure he can.
Yeah, show us some
Yeah, it's-
moves, man. Show us some moves. Mag YOLO. I know that this team is there's basically 2 Malaysians on it, right? But both of which you're familiar. CZY as well as Candy Loon. Any do you have sort of any because I know Candy Loon used to be a teammate from way back when. And well, what's your honest teammate rating? Do you think he's good?
I've already forgotten. You know how old I am? I'm like an old man,
Oh, okay, my bad.
old
I didn't
man
mean
memory.
I didn't mean to dredge you out like that. Okay, my bad.
He was
okay,
my
but,
teammate like 10 years ago. Okay, maybe not 10. it was
I'm
like
sorry.
7
I'm
years ago.
sorry. Yeah, okay, that's disrespectful. Okay, well, we'll see whether he's still got the skills to pay the bills here. He very much has a lot of work to do and weight on his shoulders, quite literally, as this Enigma. For now, not
He's
doing
doing
too
well
bad
on
and
the
going for
lane.
that early Blitz.
21-8 against 13-1. He's doing very, very well. I mean, so apparently this Techies didn't really change the fate
Yeah.
of the lane that much.
I think either way,
And
you
bot
know,
lane.
they're not too... Oh, what's going on
Oh,
there?
misclick. He definitely misclicked there. He didn't intentionally remove the ink cell. I mean, activated the ink cell. He was supposed to wait a little bit longer.
Right. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. You always
It
gotta make
might
sure
not
your
have been a
teammates are
kill still because he has Lotus, but you have to force him to use his regen. His Lotus and Wand.
Yeah. Yeah, 10-1 charges. That's a huge bump back up.
And this is your power
That's the
spike, right?
problem.
I mentioned this lane. When you get level 3 on Centaur and Grim, you're supposed to be able to kill them.
Yeah. They're gonna keep trying to make a go for it. I mean, as long as Vinci, First Blood actually ends up being top, as they just auto-attack down Fly. You talk about the Techies not changing the fate of the lane, he's just standing there. I mean, there's not much he can do to contribute to that situation. Very awkward. And early lanes seeming to go just how Mag YOLO wants, right? They are being able to push back the Centaur, keep him at low HP, and, you know, even though he has 21 charges, they don't care because their Gyro's still farming.
No, they're both farming very well. Centaur has actually more CS than Gyro. So I think he's happy. In the grand scheme of things,
Yeah, I'm sure
they're just gonna play around for the 6-minute runes. Yeah, there's gonna be a 6-minute rune soon, so they're supposed to have to rotate with the catapult timing.
Yeah.
3 versus 3,
already.
this is the action.
Yeah, oh, it's a huge bushwhack catching the Lash from afar, but nice blast off as well. The Techies won't be able to save his mid laner, but at least get the return kill. Nicely done, Trezam desperately trying to run away to that illusion rune. As Undyne can't connect with another sticky bomb. Ends up being the Lash going down first, so of course EXP advantage, the way of the puck, and hey, would you look at that? Trezam stumbles across a couple of
Money.
bounty runes as well. Yeah, cha-ching.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Okay, I mean, only 11, he is playing very, very low HP here. Very scary stuff, especially CZY starting to rotate.
He went face boots, so no helm. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Looks like the Centaur might be in trouble. Still some resources, but Rocket Barrage should be enough. No, okay, he's able to just walk his way. The Inkswell, just enough, but no! The flat cannon, you stood right there and allowed him to bounce it off you. Vinci with a double kill. Uh-oh, that's not how this lane is supposed to go.
Yeah, the Grim actually made a mistake there. He wasn't able to get the 2-man stun with the Ink Cell, and then ending up costing the Centaur's life, and they're going to lose the Wisdom Rune too. This is very, very bad news, like super bad news. And CZY, he's
Oh
going
my
to die to the Fountain then just to get a quick refill, pick up his items, and come back to fight top. I mean, this is looking really, really good for Mag YOLO here.
Yeah, they brought 3 members up here to this top side to try and flush away the Hoodwink, but they still can't get the touch on her. Nice little bushwhack as well, just holding the Grimstroke in place, and yeah, can't connect now. 999's in a little bit of trouble. Couldn't close the distance enough for
Puck is here.
a Malefice, but yeah, this guy's just dead. He just dies in the bot side too, comes back, tries to make an impact in the top side, ends up giving a kill over again to the Hoodwink. This early game has not gone the way that Kev wanted at all.
The tilt is real right now.
You think so? You feel it?
If your moves end up like this normally, it's a very hard pill to swallow. I mean, he has to right now reset and try to rethink of his ideas in the game for the next couple of minutes, because you have to figure out how you're gonna get your levels on Grim. This hero relies heavily on his levels, and top lane is getting pressured. Fly, here comes the gyro.
Oh my gosh, they throw everything on him. Perfect timing with the magic missile as well as the bushwhack to come out right after the rage, and they just make that look easy. Fly, he's just been completely swatted up here on this top side. And Vinci just rotates through the twin gates, great stuff. And with the help of the Vlads, they're actually gonna just take this tier 1 easily.
Yeah, not much Kev can do about it, but just watch and give up and just try to get a trade off in the bottom lane. But the tower is full HP, so probably not gonna be able to get that.
brick belly
It's
up.
just easy, and there's nothing
He's
really
going
stopping Mag
Blade
YOLO from
Mill.
just TPing bot as well.
Holy crap, he's going Blade Mail on Centaur. He's
Ah!
trying to. I mean, it's good against their
Kill
heroes
them.
for sure, the Enigma and then the flat cannon and stuff, you know. But then it means that your teammates can't rely on you as much, you know. I was talking about the life stealer
Yeah.
bomb with Centaur earlier, and then the Grim Stroke with the Ink Spell. Those stuff don't work well if you don't get a dagger on Centaur early enough.
Yeah. In a way,
And
this
he's not
screams to me
getting.
that
He's not getting a veil, so maybe it won't be that bad. But he's thinking about he's saving up so much
agree.
money, so maybe he'll just rush the dagger.
he's thinking about it, and he has a lot to think about as his team just continues to die. The techies gets caught up here on the top side. At least Lesh walks away. CZY in some trouble. They're able to connect with the Ink Swell, but Old 11, he is taking so much damage. Has to pop the Stampede just to trample all over the Vengeful Spirit. They'll at least walk away with that kill. Vinci doesn't have another homing missile for a bit, so can't continue the chase out. Not too bad, all things considered. The fact that the Lesh is preserved and the coil was used, at least that means the aggression will at least wane for a bit. I say that, but I mean, look at
They're gonna have a
they're just
big
starting to move
Enigma
towards mid now.
problem. Enigma's gonna
Oh,
take all your towers, and you can't do much about it right now. He's way too powerful with the Vlads, and he even feels like because he has such a great game, he's getting a Midas after the Vlads to secure his late game. Like I said, you know, there's nothing to stop the BKB Black Hole. So if you can
Yeah.
get there, you're gonna be an excellent win condition for your team.
Yeah. And speaking of win conditions, you were talking about this Centaur potentially getting an early blink and the Veil and whatnot. It feels like with this item decision with the Blade Mail, he is basically
What's he
putting
thinking
all
about?
the
Is he
responsibility on
going to
Butterfly
buy
Effect.
the whole blade, you know?
Is he
has enough
actually?
for dagger if he wants.
Maybe,
feel like
is he
he's
trying to
gonna do-
surprise them? Is that what this is? Like, he's trying to catch them off guard? Like, he doesn't want to reveal that he's going for Blade Mail?
Yeah, but if
I mean,
if you want to do that, you
right
keep
now,
the
and
career
he's gonna
nearby.
die. Okay,
not
well,
even gonna
Blade
buy
Mail or
any,
not,
just
he's
lose
just
his
dead
goal.
right now. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Old 11's thinking. Maybe it's a very heated discussion in the team comms right now as to what exactly the plan is. But one
I mean,
thing's
the
for
Grim,
sure,
look at
Mag
the Grim,
YOLO are
Grim.
completely...
Grim is like, please buy dagger, please, sir. I'm level 4.
Yeah.
I'm almost level 5. I have nothing to do if you don't buy dagger, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even if he buys Blade Mail, he might not even last long enough to actually put out meaningful damage. Butterfly Flag on his first rotation of the game. Nice little blast off through, but can they get a setup? Candy Loon, a little bit of trouble. The mines will be enough. The magic damage, so much burst, but the TP's coming through now. Mag YOLO, they've only brought the Venge up here, and that's not enough to really get anything done, especially with no swap available.
They're stealing the stacks,
So
though.
they'll lose their Enigma. Oh, yeah, that's kind of huge. I mean, you need to bring more of a response here, but the Grimstroke just goes down super easily. Old 11, with literally no items, he can't actually contribute. He's ended up switching his path,
What is
going
he
for
doing?
the...
He
I don't
Shroud,
I don't
wait,
know, but now
that's
he's
probably-
building an Eternal Shroud, and he's just
That's
farming,
probably
so...
he might be-
it's falling
he
apart
might
here a little bit
be-
here for Kev, it feels like.
might be too old for the team right now.
Damn. And coming from one of the older players to the other, it's just it seems
that's only
so
fair,
Undyne,
right?
he's gonna still yeah. Only you can say that. I can't say that. You know what I mean? You're in that position. Undyne does steal a pretty nice little stack though, but in the grand scheme of things, it really feels like it doesn't matter. For the greediness that kind of greediness that the Enigma last pick was, it didn't really get punished, right, Kev? They're supposed to hit this nice mid-game timing where the Lash is unkillable, and then you have the Centaur basically dragging
He
away
changed
the
his
focal
mind,
point
by
of
the
the
way.
fight.
He bought dagger.
Yeah.
He changed his.
Oh wait, he went back for dagger anyway? Dude, Old
He
11,
realized, oh.
what the hell?
I think somebody must be yelling at him in the game. Please.
Radiant's bottom tower
He is literally so indecisive. He can't decide.
I'm docking
It's
one
just like
month
he's-
salary if you don't buy dagger.
Yeah, like the coach just the coach like has an electric shock collar around his neck. Like if you don't buy dagger, he just zaps it. And he's like, oh my bad, sorry coach. Dagger or not, he's
Trying to
getting
hide the
homing missile
dagger.
down
Blink.
right now. Has to. If not, he's dead for sure. Nice little silence as well to stop any swap coming out from CZY. So Kev are able to retreat, but that's not really the Blink Dagger reveal that you wanted, although Old 11, it feels like he held all this gold for so long just to show it like that. It's a little sad.
Yeah, but at least Lash is very, very fat, so they can actually play around him. Like the Lash is actually so powerful right now at this stage of the game. I mean, he's not top level, but he has what he needs. Kaya, Point Booster, but working towards his Bloodstone runes.
Ooh. Good try there, but great awareness from Ooh to just phase shift preemptively out of that stomp that was coming through. This blink reveal into a double black hole. I
The
mean,
buy
they just
one,
make it
free
look
one
easy.
special.
Mag YOLO. Yeah, you just wherever you go, the Grimstroke's just an add-on. It's you don't even need to pay a price. You just get that one for free. 99 cents for 999 there. And Kev just lose their tier 1 like that. That's
Usually they have promotions like this at the end of the month, but they're having it early now,
Yeah.
at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, 2 weeks in only, they try to clear stock or what? Like, the Grimstroke, they're just giving it for free. Look, I'm gonna be honest here, it feels like this whole timing, playing with the Lash and whatnot, they haven't really been able to maneuver around Butterfly Effect. Even that move from Old 11, like, he went in blinked with the setup from Inkswell, but Butterfly Effect was just a bit too far away to get anything done.
I mean, they are anxious, like the game is not going well. They know that they have to try something. And the Centaur just felt like, all right, the classic initiating players, they can't take it. Everybody's so slow, then they just go in. Sure, you have one of those experiences. Why you guys so slow all the time? I can't take it.
Yeah, come on, bro. I have my
me.
blink. Let's fight, man. And yep, Grimstroke, another freebie. Candy Loon will enjoy this promotion. As, oh, bot side, what's going on? Oh, Trezem actually goes down, so it's a nice setup. I think that must have been Old 11 as well as Undyne. Just catching him up on some vision, it looks like. Yeah, some wards placed down preemptively. Find the Hoodwing just scampering into the jungle. That will be a nice pickup. I mean, if Kev can buy just a bit of time, it feels like they should be in a better position here. They just need to, connect a bit better on some of these moves.
They have Mag on techies now, so once the Lash has Bloodstone, it'll be like a very, very good timing. It's not that far, another 1.5k more to go.
Arcane Rune.
Arcane.
Comes Candy Loon with his own blink. They've swapped in Butterfly Effect. Is this really the target that you want to go for? You don't have the damage for now, and there is the Stampede. Nice little blast off, finishes off CZY. And Silent Stomp is the part Stomp down as well. Uh-oh, ooh. Just gets caught with his pants down a little bit here. Mag YOLO, it feels like they didn't really think that through. They try to commit onto Butterfly Effect before his Bloodstone, but it doesn't even matter. He's just a bit too tanky for them.
He's gonna have it now.
Everything else.
Thanks to the 2 kills, he actually got both the kills, and if he gets the tower, he's gonna have it.
Glyph has got to force him back for now, though. So at least,
they definitely need to respect this Lash. This Lash is very, very strong now.
Yeah.
I think if you don't if you don't have Black Hole, you actually have to chill, And now they kind of lost a portion of the lead that they amassed from the lanes.
Yeah. It's honestly not too bad, but I completely get what you're saying, and I agree, Winter, because it's like, if you keep taking these fights, that's gonna allow Kev to have this opening again where the Lash is gonna be unkillable. At the end of the day, you still are trying to make your way towards that be-all, end-all Enigma stage, right? He has one component of the BKB, so he's getting ever closer, but Butterfly Effect still has to be respected.
There's no Vessel, so he's gonna be very strong on the Lash for the next few minutes. I think as long as Black Hole is down, I don't really feel like they can easily kill him, because if they don't have Black Hole, the other reasonable way of them actually sniping and bursting him is you have to coil and you have to use the swap on the bench, which is not that easy when you have level 1 swap. Level 2 swap is a lot better to execute it, but at level 1 it's a lot harder, so it's not reliable.
Yeah.
18-minute rune.
Lacking a bit. This here, just as Vine C finishes up his Aghanim Scepter, it's not necessarily a huge fighting timing, but especially the Crystallis in his back pocket as well, that could be pretty significant. Now, worth mentioning as well that Trezem has a Mage Slayer on the way. That could do quite a bit of work on the Lash and cut his effective damage down by a significant amount.
No, they're just gonna take Roche. Just with the Bloods and the bench, I guess they just want to walk into Roche.
Yeah.
With the auras, they should be able to take it very quickly. Kev, on the other hand, probably not going to be able to fight.
Yeah, the positioning on the map is just completely on the offside here. They're just scrambling around the bot mid area, trying to push out waves, trying to get by whatever they can. But of course, Aegis in the hands of Vinci, he's going to feel a lot more confident going up to these objectives and clearing up the remaining tier 2 towers. And I mean, Kev, do you think they can afford to fight into this lineup now, or do you think it's like just dodge?
Probably just dodge, go for pickoffs until the Aegis is out. I think if you're fighting under your ward and you have preemptively set up in the area, like say with the Centaur and Grim already waiting in the area and the enemy's walking into vision, then maybe you can actually take those kind of fights. But you don't like smoke when the enemy is like pushing your tower as 4 or 5 heroes, and you go and engage. I think that would not be wise for them. Wait, did he? What? Tormentor is not up.
What?
He just died to jungle. What the hell?
What?
I think he turned off his
did he
armor
just...
at the wrong time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Probably
What
turn
the
off the
hell
armor.
was he doing? I mean, but who even did so much
He was
damage to him
close
that
to
he was
Radiant.
that low on HP? Oh my god.
I mean, that's the thing with lifestealers, right? If you're farming with armlet on, you actually don't want to farm with armlet on. I learned this recently. So you kind of, the way you're jungling, you actually have to turn off your armlet. You farm slower, but you don't lose HP. If you turn it on, you will lose HP. Oh my god, he missed the stun.
Candaloon. How you can't miss those, but it's still gonna be more than enough magic damage. They burst through the Enigma, and that means Shazam has to retreat.
Oh, nice try.
Even though they Mag YOLO have the Aegis, it's not too bad. They get a very high value pick off, and they still continue to.
By butterfly effect, that he tried to use the light collector to break the trees to find the hero tipping out. Almost got him.
Light collector, very very good item. Maybe because Fly has the light collector, so he's like, yeah, I can turn on my armlet and farm here. I have 12 HP regen during the daytime. But clearly, it wasn't enough. Randomly dies to neutrals.
No,
there.
you will
A little
lose.
bit
You will.
unfortunate.
I think regardless, you will lose HP. You will lose HP because I was looking at like some lifesteal tutorials and he was teaching everyone how to not farm with the armlet on.
999. In a little bit of trouble. The Stampede will get him to a slight corner of safety. Along with the Inkswell move speed, he actually manages to dodge out the vision, but it's too much damage. They find him in the tree line.
I mean, the Puck has Whisper of the Dread. That's probably one of the best ones you can get on Puck.
Yeah.
It's like 10%
Additional spell amp.
Spell
right?
amp.
For free?
Yeah.
Basically.
Smoking rocks.
The downside
Should
is kind of
definitely be a little
whatever,
bit
right?
lower.
Daytime vision reduced by 50%.
Yeah, you have teammates.
That's who even cares? Yeah.
You have teammates. Yeah, you have teammates. Just walk with your team. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All these Eidolons
If
gonna be
it,
giving you
it
vision
slows
anyway,
him,
each of them is
I
in
can
line.
understand, you know, if he slows his move speed like by 10 or 20.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be
Hell,
a
I
reason.
mean, even remove some
handicapping.
armor or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't know. It doesn't really
Here
feel like
comes
a
the
real
Radiance Dragon Lifestealer.
Oh, look at him go. He's burning them. That's crazy. They are all running away. They're so scared. They're like, ah, dragon! No! And that's it. It's the
You
long
recall
year,
there
you
was
know?
this
It's a year of
one
the dragon.
patch. There was this one patch where the Lifestealer players actually did this all the time.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember. It was
Then-
when it was
yeah,
like...
they
you
changed
would
it.
get-
I think they changed it. What did they change? Was it you can only get it at level
mid
2
lane?
out or something?
Ooh, oh, that's a perfect phase shift right in time. You see the Centaur coming from a mile away, but Grimstroke was waiting right for him. Ooh, should be in some trouble.
might live.
Another nice phase shift to dodge though. And he blinks out. Are you... No. No, this is illegal. He can't get away with this. You need to connect. You need to get this kill. Another phase shift, another dodge. You get the connection on the Inkswell, and finally, the puck's gonna go down. Sticky bomb. Felt like it was a lot harder than necessary, but smooth moves from the puck to make them waste that amount of time. And they get the kill in the end. And Mag YOLO, they haven't been able to use this Aegis throughout the past, like, what, 3-4 minutes?
Tower, I'd put on a hard hat. That baby is coming down.
It's gonna time out now, but you're gonna have BKB on Gyro. So I guess you're fine with it. It's kind of like a farming Aegis, sometimes people would say, the first one.
Yeah.
You
that's
get it
true,
and
that's
you
true.
ensure that your carry gets to his next item timing because the enemies doesn't really want to fight into your Aegis carrier. I mean, but on the other side of things, Butterfly Effect is going to be very, very strong now. He has his Sage completed. I mean, he's going to be very strong now. The Kaya, Sage, and Bloodstone. You have no Vessel, you have nothing to stop all this regen coming out. So you can only rely on your overwhelming damage with the Black Hole. It's not going to be easy to
Love
kill
to get
the
the-
Lash.
Don't look now. but
Grim has already have his shot, so he can save the Lash.
Kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Black hole is the only way, I feel.
Yeah. Butterfly effect. The only way to deal with a interstellar pony is to basically vacuum him in the strongest
I mean,
force
it's
known in the
not even
galaxy.
fair, right? Because the pony has a lifestealer infest to save him too, to back him up.
Yeah. We've seen this shit before. This was Matamba Man, saved from black hole type beat, right? Like, that's kind of what they can go for here on Kev as well. If you're just right on the cusp of the black hole, you can just pop in there anyway. And
Or get an Aether Lance, right?
yeah, yeah. Get a psychic hit, man. He gets Light Collector now. He clears the trees. He swaps in the psychic hit, man, just to pop in the infest. It'll be hilarious. We'll see what Fly goes for. For now, it's Sage and of course the Shard being picked up so he can get that open wounds and perhaps stick on a target a bit better. It's kind of one
Oh,
of the
that
tricky things
that,
about
that thing is
Lifestealer and
actually
Champion
so
Titan.
imba. Open wounds
Yeah.
actually gives you so much damage, and then it spreads like it's insane.
Yeah. And
It's
I
like
think,
one of
and
the
I think the
best
key
shots in the
difference
game.
is, yeah, especially for people who don't play Lifestealer, you know, you might be inclined to think, oh, you know, they're just giving him the passive. You're applying the passive onto people. Well, not really, because whoever gets afflicted by that, like, shard, also gets spell lifesteal. So the damage you do to people with spells
Yeah.
also heals you, which you can imagine goes crazy with this Lash. But now they'll just work on their Tormentors. Both teams don't really seem very keen on pushing the issue
Think
for
about
now.
it in the team fight. Lash is about to die. He casts open wounds, and Lash clicks all his buttons with Bloodstone. He's gonna lifesteal so much.
You know what's funny? You're saying Lash clicks all his buttons as if he doesn't just press 2 and then he just does an insane amount of damage. It's not even like, you know, we were talking about him being an honest man's
just the-
Husker,
just
but
the
at some
R
point this
button.
guy... Yeah, just
the R
clicks
button,
the R button and he's owning. What can you do? For now, though, it doesn't seem like I mentioned, Mag YOLO... Okay, we talked about the BKB Enigma being an insane late game timing, nothing that Kev can do. Do you think that means Mag YOLO are okay going late game? Do they have the better late game lineup in a 5-5?
Yeah, at this point they can't really force things too much. They don't really have the lead that they used to have. And
Yeah.
if you look at the gyro, he's probably saying like, okay, even with the BKB, I'm not exactly that strong yet, so I'm gonna also need to farm. And then Anima's probably also saying the same thing. You know, I'm not too, you know, in a rush to fight. I don't mind this game going long. I don't mind getting extra items on this hero.
Bottom tower is getting obliterated. If you're in the
So
vicinity,
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
feel like the game is gonna just slow down.
that baby is gonna
Everybody's gonna farm. And he's getting Octarine Core with his Mitre, so that's as greedy as you can get on Enigma.
Yeah, Mag YOLO really greeting it up this game. I mean, from the draft, they've played really well to get themselves an early advantage, but some of it has slipped away.
coil.
It's a nice 3-man Dream Coil, finding 3 of them and instantly into the black hole. Finds 2.
Well,
It's own
need
11
his
as well
Aether
as Undying. They will just go down. But oh no, he gets soulbound up right now. They can't finish the kill off just yet. Now Fly in some trouble. He needs to find an infest target. He has no one to run to. He's silenced up and knocked down.
It's on cooldown.
Very, very awkward
It was actually
situation.
on cooldown.
I mean, I guess he was infested in someone else just now, but that... I mean, how did they even get that vision initially? Did they... I guess they had a ward in that area, spotting out 3 and just the instant
Yeah,
snap
they
maneuver.
and Sentry. Whenever you're holding these type of positions, it's always just safer to Sentry the area, because you never know, right? You don't want to be... And then now he buys a gem
Yeah.
instantly because he knows something wasn't right. How did he lose that fight?
Yeah.
The only way we lost that fight
Yeah.
is the enemy already saw us before we set up. So he buys a gem right away. I mean,
That's
that was
exactly what happens.
a big thing, big turn in the game. You
Yeah, it
know,
feels
at
like another
the
situation where-
post game team talk, there'll be people saying, "Please don't save that 50 gold, please."
Yeah, just put the sentry down, man. Like, you just clear the vision, and just because of that, Look, I don't know whether that fight gives Mag YOLO the advantage that makes them feel comfortably ahead in the game, but it
Not
is pretty
yet.
significant,
Yeah.
right? The fact that you kill Fly, you just need 1 or 2 more of those fights, but without the black hole now, it might be high time for Kev to find a little bit of an opening as well. The rush spawn is a bit longer, 1 minute 40 seconds until that's up, so that actually works against Kev because it's gonna allow the black hole to come back up, but they can just control this area and actually establish vision this time.
So it's gonna be, it's actually gonna be a daytime rush for sure. So it's gonna be a bot rush, which probably
Dyer's
favors.
middle tower is
I
getting
guess.
one hell of a beat.
At this point, it's hard to say.
gotta favor
Whoever
Mag
goes
YOLO,
there and set
right?
up first. I'm not sure though, but
I
because
mean,
if
either
the
way-
Dire team they already set up there, like if they think about it now, they're already planning it on it. They gate over, they sentry ops
Ooh.
the area, then they'll have control.
This is a cool move coming
But
out
I
from
guess
Mag
they
YOLO
feel
here. They're
like
not
they
too
have to
scared that they don't
defend.
have a black hole. Yeah, they
guess they feel
don't
like
know
they
when
have
the
to
Roche is
defend the
coming
area
up.
now.
That's the problem.
Yeah, because they don't know.
They're trying to encroach.
We know.
Look at them throwing all the spells. Yeah, they're panicking. They're worried that the Aegis is going the other way, but I guess that's where the Roshan's Raw is very beneficial, right? If they were taking it, no, you wouldn't even know because it was Mag YOLO who got the first Aegis. So yeah,
Oh,
they're just
so
operating
breaks.
blind here. Speaking of blind, they're gonna run straight into
Oh, he got
Vinci,
stunned.
stomp him up, and they have the control of the gyro. Where's the backup right now? Soulbind onto Vinci. There's the swap, getting the BKB off and starting to do the damage back the other way. CZY will be the first one to fall, but Kev haven't really needed to commit anything other than Soulbind. With that, they're not gonna feel comfortable enough to continue fighting with their gyro. They'll back up and probably give up this tier 1 tower as well. Old 11 still looking for more here.
That was
blinking onto that
crazy,
high
man.
ground.
By then to
Yeah.
just run in there and blink in. I mean, I don't know if they
yeah.
actually knew the cooldowns of the black hole exactly. It was like 5 seconds more. It's like so crazy.
Yeah.
If the animal had black hole, I'm pretty sure he wanted to fight there. It was insane. But
Ooh,
they
the
didn't
coil.
lose the gyro, so they only lost the bench. That was good for them.
Yeah, I think... Was there a TP out from the Lifestealer in the trees? Because he almost got caught by a coil there, actually. Fly
Yeah,
was
probably.
trying to
That's
hide
it, yeah.
away, but the puck... Yeah, a little bit too late, and the rest of the team is going to converge now. It's all about this bot side. Black Hole is available, Soulbind is not. And your BKB on the gyro should be up in 30 seconds, but I'm not sure whether you can afford to wait for it. Starting to encroach upon this area. There are mines here to spot them out. The vision being established. It seems like Kev aren't fully committing in this area. They're still pretty split up here. And that's actually going to allow Mag YOLO to be the ones first into the pit.
Yeah, Lifestealer wants to finish his Aghanim's. He's like 300 gold shot. I think that's why they are like hovering around the area. But now with the Raw, so they'll know what's going on. He
Yeah,
can't really
they
finish
need
the
to make
item
a
unless he
move.
sells stick.
It does get a little bit awkward. I don't
I mean,
know.
the
how
Lash is not
key
even
decisions
here.
being made
Lash
here.
is mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's
is
the weird
like,
thing,
I'm
right?
taking
Kev,
the
they're
tower, guys.
completely... Yeah, I guess. I mean, he doesn't even get it because they use the glyph, and just like that, the Aegis. It was such a big hoo-ha in the top side, but it's not going to matter. Vinci's going to get his second life. And now you have the Roshan banner. Very cool. I know they were talking all about it in Dream League. Roshan's banner now on the Hoodwink, so we'll have to watch out where that gets placed down.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna have this Wind Waker against Black Hole later. Unless they get Nullifier. So there'll be some form of counterplay against Black Hole.
Yeah. The Hoodwink starting to do considerable amounts of damage with that Maelstrom, as well as the Mage Slayer and the Nemesis Curse as well. So going for a Black Hole of her own, maybe trying to stand her ground against the immense magic burst that can come through from Kev. Still keeping an eye on Trozam to see where the Roche banner gets placed down, but well, another situation where, you know, that first Aegis, it was the farming one. So Winter, is this second Aegis time to go, or are they still waiting for the late game?
Time to go. Time to walk in the landmine area. The minefield. Look at that minefield.
Play a little bit of Minesweeper from the skies, right? You gotta...
Why would he actually...
making
would he
something
trying
happen.
to... Okay. I guess it was for the previous fight. It's strange that he actually mined it this area now. Now they're going high ground. And you're gonna need a minefield here.
Yeah. It's a bit too late though. I mean, Vinci's already here, so you can't really set up an extensive minefield. The rest of the side of Kev will TP back for the defense though, so it's not gonna be such an easy affair to just walk up high ground. We'll see how confident Mag YOLO are feeling.
I am not a betting man unless it's basketball.
And they have to try to
Yeah,
they have to try to utilize this Aegis, I think. I guess you take the 2 remaining outer towers. High ground is still very dangerous, you know? Like high ground is just
It's so
you don't
scary,
want to lose like
man.
a
It's
bad
so
fight there.
scary.
It's just the
Kenny
glyphs, you
Loon's
know,
working
like
his way
too many
towards
glyphs
the...
and-
Yeah, it's tough as well because your
Aghanims.
only objective... Yeah, Aghanims for the Enigma.
You can tell
But just kind of 700 gold away, that's gonna be huge. The additional max HP damage will do a lot of work against Lash. But again, I think you keep mentioning, without something like the Spirit Vessel, or they don't even have a Shivas on their team, actually, so nothing to really cut through these high HP pools. It's just pure damage.
It'll be funny if the Enigma black holes the Lash and then the lifesteal actually infests the Enigma and kills him.
Yeah, that's something that could happen. Well, there's gonna be a lot of
Yeah, I
shenanigans
guess
in the fight for sure,
if
right?
you're
This
full HP,
stupid-
you're probably not gonna die. But it'll
Yeah.
be funny.
It's a lot of damage though, actually. Like I feel like people underestimate how much Life Stealer is actually ripping
It's like
up
what?
your insides.
Right click, one right click. Like right clicks like
Yeah,
well, one time,
like
once a
12
second, or what?
yeah.
It's just like a normal right click. Your attack speed.
yeah, I guess so. I mean the duration of it is oh, it doesn't even say reduces infest
It doesn't
short
say, so
duration.
I
Yeah, it
don't know.
doesn't say. Dota tooltips, pot crazy.
Dire is
We'll just have to count. When we see it, we'll just have to count the amount of seconds.
I mean,
right
let's
now-
be fair. You're
okay,
probably not
with-
dying if you're full HP
I am not a betting
on
man.
Enigma.
Yeah, okay,
Probably
sure.
not,
sure.
right? If
Winter,
the Enigma
Winter, you're gonna have to
dies-
help me count.
Cricket will
You have to help me count the amount of seconds this Life Stealer's in there. And of course, all of this is affected by status resist, which, to be fair, none of these players have. Based on what I'm seeing, at least. No status resist. The smoke move up, though. The side of Mag YOLO, like you mentioned, they want to get this Aegis, put this Aegis to work, but they haven't really been able to meaningfully push down the lane. They take the tier 2 mid, I guess, but there's still a tier 2 top remaining. And they're just
They're
slowly
trying to
making their
catch
way
a
over.
straggler and push the top tower at the same time. But a little bit of a wasted smoke here, I would say, for Mag YOLO.
Yeah.
When late
Doesn't- it
game,
doesn't
when
really
it comes to
do
late game, all
anything.
these smoke charge, yeah, all these smoke charges are actually very valuable resource for your team.
Yeah, for now, they're just clearing out the creep waves where they can and grouping around. And more than anything, good discipline from Kev, right? Because there's only really one major objective on the outskirts of the map so far, and it's just tier 2. So they made very well aware amongst themselves to clear out their area. Don't get caught out. Give a kill. That's a free high ground push. 17 seconds left for this Aegis, which means even if they go out to high ground, it's going to run out. Even without second life, maybe it's enough. Maybe Vinci has farmed just enough with the Lincoln Satanic BKB Agonyms.
Don't look now, but
So, I mean, this is basically 2 or 3 items away from peak gyro at this point. You can't get much more survivable than this. Starting to punch away on the tower, but seems like there's a shard and the swap back immediately, saving that gyrocopter for now. But in the same vein, the Wind Waker is going to allow Old 11 to sneak his way out of trouble. So as quickly as it started, this push just dissipates, and it seems like Mag YOLO aren't in any interest to continue this going. Now there seems to be a wraparound move. Kev, they want to be the ones aggressing right now. Maybe trying to catch somebody.
Yeah, they know there's no swap,
Oh,
no save.
oh, they were trying to find the path.
Should be fine? Oh no, he's not fine. JK, I'm
Just
kidding.
too much damage. Yeah, good joke, Winter. We got it. the Park, I thought it was fine too because he was pulling off so many crazy jukes, but I guess just got caught out. I don't think the Storm connected, but it's just ran out of options, I guess. And he has the Nemesis Curse as
Maybe
well,
it
so
might
he's
have
taking
been
so much more damage.
He might have been the Stampede, because the hero of Stampede standing on him, so you can't really blink out on it. It might have been that, not sure, because he couldn't
Yeah.
blink.
That's fair, that's fair. And now 45 seconds without your Park, it doesn't still seem like Kev really want to get anything done. It's a bit of a strange game here where, you know, the first series, we just saw Team Zero completely go along off the map at record pace. And now, both these teams, despite having what we think are advantages, it's still a pretty even game, but none of them are comfortable enough to really challenge each other.
I mean, late game is gonna be favorable for the Enigma, I feel. Enigma with his Agonyms late game. BKB, imagine he gets to... I think once he gets to the refresher, then it's definitely gonna be super favorable for MAG. I think Kev is gonna be playing against that timing. They have to try to breach high ground before the Enigma gets those items. Because you can kind of still use buybacks to throw your body at the black hole now, you know, before he has a refresher. But once he has a refresher, then you can't do that.
Still very much feels like this black hole timing is something that Kev have in mind here. They haven't seen it used just yet to a meaningful degree in what feels like the past 10 minutes, right? We haven't really seen a big team fight or big black hole. Both these teams very comfortable just pushing side lanes, sticking around each other and trying to find someone making a mistake more than make a concerted move. And for now, it might be 999. See that there's Just a camp being farmed up here, and the vision being taken should inform them that there's a Grim in the area, but they don't actually have detection, so he's able to just TP his way out. Very, very sneaky stuff. I didn't even realize they actually have double Wind Waker. Each of the horses have a Wind Waker.
You know what they say? Good things always come in pairs.
Yes, true. True. That's why we have 2 horses in this game. And that's why he wants to get 2 black holes, right? Refresher, double it
what
up.
do you
Easy.
what do you say? What do you say if the centaur drags the pony on his horse? I mean on his war cart, right? It's like a horse on horse action.
Wait, that's really... Wait.
Actually, that would
I
be.
just
Can you?
realized-
No, I don't think you can drag it out of the black hole, right? Can you?
I don't think so.
I'm not
I don't
sure,
think so.
but I
But
think
they're
you probably
invulnerable if they're in the... The cart basically makes them immune to the geomagnetic grip of black hole, which is kind of crazy. Right? Because it
So
makes
what,
you
you can pull him
invulnerable. I don't think you can pull him out, but if it's in the cart, he's not going to get black holed, right? I don't know. It's going to be funny. You're just basically parading the lightning pony around. We'll see whether that ends up coming to fruition. I also wonder if the centaur ends up getting a refresher, can he have 2 concurrent carts at the same time? Or is it just going to be 1 cart refreshed? We'll have to see whether that even becomes a thing. Good try on the bushwhack with the acorn shot. But Fly not going to fall for it. Both these teams very, very tense here. This is, after all, the first game of a best of 3, right? And they're both in the upper bracket, so you don't want to lose that advantage of a second lease on life this early on. But they're really playing patient here. 2k gold lead is basically nothing. It's still anyone's game. It's going to come down all to the execution in the team fight. "17 seconds left."
Probably
for-
gonna wait
10
for the
seconds now
next
for the
row.
rush.
Yeah, they're probably
coming
gonna
up
just
already.
wait for that. So it's gonna be a daytime rush. I guess that will favor Mag YOLO since they're already positioned in this area now.
Yeah. Also, worth mentioning that we're seeing more and more of these players actually stockpile the Roche banners, right? Like just Trezam still has the
Lifestealer?
initial one that they got.
Wait, is he actually? Where's the Enigma? Okay, Enigma's a little bit too far. If Enigma's there, he's done. He's actually. I can't believe he actually walked in like this.
Yeah, and the rest of his team is so far away too.
He's crazy.
Which is kind
Yeah,
of
this
insane.
guy's crazy.
Yeah, wait,
Dude,
what?
if
Wait, I
Enigma's
just
there,
realized,
he's
yeah, what is he
dead.
doing? Yeah, doesn't he just get black hole
was
and then
just
what?
scouting
I
the
mean, I guess. Okay. To be fair, Butterfly Effect was in the area and did have a Wind Waker, right? So he could have just blinked in and saved his ally. Would have been fine.
Okay.
But this is the major fight about to break out here. Both these teams holding their perimeter. One on the top side of the lane and one on the bot. None of them really wanting to breach. It's so risky right now as Fly is smoked up, looking for an angle in. You're gonna have to watch for this Centaur War Runner and his initial stomp, or maybe it's Puck who'll get the jump first. Finds the Lifestealer and a double call out. Candy Loon looking for that black hole, but can't find the
he didn't
connection in
connect.
time. Fly gets swapped back into the fray, but he's inside the Enigma for now. The rest of the team needs to come out and help him. He comes back straight into a black hole, and only 11 gets pulled in as well. It's not enough damage to kill off Fly. He's able to stand his ground and fight, and Lifesteal up against Vinci. Popping the BKB now on the gyro, but he just can't do enough damage. Too much healing, too much HP, and they just get crushed underfoot here. Mag YOLO. It's a good initiation, but it's just not enough. The Lifestealer Aghanim's allows him to infest inside that Enigma. By the time for the rest of the team to respond, and this third Roshan, it's all the way of Kev.
He actually almost solo killed him in that Aghanim's infest.
Yeah.
He was
Oh
down
my
to 30%,
goodness.
25% health, you know, so he actually could have killed him. Holy crap, I didn't expect that to do so much damage. I guess you
Yeah,
don't build
same.
because
I
you're
mean,
building
Fly.
refresher, Aghanims, you don't buy any armor items, that's why you die so quickly.
Yeah. The only thing that he has is like a little bit of armor from Vlad's and 250 health talent. That's it. Everything else he's just paper, right? And
I
he
mean,
just
that's
gets
so
shredded
little
apart.
right now.
It's- Yeah, it's nothing. And I think we didn't mention as well that I'm not very sure whether any particular Wind Waker saves came into the picture there, but it clearly didn't even matter because both the Centaur as well as the Lash were able to get in there, break up the fight, and even though this Park has gone for a very damage-heavy build with Maelstrom, Axe, hell, even the Witchblade, it just didn't do enough damage in
I
that
mean,
fight
the
to
Enigma
lock down
kind of
Flyfly.
panicked initially. He BKB
Yeah.
early and he didn't get his connection off, and then he got infested by lifesteal, and he did the right thing. He black hole on the ground right away on himself because he knew that the lifesteal was
Yeah.
gonna pop out. But it was just like too much damage already done, you know. If he caught the lifestealer in at the beginning of the fight, then it would have been a totally different story.
Yeah. And at that point in the fight,
Just,
the only two people presenting themselves are Butterfly Effect and Lifestealer. They were completely fine there, as now they're pushing up towards the high ground. With that Lash in place, just doing a lot of damage to that tower. Are they gonna try and push the issue here, you think? I mean, no reason to back up, right?
Yeah, so
No
they
black hole.
they actually have Nullifier on Hotwing, so they can actually black hole and kill now. You can't Wind Waker.
Oh, the
gyro.
jump out onto Vinci again. It's a quick swap back. The gyro is fine for now, but the bench, not so much. Gonna get killed off. Wind Waker back
Refresh.
to safety. And infest straight into the gyro to buy themselves some time. He's gonna be
my
completely
God,
fine. Gonna
this is
try
so
and
cool.
pull Flyfly as deep in as possible. But this Lifestealer Aghanim's is just ripping them a new one. They don't have any way of combating it because he's just in there like a little unborn baby, sapping away at your resources. And you just look at him, you're like, well, I guess this is my fate for the next however many seconds. Nobody's counting. Starting through again, Butterfly Effect, he still has that second life, so he's feeling so comfortable up on this high ground. And without your Venge safe, you've got to be more careful with your positioning on the gyro. Now there is a black hole available, again, Candy Loon. He can redeem himself in this situation, but with 2 lives on the Lash and the Centaur and the rest of the gang still waiting, it's so scary here.
Yeah, no swap.
Standing in the midnight
Gyro
pulse.
can't really frontline.
Oh, Radiant's bottom barracks just fell.
Butterfly Effect. He's taking quite a bit of damage from the Midnight Pulse, but it's not enough to ward him off, and he will be able to take that Rex. What 11 actually is holding on to 2 gems, which is hilarious. And both of them are owned by CZY. So, funny little situation
Yeah,
there.
sticking to the team, you know, good things come in pairs. You need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
have 2 gems.
Good things come in pairs, and I mean, you need to stick to the team now. You need to get a second lane of Rex. If not, it's not fair. It's just one. They still will try and push the issue. Maybe 10 seconds left on the bench respawn. That's where they'll back up a little bit because that's what's going to give Vinci a bit more freedom in these fights. Have to see though, straight up into the high ground again. Butterfly Effect, he's taking quite a bit of damage. There is the Nullifier, like you mentioned, and with the Sharpshooter, they'll actually be able to punch down the first life of the Lash. Able to blink out back to safety. And call down doesn't connect on
Yes,
anyone.
that-
I mean, more than anything, Mag YOLO, they are able to hold and at least repel
Yeah,
the
the back.
attacking force of Kev for now.
I mean, they should probably still get. What do they need? They need to make sure that you can save in the. Now there's Black Hole and Nullifier, so does that mean you need Lincolns? I'm not sure. Because if
On-
you
on
if
the
you get
left,
Black
you
Hole and
mean?
you have Lincolns, you don't. Yeah, you don't get Nullified, then you can get Wind Waker by your teamate.
Oh,
I
that's
don't know
true.
if
Yeah, I
he's
mean, they're
actually
playing
gonna do
4D chess here. The layers on layers. They're building upon it. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I mean, the Hoodwing, especially with the extended cast range now, it's gonna be. Not to mention, she also
Yeah, I
actually
feel
has
like
a
it
Timeless
could
Relic, so that
actually-
debuff duration as
It
well.
could actually be a thing. Yeah, it actually could be a thing to get
Yeah.
Lincolns now on Lash.
For now, he is eyeing up that overwhelming blink. Looking for the setup onto Vinci, hoping that there's not a swap available. CZY still holding on for the very last moment to bring that gyro back to safety. Has to sacrifice his life for it. So Flyfly wasn't able to get the infest on the gyro in time. But it doesn't matter because, again, 1 minute without your Venge, and it seems like they're not too fussed about it. They'll just rotate up to this top side instead and try and get this final remaining outer tower.
If you're a fan of Radiant's top tower, I shut my eyes. Radiant's top tower just got demolished.
He didn't buy anything yet. He has like 8k go on the Lash, and they're doing this push.
He's focused, man. He needs to get that second pair. How can good
Dude,
things
it's,
only come in
it's
one? It doesn't-
important, you know. 13k net worth lead is like only 4k.
It's all on him, right? Oh, and they come straight with a coil. But where's the follow-up? The Bushwhack doesn't actually connect. The Puck, he's trying to do what he can, getting the connection onto Undyne. They kill off the techies and they get the Life Stealer in the mix as well. But he's able to get the Infest again! Time and time, he's just sneaking right into their own bodies and ripping them asunder. Come through with the double stun as well. Old 11, he was waiting for this one. Vincey desperately trying to Life Steal up with his Satanic. It's a decent amount of healing and he's standing his ground for now. He needs a bit more backup and he doesn't have it. The swap comes out a bit too late, but so do the buybacks. Mag YOLO, they want to hold this fight and they want to stand their ground, but ooh, he needs to watch himself. The return, it's doing a lot of damage back his way. Nice Glimmer Cape from 999, but they have that detection. And the homing missile should be able to run him down, but all things considered, all you lose is your support on Kev, and you force out what is 3 buybacks. Yeah, Butterfly Effect, he's still going in for it. Very, very ballsy. This guy doesn't care. He makes it a double, but it might be his death as well. Gets swapped back, still has the Bloodstone running, the Butterfly coming out as well. He's in the middle of the Midnight Pulse, and he doesn't give a shit. He's fine. Butterfly Effect is out of there. Honest or not, this is disgusting from Butterfly Effect.
What the hell? They couldn't kill him with 5 heroes in the game.
Yeah, I mean, what the heck? They just have 4 heroes there, just...
Alright, this hero is this is too much.
Yeah,
I mean, if you don't have anything to deal with the region, you're actually not killing him. Okay, they need to buy Skadi. Somebody needs to buy a freaking Skadi.
Situation here. You know, they're still sort of trying to hold the area around their base. Yeah, okay, so sorry for the technical difficulties, folks. We'll give you an audio broadcast for now because I think we've had a little bit of a crash on our side. But, you know, Winter and I still in the game. It seems like Kev, they're looking to deal the death blow here. 23k gold lead up, breaching onto this high ground again. Straight up there, they've got the Hex on the Puck. A nice swap back again from CZY. Saves the Puck for now, and they have control onto Own 11, trying for the Infest for the save. But Fly can't get to help his offlaner in time. Now he's getting auto attack down, and without the Infest, just narrowly saved by the Soulbind double Hex coming out from his supports, Kev. Without their Centaur Wall Runner now, they need to back up. Back to safety. Straight into AD room, but they gotta watch themselves here.
You can actually
bash
the Enigma, right? If you have Abyssal and you're Aghanim and you're
oh my god, yeah! Dude, wait, this Life Stealer is actually disgusting. This Life Stealer hero is kind of gross. Like, it's
they should be able to bash him, right? If you,
I think so, yeah, because it's auto attacks, right?
Never seen
attacking
it come into
play. From the inside. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, we might. This game seems to be going a little bit later. As sorry about the issues again, folks. We'll be getting into the game as soon as possible. But for now, you're just gonna have to contend with us narrating as much as we can. Vincey tries to get a sneaky little courier. Okay, we're back. So yeah, Vincey tries to get a little shopping done at the enemy secret shop because he assumes they're in his triangle. No, they're back to safety and he loses his. So no hope for a Divine Rapier, which is what he's queuing up right now.
Probably the only way to save the game. I think against agility heroes, you probably get the brooch nowadays. That's the way you do things in the late game. But against strength heroes, Rapier is still good.
Oh, they smoked up here. Vincey leading the charge. Trying for
the Rapier.
He can get both supports first. That's going to be huge. Yeah, he gets the Rapier in his hands. But I think the side of Kev are fully aware of this. They probably saw him just stroll on by. So, tender situation now. Roche is up, which is what these two teams are grouping around the bot side for. It's all going to come down to
They have the Soulbind double Hex combo now. So that's going to be huge if they can actually initiate with that. I mean, how does that work with the Aghanim's Infest? Can you go inside 2 heroes? Probably no, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. A lot of crazy interactions that have yet to be sort of discovered here with Dota scientists. But right now, the high ground, it's being held. As much as Kev have an advantage now, it feels like it could all just slip away with one good team fight. Just holding their ground.
Yeah, imagine if he gets Soulbind on the Gyro and Enigma, and then Life Stealer infests them.
Oh, it's gotta be over, yeah. Insane. There's a refresher now for this Enigma, so double black hole is part of the picture if he can survive that long. That's really been the problem for Candy Loon so far. Into the pit they go. Starting to hit away, and because it was Kev who got that last roach,
Lash
they're
is
not
not
going to
here.
get a notice about it. Yeah, once
Going
again,
for
the
the
Lash
reps.
is in this... I don't know whether I agree with it. They'll still come through using the bots to
he
come
got the
through, and
Aegis.
all 11 actually gets the Aegis. He's gonna be fine. Fly in some trouble though. He doesn't have a second life, but he has an infest straight into the gyro again. You've refreshed up. You're looking for a second black hole on Candy Loon, holding both the Centaur as well as the lifesteal. And for the first time this game, you'll be able to kill him off immediately. Coming through with the buybacks. You still haven't dealt with the Lash. Do you have enough damage? The Wind Waker away back to safety. Onto the high ground, Kev. They've brought in the full force here, and they will be able to edict down Trezam, punch down Vinci as well. And without the buyback and without your gyro for another 2 minutes, things are hairy. Divine Rapier on the deck, and it was a good try
should
there
just buy
from the
everyone.
Enigma. But it just wasn't enough. Yeah, I mean, you just
No
buy
black
everyone,
hole.
Kev. It's a 3v5 situation.
hole.
The only thing keeping you in the game was this gyro, and it's out of the picture now. You can just finish the game right here and take us to a game number 2. Setting up the vision. They still want to
here we
try,
go,
but jumping
swap.
in already. CZY already. They got the touch on the Puck. Hex up as well. And Puck is down. This has to be GG. Your 2 most important calls. The refresh, just a stampede. And it is called by CZY. A little bit of an unfortunate, unceremonious ending, but you gotta respect it. Mag YOLO, they give it the best shot. And it was a nice set of black holes, but it's just to the point where Kev, they're a bit too far ahead for it to matter.
Yeah, I mean, just very, very excellent late game decision making. I think especially by the lifestealer, his item choices were like definitely game winning for his team. In the early game, they didn't really work really well with the Centaur, but I think when it came to the mid game, when Kev, they were playing around the Lash, they were playing around the lifestealer, I think that's when everything came together with their heroes, and they were able to win crucial team fights after team fights. And unfortunately for MAG, they had the advantage with the first 2 Aegis, but they weren't really able to convert it into something substantial. They did like kill all the outer towers and took map control, but they couldn't really like win like a significant team fight off the black hole. I felt like the key one was it the the bottom one where the Enigma, he BKB and he couldn't get a good black hole off, and that was like the first time they fought with the BKB black hole. And after that, the lifestealer, he was able to infest into him, and they kind of lost the team fight because of that.
Yeah, I mean, that Aghanim's pickup was just everything. I feel like every single fight that we saw is just, oh, you're nearly killing Fly. No, haha, I'm inside you. You've lost the fight. That basically just repeated itself over and over. And I think, you know, they didn't really do enough to stop the lifestealer throughout the game. Even when he was kind of struggling in that early game, it felt like the Lash was just unaddressed, right? So way too many problems, unfortunately, for the side of Mag YOLO to deal with. But it was a good attempt. Okay, you talk a bit about some of these key teamfight connections. Is there anything else that you feel like went wrong, or do you think it's purely executional? Is there anything you'd like them to tweak going into Game 2's draft, or any sort of idea about the game?
I mean, mostly it's just the execution. I think everything else is, it's like, yeah, sure, you can have a better way of doing certain things, but at the end of the day, what it matters came down to the teamfight execution.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, it was kind of heartbreaking to see that moment that you mentioned, like the key moment where Candy Loon comes out and you're like, oh, he's gonna get the black hole on the lifestealer, he's screwed, and then it just never pans out that way. It's a painful thing, but that's kind of what happens when you put all your eggs in the Enigma basket. You either land the big out or you don't. And unfortunately for Mag YOLO, they will be having to think about how they want to execute a bit better in game number 2, which we'll have for you after a short break. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be Kev up against Mag YOLO after this. very warm welcome back, everybody, to the Elite League Chinese Close Qualifiers here. My name is Purposely, and I'm joined by Winter, and we've just had, a lot better of a start to the series, right? We don't talk about the first series. It's Mag YOLO up against Kev this time round, and that game went pretty even throughout what feels like the gross majority of it, and then just a couple of missed teamfight executions, the Enigma black holes not really connecting, and everything just fell apart.
Yeah, I forgot to try out all the lifestealer mechanics. Did you actually do it?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't actually. But I'm willing to put good money on the fact that he could probably bash. He could probably bash you in Infest, is what I'm thinking. Are you trying it out right now? Are you?
I'm actually gonna try.
Okay, no, I'll leave you to it. But
insane.
yeah, it's kind of a crazy eggs the more and more we talked about it, and that really was the reason why I feel like they won so many of those engagements. It's just that, Mag YOLO, sure, they have an obscene amount of damage, but it didn't really matter. Credit where credit is due, though. I feel like early game they maneuvered it pretty well. They got themselves a pretty good advantage, started mopping up some of these tier 1s across the map. It kind of feels like they didn't really do anything with that advantage, though.
The game started. I
Wait,
didn't
so
get
can
a chance
you?
to try it out.
No,
the game
not
started.
like this.
Oh,
That's a shame.
I was about to try it.
Okay.
Well, it's okay.
Well,
I'll
it's
try
fine.
It
We'll-
later.
we'll-
I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll know.
Pretty
Just-
sure we're
just
not gonna
gotta-
see
just
the
gotta
same
write it
thing
down.
again.
Yeah, I think the life stealer is definitely going to be something that Mag YOLO are thinking about for sure. As we do have a draft, we're getting into it very shortly, so hang on to your seatbelts. But yeah, I think this is a good sign, because I think even though Kev are very much one of the favorite teams coming in, Mag YOLO, there's some glimmers of potential. There's some. I think they could very well take a game off of Kev, and maybe even the series if Kev let their guard down.
Yeah, I mean, overall strategy is going to be very important. I think the first game definitely came down to who had the better understanding of the timings within their draft, and I mean, obviously the
Yeah.
team fight execution was also another issue in the first game. But having like a more all-rounded lineup, more late game security, I think is going to be very important in this series. Seems like both teams are very patient. They're not really a team that wants to rush to wrestle an advantage during the early to mid game. They are both happy trading farm, feeling that they have the better late game. So I feel like we might see a similar second game, and execution and the draft is gonna play a pivotal role in deciding who has the upper hand here.
Yeah, taking the techies out of the picture. No surprises there. We've seen what insane work it can do throughout the entire game, and even last game, right? I think Imitator was looking really good on that hero. Or was it Undyne? I don't remember at this point. But the crux of the matter is it's a problem, right? Just get that out of the picture. Mag YOLO prioritizing some of the old 11 heroes, or maybe just the strong off-laners of the patch. Shadow Demon being taken out as well. Maybe something like a Luna on the horizon. They'll start things off with a Bat Rider. So a bit more maybe A- tier in terms of the supports, but still very, very competent at trading in the lanes.
A minus, do you say? A minus.
Yeah, is that bad? Like, do you think it's A?
No,
I think it's
no,
A-.
it's high. It's high up there for sure. I think he's only probably in terms of securing lane. I think he's probably only below Tekis and
Right?
who else are actually because Tekis is definitely the strongest lane. Tekis and Chen probably those are the two
Yeah.
strongest laners for supports, and maybe Enchantress if you count her as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the hero just has a lot of utility in the game. Like as a support on bat, you can. I mean, it's not necessary that where you think about this hero and you feel like you need to rush a dagger. I think on a support role, a lot of players make the mistake of thinking that every game you just need to buy blink. I think some of the games it's okay that you actually just buy a solar crest, you buy maybe drums, or maybe what else do you actually? I've seen people buy a mech. I think mech is also reasonable in some games. Or vessel.
Yeah.
I've actually tried the vessel build myself. When I was playing in a game where I felt like the enemy we need vessel to deal with the enemy, like Morphling, Lash, all these type of heroes. I think it's all about understanding the situation and knowing what you have to purchase in that particular game. So they have I guess this this could mean that the try versus try is going to be the Marcy, Lina, Bat Rider. These are going to be the three heroes. So pretty strong. Marcy can go in, and Lina can follow up with stun, with Bat Rider, a flame break. So pretty solid at fighting at the runes, and let's see what Kev does to respond to this. Oh, bench conquer
Mag YOLO
is like
starting things out.
it's like a classic one of mine, you know. In Dota 1 days, I did this combo a lot. As a support
Yeah,
duo, so we
it's,
would X mark the bench and swap people in, so that then you pull the bench back. So it's like a free hook,
Yeah.
you know.
Just save her immediately, right? But I don't know whether that's the
It's
application we're
not
gonna
a
see
thing
right
now.
now.
No, it's not a thing now anymore. It's not now. It's not anymore.
It's too cheesy. I mean, now the Kanka can kind of do it himself with the tidal wave, pull you back as well. Quick pick
Yeah,
on the Sven,
why-
so a
why
very
even swap?
blue draft. Hoodwink as well. So taking a page out of the Mag YOLO book from previous game. Any sort of read up, because I mean I get the Sven, right? A lot of good burst damage can capitalize on the setup. You already have minus armor from the
It's good
bench
against Lina.
and additional setup with the Hoodwink. Good against Lina.
It's good against Lina. Yeah, call Lina. Lina doesn't have armor, and you don't really buy armor items on this hero, so you're always susceptible to the Sven bursting you. And you
Sure.
have, I think, pretty good supports to pair with the Sven. Sven, you kind of want supports that can either help you set up to kill or amplify your damage, which is like a bench, and on top of that you have a save. You have swap, and you have the boat from the Conquer, which makes the Sven more durable in the team fights. I think those are the things that you're looking for as a Sven, and because of the bench, you don't really need to worry about the Bat Rider lasso, which sometimes can be very problematic for Sven to deal with.
Yeah, I was thinking
And
about
Sven,
it as well. I mean,
Sven
previous
has a
KB
pretty good win rate. He has a good win rate now. He's a strong carry. Just
yeah.
all the small
I
little
think,
things that change the hero.
Yeah. Maybe in some weird caveat situations the Sven can get an SNY as well, but it's just such a solid hero. I think especially I think the one that stands out to me, even though it's pretty minor, is the change to the Aghanim's, right? It's a lot more intuitive to use now. It's a lot friendlier than
that's the
in
big
the
one.
past. So you can actually just maneuver the fight
And
easily.
you have
I've
the
seen some
meme
situations.
build, right? You get calmed down on this hero, the meme.
Dude, I don't. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Pangalia
strength.
picked up here is going
Fun.
to basically lock this Lina into the core role. I mean, I guess we already assumed that would be the case with the Marcy pickup. But do you like this at all? Because you know, they already sort of have a couple of pretty good tools against the Lina one, right?
I actually feel like they might actually do Lina as a mid still. I don't really like the Lina as a carry this game, even though you have a Marcy. I think
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
what I would do is like, because they have the pick next. I feel like you probably want just like some normal carry hero. Still like Terrorblade, heroes like this, and then you just run a mid Lina with an off lane Pangalia.
10 seconds.
I kind of like Magic Lina in a way where you
Oh, you do?
have the ability to you have the ability you get the Aghanim's quickly, and then mid Lina, and then you run around and you just play around with your 3-man ball will be like your Lina with the other two supports, right? I feel like she does a lot when she has two bodyguards like following her, and then you can just build this Aghanim's rush without buying any defensive item because you have your supports
Oh, that's
to
true.
bodyguard you all the time. That's how I like
That's
to
true.
play
Yeah,
the
I mean,
hero.
Marcy and Bat Rider are literally some of the top tier bodyguards that can really move around the map and
Yeah.
help you out of sticky situations. Worst case scenario, you have to dispose out of maybe a potential ghost ship setup as well, which could be pretty interesting. Pangalia,
That's
right? Like, can you imagine? Like, a ship is literally coming to crash into you, and then you're just like, yeet, just toss you behind. Just fly through the air a little bit here. Final bands coming through Mag YOLO. They take out the Queen of Pain. So presuming that this Kanka might actually be in the hands of the old 11 off lane, they're thinking that Kev might still be missing a mid for Butterfly Effect. On the flip side, Mag YOLO, it feels like they need either an off lane or maybe a carry. It's still pretty flexible, all things considered. They could divvy it up, however, right? Lina could go mid, could go safe, Pango could go off or mid. It's going to be an Omni Knight. So it's still going to be the Lina, which you didn't really like so much, but at least now you have full physical immunity. So maybe that's
Is
gonna
it
help
like
out.
I feel like it might be an Omni. Is it an Omni carry? I mean, I've seen
Mid?
Omni carry in the
Carry?
Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe region, VP played it a couple of times last 2 months. But here, I presume it's probably going to be not O11, Candy Loon's hero, because it's counter to a Sven in the game, in the lane and in the game. You can beat Sven in the
Yeah.
lane. Any melee hero will struggle against Omni, and then in the late game, mid-late game, you have the ulti to deal with his physical damage.
Yeah. I'm just a little worried though, because the thing that I always think about with Omni Knight is that his effective range of like quote unquote save is pretty low. And when you're running into stuff like the Venge, the Kanka, all these forceful repositioning tools, Omni doesn't really have good mobility until you get something like
Yeah,
Phase
it's
Blink,
not reliable,
further
for
down
sure.
the line. And you know, if the Hoodwink can see you coming from a mile away, it's an easy bushwhack, just keep you controlled while Sven is just jogging on the rest of your team. And we'll see what
Feels
Kev
like
try
a
and tie up their draft.
all
with.
in. Just an all-in last pick.
Right?
Okay, we just protect the Lina with Guardian Angel. Hopefully,
Yeah,
she
they
can
literally are
outcarry
just
us,
saying,
man.
look, we don't care that Winter said this Lina would be better in the mid lane. We're just gonna go all. We already committed with the Marcy. You know, it's too late now. Just all the
Yeah,
buffs.
I
and
mean,
more
at
on
least they are standing on their ground. You know, when you have an idea, you can't just let any naysayer
True.
put you down.
Oh yeah, Winter, the biggest naysayer. Can't let him smoke you off your own good ideas here. We'll see whether they can actually get something done here. Kev, they spent quite a lot of time on this last pick, and it ends up being a Brewmaster. So the
This
Kanka in
is
the
a
mid
very
lane, and
nice
it'll be
last
all
pick.
11. Yeah, I think it's perfect.
You just
okay. Talk
toss-
to me
you
about
toss
why you
the
think it's a
Omni.
great last pick.
Toss the Omni in the air and then deal with the Lina. Because if you look at their lineup, the main source of damage is like going to be 90%, 80-90% is going to be on the Lina. They have everything set up for the Lina. So either you toss the Lina up in the air, or you toss. Obviously, I would toss the Omni and kill the Lina because it's easier that way, and just
Sure.
the fight is over. You know, you have Boat and you have Swap to sustain the Sven in the team fights. So I feel like overall, if the team fights are long and drawn out, it's going to be very, very beneficial for Kiev. And Mag YOLO, once they start the team fight with a Lasso or the Rolling Thunder, they have to get kills that end the team fight there.
Yeah. I mean, even if you Rolling Thunder or you Lasso, there's always the threat of the swap, right? Coming out from Undyne. It's funny how I don't think we realize or called upon it, but the two supports being played by the side of Kev right now are literally Mag YOLO's Game 1 support. So clearly they're like, okay, you know, you didn't do too good of a job. Let me show you how it's done here in
guys
this
suck.
game number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
So give you a
suck,
free
man. Let me show
tutorial.
you how to play this hero. Hey, come. This is your trial lesson. This is your trial lesson. Next time you can't qualify, you try again. That's what they're trying to do at least. You know, it'll be a quick 2-0. Very convenient for them to keep moving on here, trucking on in this bracket. Of course, a double elimination means that these two teams won't be out. Specifically for Mag YOLO, they'll still have a second shot. But as we keep saying, being put in that position early on is never going to be comfortable. I mean, you want a free cruise, one slot. Mag YOLO, they love to represent the region. I think a bit of a surprise pickup in terms of a favorite. If for some people, I don't know whether anyone really has their eyes or hopes on Mag YOLO really being able to best the opposition when you talk about Kev, when you talk about Team Zero here. But you know, they did show some pretty good signs in game number 1. Just some missed execution, as we keep coming back to saying. And I guess in a way, the game plan is simpler for Mag YOLO because you just play around your Lina. There isn't really anything crazy about it.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Just follow the Lina, the machine gun, and hopefully she carries you. Make sure she doesn't die.
Yeah. Vinci, it felt like through it was kind of a similar sentiment the previous game as well on his gyro, but every single time we felt that okay, maybe now Vinci has an advantage. Okay, Vinci has just hit this item timing. And then it almost seems like he tells his team like, look, I'm not ready yet. Let's wait for the next item. Let's wait
He's
for
a
the next item.
Lina. I mean, this game Lina is like so much harder than like you have a much thinner timing window than Gyro. Like, Lina is like you get your first couple of items. If you don't win a couple of fights, then you're gonna like have a very hard time because you're always gonna be like tofu. You know, the Sven is just gonna stun you with the egg glimpse, and if your team doesn't save you, you're just pretty much dead in 1 second.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is Lina is a lane winner, you know, so she can snowball from the lanes. That's what we're gonna look at right now.
Yeah. See whether Vinci can get it done here, especially backed up by
Oh,
the
they're
last
blocking
hit.
the
Very
creeps now.
potent kill
That's
there.
actually that's a very smart move against Lina because Lina doesn't like to last hit in front of the tower. So they're blocking.
Oh, she's gonna try and do
It's
it
brutal.
back the other way in this bot side. Bunch of
They're
shenanigans
late.
already. Yeah.
This is fun.
Yeah, just messing around down there. But our eyes are on this mid lane for now. I mean, this should be pretty even, right? Both these melee heroes have ways of harassing each other. Should just be level 6 timing, perhaps, for either to make a rotation and mirror. Perhaps?
Yep, rune
I
control.
don't
Warrior has
think so.
one last run.
Hey, talk about the 3v3.
Just
Is there any
making
particular
sure
side that-
you get the runes.
Yeah. I mean, the Venge and the Hoodwink can come through and help. The Kanka, same thing for the Marcy as well as the Bat. It's going to be a tussle there in the 6-minute mark for sure. It's throwing spells out left and right. And, I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, it feels like the Lina's timing window is definitely a bit shorter than the Gyro. You're not really this be-all and all late game powerhouse compared to the Sven, who can probably just like 3-shot you at every stage in the game. That's unless you get your items bright and early. Finds he doing well in the CS so far. I mean, didn't let that block really hinder him at all. So, not too bad. You kind of need to keep this up though.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get the wave near his tower, then he's gonna be always in danger of dying once they have level 2 on the Brew. I mean, Brew is already level 2. Hoodwing's almost level 2. So they have to be careful if the wave is always in front.
Ends up being first blood onto Fly on this top side again though. You did mention that Candy Luna, this last pick, Omni Knight, it is a hero that just gives Sven a very hard time. And we're seeing that already doubled up on by the Bat Rider. Now, as we know, good things come in pairs, so if they can just get a second kill on the Sven, this would be excellent. He's still struggling at that level 1, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to just play a bit defensive for the next couple of minutes to try to pull waves and make sure the Sven doesn't die again. I mean, both side lanes are going to be very, very contested. I feel like at any moment, if somebody makes a mistake, somebody's just going to instantly drop.
Yeah. Keep our eyes on them for sure. While we're sort of just waiting for the next bit of action here, you did mention that the Lina's time frame is a lot shorter. So what exactly are we going to be looking out for? When will this Lina feel like, okay, now's the time to go?
I think Gleipnir, probably Gleipnir, you have a timing, and then after that you have to, depending on how the game goes, then your BKB is going to be your next important timing. So those two, I feel like it's going to be crucial for the Lina. Okay, Lina is going to get a Cinder Brood, Bushwhack.
All the
She's
spells
standing
and
her ground,
more,
big
turn
stick.
around with a bit of a Dragon Slave. Yeah, she wants to fight, still has a good wand, and is going to be able to turn it around, especially the sidekick. The stun comes through, back onto old 11. He's starting to tank quite a bit of damage, but the Bushwhack will bail him out of that situation. So, as much as we're a little bit worried about the Lina and her being run down, she's actually, she's a spicy one, She's not going to let you do that without punishment. Speaking of punishment, that is the greatest one of all. Old 11 just gets clapped down to the deck. Must have just been a nice LSA for catching him off guard, and Brewmaster's down.
Yeah, he also ran out of regen on the lane, so he couldn't really stay in the lane anyway. So it wasn't really that bad of a death. I mean, I think it was fine for him. He gets full HP, full mana back. And now if he can actually make sure that the wave stays in front of his tower, I feel like then the death wouldn't be so bad for him. Yeah, in all these like high level games, it's very important to know when you need to die in the lane. And now he gets a pull, it's very nice. He pulls the crit wave out of the tower range using the hero aggro, and yeah, he understands that as long as he keeps the wave in a very favorable position, when there's always a chance that they can actually kill the Lina in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just perfect.
I think for the bench, maybe he can kind of look
well.
for a timing to join them to kill the Lina if the Sven can actually play the lane alone.
TP in this mid lane, there's a setup from Butterfly Effect, nice little Bushwhack, and perfect TP in from 999. Butterfly Effect called for the backup, and they get it done. Meanwhile, top side, Undyne in a lot of trouble, but they don't actually have a way to stop that TP, so heads up play from both supports to not only get themselves an advantage, but not lose anyone at that. But Fly now, still trying to contest under the tower, burning under the Firefly. There's a decent amount of HP left, and he's going to salve up under the cover of the darkness. Just turned nighttime, so the vision is a bit lacking. They aren't able to finish the kill off, but nice little flame break. Pull you back in, and Candy Loon will punch down the Sven. Undyne just can't do enough to keep his carry alive. Gotta wonder what Fly's thought process was there, not really respecting the amount of pressure that could come out. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect down to this bot side gets a kill into CZY. So I think that must have just been the ghost ship being used with a full setup. It's an easy bunch of kills.
Yeah, I mean, the Pango had no TP. His TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't help. It's a good time for the Kanka to make a rotation. And top lane, they got some rebuttal kills. Just one rebuttal kill on the Bat Rider, but Candylun's already having a very, very good time in this lane.
Yeah,
There's
he's
double
just having a
bracer,
swell
Facebook
all
up.
one.
I mean, he's fat. He's very fat now.
Yeah.
I mean, Konga is actually even fatter.
not-
Konga is 3.7k
Yeah, I
net
mean,
worth.
Butterfly Effect's having a swell old time here. He's got the setup with the Torrent. Still want to protect the shield rune as much as possible. Swashbuckle tries to come forward and grab it, forcing out the Rolling Thunder just to try and survive. He should be
He's not
fine
dying.
here, able to bottle his way out. Yeah, he's okay. Has
Yeah,
that bracer as
Conker-
well, so
Conker with
nice chunk of
shield rune.
HP.
Bowler refill, thank you so much. And he's gonna TP to,
TP to the bot
get the
side.
Lina again. Second boat ready
Set
soon.
up here. Doesn't even need it. Throws a torrent right
nice
under her
torrent.
feet, tosses up into the sky, and the perfect bushwhack, holding Vincey in place. They are getting fogged a little bit though. She is pretty fast on her feet, but it's not gonna be enough as Old 11 gets a nice bit of revenge. And again, Vincey goes down. We're seeing a situation again where Ooh isn't really able to mirror the rotations that Butterfly Effect is, making here. Oh, and he's not even done.
And
He
he-
just sticks
he's
around.
right.
CZY
He
is just
went top.
dead, dude. Yeah, I mean, the Pango, it's just been ineffective so far. When you use the Rolling Thunder just to survive in the mid lane, your willingness to fight just goes down by such a bit, and Butterfly Effect just capitalizes on that completely. There's nothing that's done. Like, you're not even damaging the tower, you're not threatening a support, you're just letting your side lanes bleed out a little bit with no real response at the moment.
Radiant's bottom has cashed in its brick chip.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you don't control the runes, you know. If one mid laner gets the runes, then obviously he's gonna have the upper hand. And Candylun once again, looking for his next kill, his next meal,
They're still
some squirrel
They're
meat.
still sending people up here as a sacrifice to this Omni Knight, I guess. The squirrel will burn in her own tree line. Very unfortunate. I don't think you can actually occupy the top side anymore, if I'm being honest, Winter.
That baby is coming down.
Yeah, nobody can actually. Probably maybe the Brewmaster, if he has split and mana for it, he's probably the only one if you want to hold that position. He has to be the one that's already TP there. So you want the enemy to dive you under the tower, and your team is going to TP to respawn you. Ideally, the Conker.
Yeah. But they are already losing this tier 1 top. I would have loved to see Butterfly Effect come up here and use the Brewmaster as a bait, but I guess they just don't feel like this objective is worth fighting over here. Turning the eyes towards the mid lane tower instead. Butterfly Effect boots to the ground here. Working on that early Orchid, it seems. So it's not something that we haven't seen Kankas do before, but definitely a very specific build-up meant to deal with both the Omni Knight as well as the Pango. Rolling Thunder coming through straight onto the bench, and nothing much the Butterfly Effect can do to help. I try for a return here. In comes the X Marks into the boat and will at least get some revenge. CZY goes down. Still have a split available on Old 11. If they tempt fate a bit too much, out are gonna come the Brewlings. So they understand that. They just play a bit safe, clear the wave, and back up.
Yeah, wait for your next boat. Don't try to rush things. Finish your Orchid. I mean, it's also very good against the Omni Knight. I mean, the silence later in the team fight. Because you don't really build a Dispel on Omni Knight until later. So if he knows that this Orchid is coming, then he's probably... I mean, I guess you have to... What do you buy? I guess you can only buy BKB. Because you don't really like to buy the other
Manta.
Dispel. I don't know if you can buy Yules. And probably not Manta. I don't know about getting Manta on this hero. I think maybe you can get Yules into Windbreaker later. You gotta use and make sure you get Dispel. Because buying BKB early doesn't feel right on this hero too.
Yeah,
Feels weird.
it just feels a bit illegal, honestly. Okay. I'll see what he goes for. I mean, Candylun, once again, he's found himself in a situation where he got priority in terms of last pick, and he's had himself a really good start. So, I mean, it's all about how he can use it in these fights. The Venge Stun not going to stop the Haste Rune from being bottled up by Ooh. He can try and take a fight now. Rolling Thunder isn't available, but it just comes up now. Can just turn things around now. It's a nice little hoodwink bushwhack. Still going for the move. Max move speed, rolling thunder. Not getting anything. Okay, he's out. Well, that was a very
Drive through.
uneventful road trip. Yeah, literally, he drive through. It's like, you know, you rock up to a McDonald's drive through and then you don't even make an order. You just decide halfway you don't want it anymore and you're just out. That was uneventful.
Maybe he just wanted something that was out of season, you know. You know those 4 overs? You always want to have it, but they always don't have it.
Yeah, they're like, hey, do you still have any more of this seasonal item? It's like, oh, sorry, we're sold out. Okay, bye-bye. That's all. I mean, as an ambitious fight,
That's what he did.
You know, he... yeah. Hey, can I get the spicy McNuggets? Oh, no, we're out of... Okay, well, bye-bye then. I'm not interested. Yeah, sir, you want a sundae?
Now
no,
we have
no,
the
it's okay.
now we have the Ramadan special, you know, they say.
Oh, do you? I mean, I'm not sure what the Malaysian McDonald's has. What do you guys got?
We have the Ramadan special.
Which is what though? Like, is it like a special item?
No, the chicken is like a chicken pho, but spicy beef pho, I think. Yeah, something like that.
Ooh. Oh, that sounds yummy. And
Mid lane.
what also looks yummy for the
This
side
is
of Kev
yummy.
is this mid lane Pango sniped down. A little bit of revenge, wasting our customer service time. How dare you? They punish him for it in this mid lane. 24 seconds without him. And that means towers open, because no Pango, big problem. None of these other cores really can try and fight, but they will bring in the Omni Knight for defense.
Okay, done.
It's
Yeah, so be careful on the
yeah,
Omni.
I mean, they're trying to take this timing, but it's a little bit awkward. They will at least get 999, which is what they get for bringing the Omni into the picture, I guess. I know, not even that. No, okay, well, CZY literally just dies from auto attacks from Undyne. And now the Omni doesn't actually have any mana. I don't know where the Kunkka walked up into. Looks like the Pango is in the area as well. Oh, okay, Butterfly Effect tag teaming up with Old 11 to finish off that Bat Rider. Meanwhile, Undyne goes down, and you're running out of duration on your Rolling Thunder. Split is available. And with the setup on the Omni, he's out of mana, out of hope, and will get just sharpshooted down. Good move from 999 to try and use that to create the distance from the Pango as well. He's completely fine. Candy Loon will still try and hold his ground. Old 11 being very conservative with that primal split, not wanting to pop it. Yeah, he needs to find a target. It's slowed down by the Cinderbrew for now, but looks like Old 11 might actually be in trouble. They finally get the cut down onto Candy Loon as with the backup of the Sven from Fly, now it's O on trouble. Another Torrent lift up, couldn't swashbuckle away in time and didn't even need to use the split. Old 11 is okay.
I mean, this Orchid is just paying so much dividends to Butterfly Effect. I mean, he got so many kills because of it. It's so good against the Omni and the Pango. I mean, I just want to see what the Omni is gonna do now. He's gonna get the shot.
It's like he's basically useless at this
he
point.
He definitely needs something to dispel it. I mean,
Undyne goes down here on the spot side, straggling a little bit, try to set up some vision maybe, but... Okay, so it looks like the Brew did end up using the split sometime in that fight. I just didn't keep track of it, I guess. But Old 11
he used it to kill the bat
winner.
in the bounty rune. Yeah.
Oh,
the Kunkka
so
went bot,
earlier
he
part,
didn't pick up the rune. Yeah, he didn't pick up the rune, the Chow Mini rune. He went bot to help the split kill off the Bat Rider. After they killed that off, the bench denied the rune. And then they came back to clear out the Omni Knight.
Another scary
but
situation
it was a very
where
speed up
Candy
fight
Loon... Yeah, right. Like, it felt like there were like 5 different things happening at the same time. And right now, it's just one thing. It's just a smoke move. They want to make use of this lasso and get the touch onto Old 11, who's still around this area.
You want to buy Radiance?
Now with the
Nope,
break bump him back. Yep. Nope, you ain't going nowhere. You can't even make it to the secret shop. I mean, you don't even have the gold for it. Let's be real. And they will clean up that Panda. Good move there from Mag YOLO to at least establish themselves on this side of the map and strike fear, you know, into the hearts of Kev. You know, you need to make them scared a little bit. You can't let them just feel so comfortable farming these waves.
It's the mental warfare that matters, you know.
Is it? You just what exactly is the mental torment that they've just done? Winter, what's the move?
You know, like lying. This is like my territory. You know, claiming the territory. Rolling Thunder.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, Rolling Thunder claiming that particular area of the ramp as his territory. This is where Who has been for most of the game. It feels like now with the split back up, they're ready to get fighting, get moving, and stunning up CZY.
You know, when the
make it an
enemy
even trade
comes into your territory, comes into your home, you have to You have to stand up for
Defend it.
yourself. You have to kick them out. You know, you can't just let them walk over your lawn, you know, without doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I feel like every single time Mag YOLO try and make some sort of aggressive move, it's at least answered back evenly or ends up being Kev advantages. It's kind of tough. It's a 3k gold lead right now for the Dire side, and you know, one game away from moving on in this upper bracket. Of course, it feels like this Lina, again, has sort of hit the timing, sort of. She's not
Yeah,
really,
but she's gonna
I
die
guess it's still 15
in
minutes
the
into
team fight.
game.
Like one right click, two right clicks from Sven, she's gone.
That's what I'm a little worried about as well. Old 11 down here in the
Another
spot
split?
side has the split available. 1v1 against Candy Loon, and against these Primal Split Brewlings, he tossed up the Bat Rider into the sky. Sure, that's where he belongs, but he's not necessarily comfortable. Comes out in the lasso, but Fly, he's here ready to fight. They just shoot down the Pango. He just gets silenced up and doesn't stand a chance. They bolt down the Bat as well, and while this fight is split up, it's Kev who gets the huge advantage in this situation. They split them up and pick them apart. Mag YOLO just can't come together.
Yeah, and our Hoodwing also has he has a mech which kept the Brewmaster alive. So just all of the things just aligning together nicely for Kev. You know, the mech, the Brewmaster Radiance, and the Sven just joining the fight. Understanding that his team is actually very strong at this point of the game, and just capitalizing on it. I mean, I think if they can win another fight, it's gonna be Roshan. They have the bench, and the Sven is
Yeah.
gonna be very easy.
They don't have the fastest one. It's really just God Strength, right? And basically, if you commit God Strength, that means you can't
It's
really take the
okay.
fight.
I mean, you have Venge. Venge
It's
is like
decent.
a roach.
Like, yeah, like that's what 30 seconds, Roche, maybe 20 seconds.
I mean, I don't know
You
exactly
gotta-
how long.
We can time it. We can time it. Just like the Life Stealer X. We need the
It's
we need
like
the
when you
statistics.
play a lot of
here.
Dota, you can feel it. You know, you don't time it, but you can feel it. You know?
True.
You
true.
feel like
just
it's
kind of feel
gonna be a
that
long
strong.
rush. Yeah. Sometimes you're like, I don't care. I just want to go. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's when the cost.
I don't
that's
think
when
they'll
the
push
cost
the
is the
issue
top.
As I speak.
True. Fly, he's had a swallowed game here farming away, but surprisingly, he's still trailing a little bit in net worth to that Lina, who's, for what it's worth, done well to keep herself above the water. As it looks like Undyne might be in some trouble, setting up
BKB
around this
on
cliff
Conquer.
area. Beautiful roll up just in time to stop the silence, but he comes out of it preemptively and he just dies. Oh, what? I'm not really sure what was that. Did he run out of a duration or something? Like, he had the roll up from the shard, but he just... I mean, with the changes to how magic resistance or debuff
No,
resistance
he
works,
actually
that-
got he got Orchid still, so it doesn't remove it. It doesn't dispel you, so he still had the Orchid on him. That's why he couldn't do
Yeah,
much.
I mean... either way...
you
I guess
just need
the
to buy a
duration is
Eos
only
or
two
Lotus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Vinci. This is the big one. You can't afford to lose
Lina.
her here. That's why the mass CPs are coming in. CZY trying to buy the space. You've tossed the Lina up into the sky. Is this really what you
Orchid
want? Nice
on
lasso
Omni.
from the Bat Rider, holding Butterfly Effect in place. But CZY gets shot down. Now it's the Omni next. Even though you get your Lina out of trouble, is she really safe? Beautiful pullback and the swap. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Ooh, he'll try and roll up, but it's far too late. It's a nice blink out from Trazam to keep his life intact. But they've already lost the most important member of their squad. And this should open up the road for Kev to take.
Yeah, that was a very big kill on Lina there. That kind of busted the whole game up. And now they're in a very bad spot right now, MAG. I think the Omni Knight just literally can't do
Yeah.
anything in the team fight. He got Orchid and that's
Yeah,
it, you know.
It's tough.
No way to dispel.
Oh, I thought they
He's
were...
actually killing BKB. He's like, I'm done, I'm buying BKB.
He has to. He literally has to. I thought they were just gonna go straight into the Roche right there. But it seems like, I guess, with God's strength to use the majority of that fight, you don't really have enough duration on it to get it done. But yeah, it feels so bad, but it's like necessary, right, for Candy Loon.
Yeah, what can you do? I mean, at this point, you've lost like 2 team fights in a row. You have to do something, you know. I mean, there's not many options, you know. You can either buy the use or, I mean, then maybe you buy the use. It can also be like a double-edged sword, right? Because if you need to save the Lina and you're orchided, you use yourself to dispel, but you can't really save the Lina in time, then it might not make a difference.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you use yourself up by your own will, and they're like, cool, 2 seconds without the Omni Knight in the fight. Let's just kill this clown.
Yeah, that's more than enough to
getting-
kill Alina. You only need 1 second.
Yeah, for sure. Smoke on smoke action, straight 5-on-5 fight now, but ooh, able to get the roll
Yes, no
away,
fear.
but Alina not quite as lucky! That's not the target you needed to save, man! Fly is just gonna chop you down with his great big sword. It's easy why, it's all in shambles now. Mag YOLO, that was supposed to be their time to strike, coming in with 5 members. They were feeling ready for a little bit of a skirmish, but they just submit their Alina to death, and now it'll be the Roshan.
They just got cleaved by the Sven. I think Alina died in like two swipes or something. I mean, there was like a bench
It felt that
barrier
way.
on her. And that's
How
how
much
weak
armor
the
is she
hero
rocking
is.
right now? Dude, she's only 10 armor. And like you minus the armor from the
like
Wave of
nothing.
Terror. That's like 4 armor.
Which is like half of it. Yeah, almost half of it.
Yeah. she doesn't do anything. And I mean, you don't even count the sheer amount of insane damage that Fly is doing right now.
I'm pretty
God
sure if she
strike.
got terrored, and then the Brewlings are hitting her with like the Hoodwing and the bench, you don't
Yeah.
even need to include the Conca.
You
and
might
the
not
Sven.
even need the
She will be
Sven.
already dying to those. Yeah, she will even be dying to those 3 heroes.
Don't look now, but
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, because, you know, Vinci, you mentioned that the timing is the BKB. Sure, he's gonna have it in like, what? 400 gold?
I mean,
500
you have to
gold?
win your lane
But
as
it doesn't help
snowball.
you in
Like, that's
the-
the issue.
Yeah,
I mean, they
I
have
don't
like another
get it.
issue. It's like he's kind of hoping that the Guardian Angel would save him in the team fights, but because of the Orchid, I think it was a very good itemization by Butterfly Effect. It keeps making it harder for Candido to save the Lina, and you have to wait for Omni Knight to get BKB too. So it kind of ruins all their whole
Forcing
timing
the-
with the Lina.
Yeah, too many eggs in the same basket, it feels like, and Kev reach into that basket and crush all the eggs with a little bit of an orchid situation.
I think there's no more eggs
uh,
in their basket right now at this point.
Yeah, the basket is
gone.
empty. Like you're supposed to you look at them, they have chickens, but there's not a single egg left, and you're like, where did it go? It's like, oh, whoops, okay, they all got crushed. Shazam is able to cut the creep wave a little bit here, so by the side of Mag YOLO, just a bit of time, but I do have to wonder what what that's gonna result in, right? What's the major item that's gonna change things? Because we're still looking at the BKB for Candyloon. That is so far away because he just doesn't have anywhere to farm.
you always hated Radiant's middle tower. I have.
Well,
Straight up
nice
onto the high
Laguna.
ground. It's a
That
nice
was like-
double stun. CZY, okay. It's a good start to the fight, but oh, they just get chopped down again. It's just so easy for
can't kill
Kev to
anyone.
get this done. You might be in your roll-up, but you're just going to get sliced apart here. Full split, full little bolt coming through as well. They're going to BKB, but he just stands his ground while auto-attacking, calling GG. That is painful to say the least. I mean, that just... I feel like every single fight just happens the same way, where they just get blown apart in an instant. It's at times like these where we don't even react in time. We're like, what the hell? Okay, I guess they're all dead. I mean, that's the story of this entire Kev lineup so far. Mag YOLO, a very unfortunate way to end this series given the fight that they put up in game number 1, but just kind of got outdrafted again, it feels like.
Kind of also got outplayed. Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, you have a Lina, you need to snowball, and things are not working out for you. I feel like the Omni, like he won his lane, but he kind of didn't address the situation of the Orchid, you know, because the Orchid was there at minute 12 or 13. It was already there, you know, like so early, and he didn't choose to buy any items to deal with it. He actually chose to go for a shot, you know, after his Echo Saber. I felt like the Echo Saber was fine, but after that, he needed to buy like an item to dispel. I think the use would have been fine if he had gotten it right away, because it also kind of helps against the X mark, you know, so it's useful regardless. But he decided to not get it, and then I don't remember what he tried to kill, and then he died, and then he killed BKB. He's like, okay, I'm done. I can't. I have to buy BKB. And then we knew like,
it just kind of feels like this Omni was trying to go for some sort of damage core build that it didn't really work out at all. I mean, you put all your... It's like what you said, we look in the basket and all the eggs are gone, and that's kind of the story of Kev. I don't really... I mean, at least Kev reaching in there, stealing all the eggs, crushing all of them, and that Omni... It reminds me of the old school days where, like, let's say you're playing Storm mid, right? And then you go early Orchid, and then you already know what the Storm is going to get. You know he's going to get Orchid, so you just build an early Yules. It felt like that would have been the perfect response, right? Because what do you think the Dota was going to get? It's either Orchid or Rush Eggs. And if he rushes X, you have a good timing anyway because you have Yules.
I mean,
and
he
you can
already
set up skills and
showed
whatnot.
he showed Oblivion stuff pretty early. I remember
Right?
he had
Yeah,
a
like
Oblivion
he
stuff.
had like a Robo Magi
So
or
what
something
else?
like that.
Yeah, what else are you gonna buy with those items? You know, so I felt like it was just kind
Mage
of on
Slayer maybe.
on his own. Like he just needed to adjust his item build according. You know, so sometimes the game just takes a different turn and you have to just adapt. You know, Dota players, you have to be able to adapt on the fly. You have to find a solution in the game itself. You know, you can't just be very stubborn and, oh, I've been doing this for the last 20 games, I won the last 20 games, so it must mean that I do the same thing in the game. In the next game I'll win my 21st game. You know,
Yeah.
that doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it goes back, and another point that you mentioned as well, goes back to what you were saying about you playing Bat Rider, right? It's a really great pos 4 and pos 5, but a lot of people make the mistake of going for that blink. It seems like the same kind of trap that our Bat Rider player fell into this game as well. He got the blink,
Yeah,
but
maybe
you're blinking. I mean, it could be a good item, but you're blinking into Brewmaster.
I feel like he could actually start the game with a Solar Crest, and you just put the Solar on your Lina, and you just play back,
Yeah,
and you wait for
right.
the Sven to jump her, and then you lasso the Sven. Because reasonably, the only way the Lina dies in a team fight, if the game is like evenish game, is like the Sven needs to come in and hit her, right? So you don't really want to initiate, like you say, because there's a swap, you know, to cancel. So you just wait, you play back, you use your Solar Crest on Lina, you protect her, just let her do her thing, and just wait for the Sven. I think that would have been a much better way to play the game for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to, I think to a certain extent, the whole story of this matchup is just that Mag YOLO, they come into the mix with clearly their own ideas that are good if they're standalone, but they're not really fully considering how the enemy heroes are going to interact with it, what their plans are, how they are going to work to counteract you, and that's going to leave them in a journey in the lower bracket, unfortunately, as we start off our first day of the Chinese closed qualifiers. Of course, you know, we'll see how well they can adapt, but they have a lot more problems that they need to deal with up against their potential opponents. Of course, we're not done for today just yet. We've only done 2 series, both of them very relatively quick 2-0s. We have one final game for you, but we're not entirely confirmed on which matchup it's going to be just yet. What we do know is it should be a matchup in the lower bracket, so we'll already be seeing our first elimination today. Things are cutthroat here, folks. What can you do? But yeah, you should see it update in the graphics, so don't go away too far. It is a rolling schedule. Fingers crossed that there aren't any delays this time, but yeah, we should be right back with a third series right after this short break.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the losers bracket first round. So this game is between Team Bright and Go Along.
10 seconds.
Both of these teams have lost their first round upper bracket rounds earlier today. Team Bright lost to Team Eagle 2-0. And for Go Along, they also lost rather quickly 2-0 to Team Zero. And right now they are playing for their tournament lives in the row bracket round 1. And whoever loses is just done. He won't get another chance of trying to qualify to the main event. So both teams have to play their hearts out. And right here, we've already got ourselves a draft. So Team Bright has Hoodwink, Pango, and whereas for Go Along, we have Lion, Phoenix, and Axe. Axe is not a hero, definitely we see a lot. I mean, Team Go Along, they lost pretty hard today, 2-0 to Team Zero. Team Zero very easily earlier in the morning, so probably gonna try to shake things up with their draft, try to draft something more unconventional so the opponent doesn't read what they're trying to do. Whereas for Team Bright, they respond with the Ursa Veno, which is a classic Axe counter. Ursa deals with Axe in the lane, in the game itself, with the Enrage and the Flurry Swipes. And everything the Veno does as well in the early game is very difficult for Axe to deal with. I mean, the wards is very annoying. In the team fights, he can't really blink. Stops a lot of his blink initiations with the wards. And in the lane, obviously, it's just very annoying, as a melee hero to deal with the Gale and the Poison Sting. Just a pick to win the lane. Right, and they go for the TA, so they don't really care what the opponents are actually drafting. They just want to build their own lineup. I mean, TA is you're weak against Veno in the beginning. But when you get your levels and your items, especially when you're talent, you get the Melt Dispel talent, then you'll be able to deal with the Veno. I mean, TA, I guess, will have a good lane matchup against Pango. It's a lane where TA usually gets more CS. You outtrade the Pango with your refraction charges, and when you get your shot, you have a silence on the trap, which is going to be really, really good to kill the Pango throughout the late game. You're probably going to be forced to get a defensive item, which you don't really want to do as Pango, because Pango is like a very snowball reliant hero, so you want to get your core items ASAP, like the dagger, diffusal, get your aghanims. So having to stop to purchase a Yule's Lotus can be very annoying for a hero like Pango.
10 seconds. Dyer gets the ban.
I mean, going into the last pick here, Team Bright in the last phase bans, they have removed Faceless Void, Storm, which are heroes are very good against. I mean, Time Dilation is very good against their lineup. All their heroes have very short cooldown spells. And Storm, on the other hand, is great against their lineup because they don't have very good, reliable lockdown for a slippery hero like Storm Spirit. Hoodwing is just the only current lockdown they have, so not the best against a hero like Storm. I mean, for a Go Along, they're also looking for, I guess, it could be a carry, it could be a mid, depending on where they want to put the TA, but I presume the TA is going to be mid. They need a carry-to-carry matchup against Ursa. Probably an illusion-based hero. Illusion-based hero going against Veno, Ursa, and Hoodwing. The Phoenix, the Lion. I think Faceless Void is going to have a tough game here. But yeah, they go for the Troll, which is lane dominator. Good hero for the lane. But generally, it's not that great against the Veno. I guess it's okay against Ursa. But Veno can be very annoying for the Troll to deal with. So Veno definitely annoys all three cores, on Go Along's lineup. And Team Bright's going to finish up their draft with a Death Prophet, which is going to give them some building damage. Team fight, some silence, small disables. And in the lane-to-lane matchup, I guess they're going to probably try to put the DP mid and try to move the Pango to the offlane, which is what they're going to do here. XWY is going to take the DP mid. You have a good matchup against the TA, and just looking to snowball from their lanes. Ursa, Veno against Axe, Lion lane, DP against TA, and their offlane is going to be a Pangolier Hoodwing, which is a decent lane against the Troll and the Phoenix. But I don't really see them going to be able to win that lane. Probably just trying to secure their own levels and farm and trade against the Troll. Maybe we just have to see how the laning phase plays out. It feels like if Team Bright can actually destroy mid and their safe lane, they can use that momentum to snowball throughout the game. So both teams once again playing for their tournament lifelines, and very important series, and both of them are just looking to bounce back after losing their first round matches. We'll see who gets to have another chance to try and qualify to the main event. And Team Bright right now starting out with a smoke, so trying to get a first blood to start things off. Red Panda is gonna break his smoke, so he's probably gonna know someone was on the cliff. Now they place a mid. Well, he's going to Axe is actually just running up. Holy shit! What is this man doing? This man is out of his mind. He's running into the high ground alone. XWY wants the first blood. Nope, not gonna get it. So someone else has to secure it. Probably supports. Yeah. TK gets the kill. Not the most impactful hero for sure, but nevertheless, first blood is still good for his team. So he can get like a level 2 a little bit faster than the opponents.
Ancient killers.
Bounty runes, they're trying to get an extra here. So first blood and 3 runes for Team Bright. Can't ask for anything more than this, you know. This is as good as it gets to start off a game. So mid lane we have the DP against TA, which is the more levels you get, DP is going to have an advantage because you can always remove the refraction charges with your Spirit Siphon and just make sure that you dominate the TA on the lane. And eventually TA is going to be forced to stack Ancients, stack some jungle, and just recover from there. So as long as you get control of the wave is always on your high ground, you should have not much problem as a DP in this lane matchup. I mean, ideally you would have your supports to come fight for the runes, make sure that the TA doesn't get any runes, and that's it, you know. Then maybe play some wards to block off the camp, and it's going to be very hard for TA to recover. I could see that happening. Sveno is going to have a good lane. If he has a good lane, then he can be free to rotate. If he's free, then he can actually just walk around and just maybe block the camps or even gank the TA. I think the only issue is like the lack of disable, so as a TA you can probably TP out of a gank like that, but that's gonna put you in a bad position as well if you're forced to TP back to base. Top lane, the troll is probably gonna have a easy time here. This Pango not gonna pressure him too much until he gets his levels. So the early waves are gonna be quite favorable for the troll. Once you get more points in your nukes, you're gonna be able to trade much better in mid lane. Level 3 Death Prophet, that's when the TA is gonna struggle. First blood to the Death Prophet, 2 points in the Spirit Siphon, securing the kill there. And bottom lane Red Panda as well, getting the upper hand in terms of like trading against DZZ, the Lion. We're gonna try to poke him down, but Benno is just too good of a hero to trade in the early levels. And Axe is also gonna eventually get kited. Blood Grenade, Benno's just ready to die, so that the Ursa gets the kill. It's overall a very good trade for them. So far mid and bot definitely going really well for Team Bright. And the top lane, the Pango is also doing great. You know, he's breaking even, kind of almost even against the troll. Just a couple of CS behind, not the biggest of deal. Yeah, things looking good for them. In 3 minutes, Lotus spawning. Phoenix gonna pick up one.
Dyer's courier
Yep, still has Fairy Fire. I'm gonna die here.
Radiant's middle tower is about to take a pile of smoking rocks.
I think Irving is gonna try to chase him, but yeah, he has Fairy Fire. He's not gonna die, and he's baiting him in. Stick charges. Stick charges. Still has a Swashbuckle soon. Yep, gonna pay for being too greedy there. Just well played by the troll. Just continuously pursuing, not giving up the matter, and now going for another extra kill on TK. TK, you have to run. You're no match for this troll. You're out of stick, and it's close, you know, very close. Now troll is going to have to play very defensive for a moment right now. He has no more resources, no mana. He's gonna have to rely on the Phoenix. Just give him a Sal, give him the Lotus. And bot lane X is still being continuously harassed by the Fennel. Not much you can do, you know, as an X against Fennel. You can ask for help from the Lion, but it's Lotus, and yeah, I mean, X seems like he's gonna be fine, but Lion is not gonna be fine. So another 1-for-1 trade. X has to TP all the way back to base, so he has to make the long walk of shame back. Yeah, which is going to be pretty bad for him. This lane is practically over for the X right now. He won't be able to lane against the Ursa once he comes back. All the lanes are going very well for sure for Team Bright. And looking in a pretty good position here, right off the bat.
Hope Dyer's middle tower is insured. That thing is standing on its last
Ursa jumping in, pressuring the X. This is my home, says Ursa. Get out of my lane. There's no way the X can do much. Kinda has to probably just start to consider jungling at this point. There's no way you can sit in the lane against the Ursa. Ursa's almost level 6. 5.5 right now. Once he gets level 6 with the Orb of Corrosion, there's no way the X shows himself in this lane.
Dyer's middle tower is insured. That thing is standing on its last brick.
In DP, Catapult Wave, pressuring the tower.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower
Seems like nobody's home to defend.
destroyed as we speak.
He has totally abandoned the lane to the jungle. Okay, once again, Go Along is going to... Oh wait, X actually gets a kill here. He has friends. 2 friends, in fact. They're gonna trade the mid tower for Ursa kill, but not the best trade here for Go Along, but you know, they get what they can get right now. They're not gonna complain. They lost all their lanes, so not much they can do here in this position.
But Radiant's bottom tower is getting obliterated. Okay, fine. You can look. It's kind of funny.
Lion, gonna badly TP out.
Dyer's middle tower is insured.
Venal is actually going to be fine. He's gonna be like Sunray plus the Axe right click, so I'm gonna finish him off. But Ursa is gonna be able to kill both of them. I mean, Phoenix is here just to tax him, you know, get the extra kill. No kill for you, says DP. That's mine. I'm gonna come over here and get the Wisdom Rune. Oh, ZZ is here. At least he gets the rune. So not gonna be too underleveled. And once again, this DP is just gonna be a huge problem in this game. Right now, it's probably gonna look to use his Exo once again. Probably at top. Take another tower, open up the map. Just make sure the TA can't really pump the jungle across the top jungle. I mean, the plan is pretty straightforward for Team Bright. Choke out the map. Make sure you have some vision onto the Ancients area. That will be the last spot where Team Go Along can actually huddle around and farm. And make sure you have a ward and you chase them over. You huddle them over like cattle and slaughter them.
Things are looking dire. Dyer's bottom tower. It has to be on some kind of killing spree. Their bottom tower is in trouble.
XWY now. Second EXO. most likely gonna net another tower.
Top tower is in some trouble.
It's a very easy game for the DP so far. Not much the opponents can do to stop him.
That baby's Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a brick.
When your Venom is like farming jungle at 8 minutes, you know the game is going really well for your side.
Brick belly up. Dire doesn't haul ass and help out that bottom tower. There's not going to be a tower left.
Venom on his own adventure here, trying to scout out the stacks. Not much he can do alone. His team is busy hunting a TA. TA is down here thanks to a ward, which they placed down earlier, so they see where the TA is farming. And all their cores are actually just fighting for farming, in their own jungle. Axe is the only one that has kind of like a decent farm, but he's also not really gonna be useful until he has a blink and blade mail, which is gonna take some time. Things definitely not looking good for Go Long. Yeah, seems like they're completely outclassed. In the first game today when they were playing against Team Zero, the same happened in their opponent this time, Team Bright. Not as polished as Team Zero, but still very similar problems here. They can't really get past the laning phase. Opponents are just closing the map on them and just constantly playing from behind. Sure, another good kill there by Team Go Along, but still, like losing a hero elsewhere. Axe is the only one that can actually make a play on them. That would probably mean that he's the most valuable core right now on his team. Without him, his supports can't really do much.
Big brick in the sky.
DP with the Shiro and just feels like she's unkillable now. Doesn't even need a point in silence. Just the Spirit Siphon and just with how, in general, how tanky she is. They just have no way of killing her right now. Probably gonna need like a finger and egg to an axe call to kill this DP right now. Everything has to be used. Venom going on the TA here with the DP axe, and just no dagger, he just wants to walk in. But just like, it's not gonna work, friend. You're gonna need a dagger to make that work. It's daytime, everybody sees you. Very, very optimistic, by the axe to just try to walk in here. They're gonna get a being in the behind enemy lines with the lion finger, but that's all they're gonna get right now. It's one kill for their troubles, losing 4 heroes. It just takes so much effort for them to even take down one player. Troll, just not much you can do but just jungle. Just can't really show up to the fights with no items as a troll. I mean, sometimes you can if your team is doing much better than this. Show up, tank some spells, and you can still allow your team to fight, but not this game. Just way too far behind. Reno again, just continuously just bullying the TA the whole game.
Top tower is really taking a beating.
I mean, they picked all the calls into a Veno, so Veno is just like a hero that gets a lot of value in this game. You can kite the troll, kite the TA, kite the Axe. There's not much they can do to deal with the Veno until you get a lot of items when you can just find the Veno and burst him. But that's not gonna happen until you access a dagger, which is kind of soon. That's kind of like their last hope. If he gets the dagger, he doesn't do any moves for his team, or he fails to do any moves for his team, then they're just gonna lose the game.
Dire's top tower is really taking a beating. That bottom tower, there's not going to be a tower left.
Money changes hands.
Thank you, please.
Radiant scanning for enemies. Or maybe for friends. They look unpopular. Things are looking dire for Dire's bottom tower. Wow, that was unintentional. Forget I said that. Their bottom tower is in trouble, though. Dire's middle tower is one hell of a beating.
I mean, Team Bright now looking to close out the map even more with the lead they got, from the first 10 minutes. Gonna get Roche on Ursa, Dagger, Battle plus Aegis, and it's going to he's gonna be able to just basically jump in and initiate for the team while the DP just takes the buildings.
Not the most accurate name, was it?
And Pango is gonna go in as well with his dagger. Double dagger action right now for Pango and the Ursa. Team Go Along still can't really string together a move yet. You have to try to get the Axe to call and try to burst the DP here. And she has Heaven's Halberd, but Troll here popping the ulti. Guess he was trying to dispel the Gale. I mean, he's gonna be fine, but his team is not gonna be fine. Because without the ulti means that they're not gonna be able to fight. And with the Phoenix egg being popped, the team fight is over, There's no more team fight for Team Go Along.
Dire's middle tower is insured as it is standing on its last brick. Dire's middle tower has kicked the concrete bucket.
Arcane Rune DP with his Exo. Just running in, he's the raid boss. Just he knows he can't die, with the Spirit Siphon charges, with how ahead he is with the Halberd. Just boosting all the heals. Just giving him some evasion against the TA and the Axe as well, so there's not much they can do to kill him now. Even if they land, they probably have to land like a perfect call. The finger into Sunray into egg. Everything being thrown to kill the DP. Just one hero.
Looks like the Dire figured out where Radiant's top tower is.
Okay, that's a start. Blink claw into finger. I mean, they got a support, but that's all she wrote. You know, that's basically it for them. Call into finger and one kill. That's it. They just don't have enough in the tank, you know.
Dire's middle barracks just fell.
Ursa going in, challenging the troll. I mean, Ursa even has his own heals. He uses the counter to troll. Just throwing him up in the air when he pops his battle trance, and that's it, you know. He gets kited.
Radiant scanning around for enemies. They're not looking.
Rolling Thunder, damage rune on DP. Exo once again. I mean, they're trying to save him with the Axe Call, but I mean, DP is just invincible at this point. And Egg's gonna get killed by Ursa, just free Egg. That's all they can do. Run or die. And the Ursa shows up.
They're looking dire. Dire's historical bottom tower is in trouble. It was named, of course, after Jeff Bottom. Man, Radiant does not like Dire's bottom tower. Dire is getting sweet hell out of Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's got a real hate on for Dire's bottom barrack. I am not a betting man. Unless it's
We're gonna try one last hurrah with the smoke on Axe. He has to land like a multi-man call. Just lands a call on one hero, which is a support. And that's it, you know. Fight's gonna be over. That's all they can do. Kill one hero. Ursa is still healthy. It is enraged out. Still ready to fight.
Radiant's got a real hate on Dire's bottom barrack. Dire's bottom barrack just monster kill. Double kill. The hell is happening?
Wind fuse, you're on the move.
Dire's bottom barracks just fell.
And GG, you know. This game was really
Has taken one hell of a beating.
over for quite a bit, but you know, they stuck around. They tried to
Radiant gets the win.
get some comeback kills with the Axe Dagger, but just wasn't enough, you know. They just left themselves with too much to do after the laning phase, and you know, you can't just lose all your lanes and hope to play Dota. You know, that's just not how it works. And just once again, another convincing victory for their opponents, Team Bright. Just giving themselves a chance to stay in the tournament, giving themselves another chance to fight another day. It's well played by Team Bright, and for Team Go Along, just quite unfortunate that they are just being outclassed once again. There's a lot to learn from the laning phase, a lot of disparity in terms of how they can do the small little things well. Because laning is all about like how well you can coordinate the small little things with your partner, especially the side lanes. Mid lanes obviously just, you know, all on your own personal skill, how you're last hitting, how you're controlling runes, how you're using your spells, trading and whatnot. Side lanes are a little bit more complicated since it's more than one person involved, so you have to coordinate things, and if you don't have synergy, you kind of don't have synergy, you know. So just a tough game, you know, will go along. Team Bright with the, I guess, kind of like a fast-paced pushing lineup. just ends the game before their opponents can get their items. I guess their opponents also had quite of a greedy lineup. Troll TAX. And just not really getting the space they need if they don't start the game well. Just unfortunate. Just getting outclassed once again from the lanes itself. Go along and yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that they have to learn right here. Could be a good experience for them. There's one more game. Just try to play whatever strat that they have left and just try to hope for the best. Because at this point they're just being outclassed in the laning phase. And in Dota, if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game. Okay, I guess with that, I think we can go for a short break, and after that we'll come back with the second game, and we'll see whether if Go Along can conjure up some magic in the next game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am not Permasneeze, but this is still Winter, who is not my cat, who did not solo cast the last game. It was this Winter. Well done, Winter. But don't worry, I'm here now to rescue you and the chatters here as we get back underway with the Elite League. Chinese closed qualifiers. Now, Winter, I was away pending other tasks. I was, in the garden, frolicking amongst the flowers, petting all the cats, For the viewers that may not have tuned in, including the dog that has just walked into your room, can you please catch us up, Winter, with what we've missed in game number 1?
You missed like a shellacking, people would call it, a total destruction of a team. Like it's just a bunch of heralds buying. Okay, maybe not heralds. Just a bunch of account buyers playing against a
Wow.
top 100 immortal stack. That was what happened.
Yeah, so
It's got destroyed in
we
the
might be in
lanes.
we might be in for a fast one, is what you're saying. Our draft's already underway. Let's go ahead and jump in there and see how this is going. As we'll jump in there. Yeah, there we go. All right. I mean, lying into the hoodwink. Any repeat heroes? I mean, I just sat down, so I don't really have
Lion is a repeat
Lion.
hero. They've picked Lion all 3 games they've played today. All 3 games.
So
I guess
who did
the-
Go Along beat if they? I mean, they got here, right?
I mean, they won open qualifiers, I guess. Yeah, open qualifiers. They are
Oh,
open
right, 'cause
qualifiers.
this is still the first round, right?
Yeah.
No,
They
it's not,
came
right?
from
This
the
is the
open
third
qualifier.
round of the day. This should be they must have beat someone
Yeah,
already.
No, dude, this is the lower bracket, bro. It's the lower bracket.
Oh, in the lower bracket.
Lower bracket
Ah,
round
okay,
1.
okay. I see. Well, see, that's what you need to explain to me. I'm lost. I'm disoriented. I'm confused.
I'm sorry.
Winter.
I'm sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
Team Bright also lost. Team Bright lost 2-0 to Eagle. Eagle, who also got through the open qualifiers. I recognize a couple names on that roster, but here we have Bright with Red Panda. I remember casting a game with Alvaro a while ago, probably when he was on Elephant. He was going crazy for this guy. He's like, I love Red Panda.
Every choice he's made, Dyer's turn to pick.
He just likes pandas, I think. I mean, that guy was, I think back then he was touted as one of the highest skill position 5 players in China. I mean, he was definitely like a position 5 that was known for his fancy footwork. He always has a lot of like special things that he does in the game to outskill his opponent. But I guess when it came down to leadership, he wasn't really the guy that they needed, because they needed someone to shot call in the team, and he was just not something that the Elephant team overall what they needed. I mean, it has been like 3 years already since he was in the Elephant team.
It's been a
Is
while.
it 3
Yeah,
years?
it's been a while.
At least 2.
Well, I'll give you 2 full years. He was last on Elephant. They got 5th place in the DPC. This is the upper division, and that was in May of
2022 should be.
2021.
No,
2021.
2021.
So after in 2022 Winter, he was on Aster Aries, which is probably why you remember him. So he was in Division 1 still there, kind of 5th place as well. So always still kind of
10 seconds out.
teetering on that tier 1 international scene, but kind of just falling short. I feel like I also recognize the name Lancer. I think that's the off, or maybe the position 5 from Go Along. Doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so again, I just showed up, so I don't really
He's the
have
off laner.
the opportunity to research.
He's the off laner. now.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it really, they're all like I guess like a 5-man new account stack, because all their accounts are pretty new. I mean, they are probably newer players. Not sure, but
I see.
definitely lack a lot of experience. Yeah, it's very obvious in all the games today with at least I watch and with Mike, they were all pretty one-sided. They
Yeah. 'Cause
in
you
terms of
guys
just
casted
laning
their game versus
mechanics.
Team Zero, right?
Yeah, in terms of laning mechanics, they were very, very lacking in behind, and very lacking, very far behind compared to their opponents. Just very simple things in the lane, like positioning and just CSing, denying. They just got destroyed,
Right.
in the lane, and the game was basically over after 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
it's,
10, not 5. 10 minutes.
their games earlier, they lost game 1 17 minutes flat, then 16 minutes 53 seconds. Game 1 winter, you were correct. It was a short winter solo cast, maybe the only one we'll ever get to hear. 21 minutes 30 seconds. I mean, so they are learning, or at least trying to fight a bit longer now that their tournament lives are on the line. And well, they're already playing into a pretty well-rounded lineup, I have to say. The Centaur, this Morana. I was watching a couple of your games earlier, and I saw a bunch of Centaurs and Leshraks with Wind Wakers, which is honestly pretty cool. Kind of a ridiculous build, it looks like. But this is a really, really solid lineup from Team Bright, you know? I don't really see any big weaknesses here. We'll see what Goal are going to go with their last pick here to try and get themselves a game 3 and not go 0-4 out in the first day of these Elite League qualifiers.
I mean, they're tied against Void, which is a lane that Tide usually can win. Then you have Razor. I guess no matter where you put the Razor against the Centaur or the Pango, he should have a good time. I mean, in theory, on paper, they have good lane matchups, you know. Okay, so Razor's going to be mid against Pango. Elk is going to be against the Centaur. Generally a good matchup for Elk too, because Centaur has low armor. And Acid Spray and Stun does a lot to him in the lane. I mean, go along, they have been drafting heroes that they make a lot of sense, you know, in their games. You know, it's just that when they are playing the lanes, they just they just can't play the lanes. You know, they get destroyed in the lanes.
All right, the theories there is just kind of speaking bluntly. I mean, from what you say, you know, you've casted 3 of their games so far, so I think you're the most qualified out of the 2 of us. A little bit of a skill issue, pretty much. Skill diff.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, just not much you can do when you're.
Yeah.
It's like the opponents are smurfing, you know. I don't want to be rude.
Help me out here. What is this Razor and Alchemist name? I cannot read. It's not in Pinyin, so I can't read it.
I love you. Razor means I just love you.
Oh, is
so
that why?
Elk is like more of like a I need law. Then Elk is like it's like a slang, you know. Sure, you know, like it's like a slang in Mandarin. Sure, you know, let's go.
Sure,
Generally, the
okay.
sure
So
let's go player, you know, the carry player wants to go in, kill everybody. Let's go.
Would you use that kind of a phrase, like, you know, when you're in your C pubs and someone is playing awful and they're like jungling level 1 on PA and you're like, please don't do that, and then they reply, just play? Is that kind of how you would use it? Sure, let's go, just play.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when people are arguing, you tell them not to argue and you tell them to just shut up and let's just play Dota. You know, I'm here to play Dota, not here you sing some song about how did you play your last game, what happened, you know, why did you go to the shopping mall and why did you not get a bottle of mineral water, you know, for me. People just get mad.
Mom, Dad,
oh,
stop fighting,
I
I'm
tell you
playing
the
Dota.
worst. I tell you the worst experience I've had. People fighting over who gets to use the toilet first in the morning.
In the team house, you mean?
Yeah, of course, in the team house, you know, not at home, dude.
Man, I don't know. I wouldn't judge it. I'm not one to judge your marriage. If you have a I need to poop first rule, if that was in your vows,
We
more
always
power
have
to
a
you.
rule who gets to use the toilet at home. I mean, in the team house first, and who gets to use okay, today's laundry day for player A or player B, you know, because we only have one laundry machine, so we have to take turns.
Right.
And if it's
You
your
guys are
laundry day
gamers,
and you
so
don't do
it
laundry,
takes you all day to do your laundry. Even though you guys have
yeah,
like
it takes
3
all day
shirts.
to dry them.
Come on, I know how.
We wear the
Listen,
same
come on,
one.
man. My mattress is on the floor right now. Okay, it doesn't take that long to do my laundry, but yeah, sure, it'll take me a whole day.
You do the laundry in the morning, then you dry them and you put them out under the sun, the balcony if you have an open balcony, and just the next day the next person does it. Yeah.
They're gonna just leave them? Why? They could have killed them. They have a blood grenade. What? Maybe they thought the rest of the team was coming.
Mercy.
I mean, whatever. Mercy. They're happy with
They have
3 bounties.
mercy.
They're like, come on, guys. Let's not make it too easy.
What? I mean, it's a good learning experience for teams like this. You know, sometimes you play the open qualifiers and you think, oh, you can do this, you know, and then you get like a reality check. I was on the
Yeah.
I was on the receiving end of that a couple of months ago. Like I'm sure we can do this,
I
guys. I
mean,
was like motivating all my IRL friends. Let's do this. Spend some time, let's play some scrims. Scrims are going well for us. We definitely should do it. Then in the first round of the open qualifier, we run up to Team Zero. My mid laner gets gets owned, and then my CTY is like godlike 10 minutes, and like okay, maybe we shouldn't have done this.
I remember when I was in high school, my friends and I, we tried to play a amateur high school league, right? And I mean, I was unranked. We were like literally 2K at best, and we were like, come on, guys, like let's just play. Like, what are they gonna do? Click better than us? And then we lost like 17-0. So yeah, I've totally been there. I've totally been
Literally click better.
there. Yeah, pretty much. Red Panda. He's got regen and a fairy fire, so he's going to be totally fine on top lane. And I baited our observer. My apologies, because the first blood is actually going to be down bottom, where Aini Wo, what is it again? I forgot. In trouble. Oh no! Oh, the acorns. Oh, he's going to go down. He died to the hoodwink.
Okay, fine. You can look. It's kind of funny.
This guy is not Ainilo. Ainilo is the mid laner.
Oh my god. Okay, so that's sure. Let's go. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It is. In English we have a saying
okay,
that means
okay.
it's Chinese to me, which means I don't understand. It's Chinese to me, brother.
It's so what is the equivalent saying for me? It's English to me.
You would probably say it's Swahili to me.
No, it's French to me.
I would say.
Then a compompa.
That's not true, but you speak kitchen French. That counts for something. Okay, there's 4 stacks of Shadow Poison right now on the Centaur. Level 1 Shadow Poison. Okay, there's 5. Stick Charge is consumed. He is just totally fine. Irvin's just playing with him there. Come on, Irvin. Why you gotta do him like that? Just tanking Shadow Poisons for the Stick Charges. Not backpacking
And
the
my call is
bracer.
like complain. My call is like complaining to me when you use your shadow poison. Please make sure you do it from the fog. Make sure you don't give away stick. Every time, dude. The other I played with one of my core players, in my pub games. He's like complaining, why are you spamming your spell and giving away free charges? I'm like, what the hell? I don't understand. And then he got so mad. Can you just stay in the trees and use your spell? I'm like, what the hell, man?
Right.
I literally
I'm
got
playing
so triggered
Venge.
that game.
And just kicking butt with Wave of Terror. Now it's a bit nerfed, but that thing used to be like 40 mana for like 120 damage or something. It used to be pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it is a little bit of an issue, isn't it? Let's take a look at how lanes are breaking down, Winter. We're 4 minutes in. Top lane, we can see this line. He has not blocked the camp, so Red Panda has just been farming with arrows the entire time. He's got leap charges. Should be fine here. Yeah, really in no danger. As they're going to try and pull the wave here.
Yeah, the tide
maybe
is
they'll get
doing
the
well
rank
for
creep?
sure, man. This tide against Faces Void matchup is an easy lane for tide. I mean, you can always just trade much better with Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell. I mean, he even like got away with level 1 Gush, in the lane. He started with Gush at level 1, took some trades,
Sure, let's go. Taking death number 2 down bottom. 2 stacks of this level 2 Shadow Poison with the clarity running. Oh no, Irvin. He's hitting him with the schmoves. Oh, okay, he got him on that third one. He's going to need at least 4 or 5. Irvin giving it to him there. Literally just stopping to casually CS the creep as TK returns, but can't really find a kill here. They're gonna maybe try. No way.
The stun?
The trees. Oh, he stunned himself, but they saw him too. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Good effort.
Nice try,
I can see the play.
Good effort.
Top lane. Little anchor smash here on a Red Panda. He's got leap charges though. Really in no danger here. He still has plenty of regen to play with. That's a good pull right there. I don't know if they meant to really do that though. They want to do that? Probably not, right? Because if they let the creeps go back to the lane, it would have pushed further. But I guess they'll farm them anyway.
Yep, probably not a good idea. I agree. I mean, this is by far, I think, the most decent game that they started with throughout the day. The last game. I mean, it could be the second last game of the day for them.
Radiant might want to haul some ass down
I mean,
Red
I guess they
Panda
finally
is-
learned something to how to play the lane.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're doing okay. I will say XWY in the mid lane has 15 denies. I mean, I know he's a melee hero against a Razor and a Pango at that, right? So he's got a fairly easy job at getting away. Hold on. Down bottom, trouble for Dodo. He is going to become extinct. There he goes. And Irving, no points right now in this retaliate. Has the chainmail. I think he already has phase boots. They should be coming on the courier. So having a pretty good start here. What's going on mid? Oh, nothing much really. Oh, maybe I'm no. Okay, just nothing. But, I mean, things looking better. I mean, 2 deaths on the Alchemist is certainly not the way you want to start things off. As minute 6 Rune is going to go into the bottle here for Aini Lao. Is
Wow.
it? Well, Aini Lao.
Nice dodge. I need low.
Good dodge. I think he's dead. Oh, nice job. He got the farm before he died. Good rotation.
Now you're reminding
unmatched,
me
and
of,
frankly, too late.
Yeah, now you're reminding me of some RTZ or some Eternal Envy thing when they get ganked and before they die, they deny all the creeps.
Yep, I remember that clip. Someone was playing SF.
Oh, you remember that one?
SF was ganking. I think it was SF ganking a Blood
Sniper? Was it
Seeker
Sniper?
or a Sven, maybe? Maybe it was a sniper. I think it was a sniper. And there's the middle of the creep
And the
wave,
person was
and I
dead for
believe-
sure.
Yeah, and he's just trying to like get the last hits, but the SF's like denying kills him. It's a good clip. Wrap around here as they have the Lion in position. Very nice double stun. Good damage on the Ulu and Red Panda, but big time wonk, and now that time dilation. Lancer, 3 points in this anchor smash. Big old wand. It's going to allow him to get off a second anchor smash. And I think he will escape. Actually, they missed on that bushwhack.
Don't look now, but Radiant's bottom tower is getting obliterated.
He's fine. He can still run away. He's fine. I mean, I don't have enough damage in between the Tide and the Lion yet. I mean, this is by far the most decent start they have, you know? I mean, they're losing the Shadow Demon, but oh, it's like still doing okay in terms of net worth. He's kind of like 3.8, almost close to 3.8k net worth, and the highest is the Pango at 3.9. I mean, the Pango is the one destroying his opponent the hardest out of all the lanes.
Back now, Winter. Apologies. I believe I had a small disconnect there. I mean, Pango with that gank as well, right? Oh no, he's got a haste rune. This is going to be a pretty speedy diffusal blade at this pace. I really think they can set up for him. I don't know if he's really the kill. I'd probably want to be playing around this Titan or top lane. Look how well he's doing. That is until Red Panda connects on that second Starstorm, collecting the kill. Lancer, he might be in for a spot of trouble here. Hoodwink doesn't have a lot of mana. Might have just enough for a bushwhack, but with the stuns. Oh, I thought he was going to Ravage. Looks like he maybe thought about it for a second, but kill. He's
I mean,
going
he
to go
was
to Red.
thinking about it for sure.
Looks like the Dire figured out where Radiant's top tower is.
Still have this Stampede
And he
to
wanted
play
to
with.
use it.
Bottle. Red Panda, he might look for an arrow mid here. Onto, is it Aini Lao? What is it?
I need Luo. Maybe I'm reading the
Luo.
last word wrong. I think it's something like
All right. Well, I mean, you
Don't be
know
mad
better.
at me, Richie. Don't be don't be mad at me, please.
Dude. You're not gonna. I'm not gonna be the one that's mad at you. It's my girlfriend who's gonna be mad at me when she's like, "What are you saying? That doesn't make any sense."
I need Luo. I can't say in like a. I mean, that's the best I can do. I'm sorry if it's not enough.
Hold on.
Stampede,
in trouble.
run!
Radiant's bottom tower is
Sure, let's go. Let's go, Stampede into the arrow, into the bushwhack, kind of stacking the stuns here, but kill eventually will come through. Aini Low might have to, well, try and make a run for it, but now covered by the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to be taking tons of damage here. Earthspike connecting onto 2. It's pretty darn good, but they just have way too much damage now. Basically 4 versus 4, but it is going to be Team Path, right? Who's just going to get that better initiation. Level 9 already on this Pango. Almost at the Diffusal Blade already.
I mean, this game looks so bad at 10 minutes, 10-0, but I kid you not, this is like the best game they've played so far.
by a brick.
On an early game point of view. I mean, they're only like 2.5k, 3k behind right now at 10 minutes. They just have to group up together, land some big ravages, and maybe they get a couple of kills. I mean, they have damage
their
with
target right now?
finger.
The Void? Maybe the Centaur without Stampede? Yeah.
Void was probably the... Actually, no, Pango is probably the highest bounty they can get because he has a streak or something.
he's-
Oh no, the Centaur actually has a
hard
streak.
to kill. It's
Okay,
so
Ravage
sad.
plus Lion, Stun, Hex. Probably gonna kill with Finger. If he gets
Okay,
Finger,
well,
he still needs.
we're about to hit that finger of death. Oh, in trouble is going to be this Alchemist. But having enough regen here, holding on to that healing Lotus. Oh, but his Chemical Rage is about to run out, and that might be the death of him. That's a nice bushwhack into the sharpshooter, finishing him off.
Spraying everywhere. Just a
Oh, little Chronosphere for the Lion into the arrow to effectively extend the Chrono. Yeah, I mean, this is just infuriating stuff right now. Yeah. You hate to see those kinds of games for the poor Lions. Mid lane as well. Tiny low. just
Meanwhile,
can't get
Tide
on
as
top
well.
of
Tide is taking a
XWY.
tower, Richie. Tide is gonna get a tower top.
Oh, he's doing it.
They get a
Right.
tower.
That baby is coming down.
Full Vlad's ready to go as well. Are we going to see the Tide washing machine build? Does he have to carry this game?
Tower was built to withstand
Washing machine build? You say washing machine build?
Yeah, what do you say? It's the Tide washing machine, you know?
Okay, I didn't know there was this term for Tide being a carry.
hanging on by a brick.
Yeah, I mean, back when he used to have, what was it, plus 250 damage on one of his 25 talents? Remember that?
Dyer's top tower
That's like, isn't it like 20? Yeah, like level 25. Then you get a Desolate. You get a Desol on Tide.
You would get, usually, I think back then you would go Satanic, because that's when it gave status resist as well, and Dispel. And you were just, obviously, the life steal, right, with Anchor Smash.
you are just telling everybody how old we are. You know that's like pretty sure that's like 6-7 years ago.
That was not 6 or 7 years ago. Talents were not in the game 6 or 7 years ago. No one fact check me in the chat, otherwise I'll be very mad at you. Okay, they missed on the swashbuckle, but it shouldn't really matter much because they've got enough lockdown and burst damage to take down the Alchemist, especially with that Chemical Rage coming off cooldown. Lancer, he's a harder kill, but he is in pretty deep. Red Panda immediately recapturing the Watcher, just, really prioritizing his stuff here. Dodo up on the high ground. They've got ZZZ as well with the Finger of Death. They're not going to be able to really get through this Rolling Thunder. XWY, perfect timing there on the Rolling Thunder. And Winter, they found the Ancient stack. That might have been the farm mechanism. Hold on, though. XWY, Finger of Death. Oh, almost dodged there by the Illusion Room with the Stampede now. And the Blink Dagger in from Urban. He's joining the fight in the mid lane. That could have been such a huge kill right there onto the Pango, but Winter, it'll just slip through their hands. It's 0-16, by the way.
About to be a pile of smoking rock.
Pretty sure that Pango was like a 1,000 gold kill or something
I'll say.
absurd like that.
Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a brick.
I mean, the last time they played at 30 minutes, they were 12k behind. So I would consider this like a huge improvement.
Radiant's middle tower is about to be a pile of smoking
They cut the
rock.
lead by half, Richie. They made progress within a day or half a day.
They did. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. Alchemist running in, stunning himself. Will they counter initiate on him? I think they're thinking it's bait, but it's really not, unfortunately. He's going to drop. Tier 1 tower will go down. This might be the beginning of the end already here, Winter. I suspect with this kind of strength, with the level advantage and the cooldowns that you're playing with right now on Go Along, this is probably not going to be a Dire team that needs to or wants to back up anytime soon.
Yeah, but they have to make sure they hold up longer than the last game. They can't lose faster than the previous game. Previous game was like 22 minutes. Is it 22 minutes?
Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a brick.
Sir, getting
Oh,
caught.
21,
Haven't seen a Ravage
30.
quite yet. They are splitting their targets.
21,
Urban, he's going to get
30.
all of his mana drained. Doesn't have enough for the Stampede, but in trouble is Lancer. Plenty of burst damage for him. Wand charges utilized. Another Anchor Smash here. Gets the Ravage out, but his line's already dead. Surrounded by 4 five enemy heroes here, Winter. XWY is timing there. On the Swashbuckle will get the kill. Oh, it's the Alpha.
Oh,
okay,
no.
avoids the Chronosphere. They whiffed on that, but the Moonlight Shadow getting this Hoodwink out of the fight. And that means they are going to be able to take down Aini Low. Seems like, sure, let's go. Is going to be the last to fall into the tower. Another flawless fight. The Dire side, 22-0.
They're toying with their food, Richie. Do you toy with your food?
Sorry. This is Team Bright.
Are you a person?
No, usually not these days. I don't have too much
Do
time.
you,
I
do you
kinda
grant
just,
people the wish, their wish to end the game, and they tell you, you're owning like people in SEA pubs just end, please,
Are you the guy that just goes all 5 hero mid, or are you the guy like, I will make sure I squeeze every little bit of enjoyment out of this game for myself?
I don't enjoy Dota games where I win those slow, crushing, victories. I think those are some of the most boring games to play, just as boring, but not as frustrating, of course, as being on the receiving end of one of those. So usually I try and get my team to actually push, but sometimes it's a bait and they try and fight you, So I'll usually at least farm up one item and then go. I mean, otherwise it's too dangerous, right? It could be like a comeback mechanism for them.
5 out of 10 times is a bait, They tell you, and please, and then they'll be like holding a high ground 5 heroes waiting for someone to run up and kill you.
At the Stockholm Major, I was talking with Seb and Notel. Watch your feet; names are dropping, and they were talking about playing versus a couple of pubs, versus a couple of players in their pubs rather that kind of have this behavior. And this is going to be a kill on the Lion, by the way. Good hex. Just try to farm, poor Lion. But they were talking about how they never fall for it. They never believe it because people in Western Europe will do that. And then what they'll do is they'll be like, no, guys, I destroyed all my items already. Like, come, see. And they'll show on a creep wave in the base and they'll have an empty inventory. But really all they do is they just leave their items on the courier and it's just like a big bait, right? So what they do, Seb and Notel in their pubs back then, they would force people to drop their items from the courier in the creep wave so that they can deny them, so they knew it was a real one. Ulu, one in deep here. Okay, bushwhacks off the mark on the time walks. A lot of damage stolen. Actually, that's only 58. Red Panda. Oh, Red Panda! Oh, he's feeding.
He broke the 8.
They've done it. GG, well played. They just wanted to get one. They just wanted one, Winter, and they've got it. Red Panda.
Yeah.
He is going to be the sole death for the team of Team Bright. 17-minute 38-second game, Winter. That wasn't English. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired. And that's all it takes. Team Bright, it's an easy 2-0 for them as they will advance to the lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, well played, But we definitely see, team go along the day with some improvements. They made some adjustments to the laning phase, and if you were here and you caught the first 2 games, especially the first 2 games, you would know the soul-crushing laning phase they had to play against Team Zero in their overall first series. Well, this game just another day at the office for Team Bright. Just outclassing their opponents, just making sure that they had no chance, just winning the lane very convincingly. Especially the Pango just dominating his lane against the Razor, just a very huge skill gap in terms of the 2 teams, and just solo carrying the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much more to say about it. It's kind of just. I mean, look, I wasn't here for the first three games. The one game I did catch you casting was the KEV versus Mag YOLO game 1. That game was pretty crazy with the Lash, the unkillable Lash towards the end, and the Lifestealer Ags. But unfortunately, Go Along Team Bright is just going to be a little bit too one-sided here. But that's that's how these qualifiers go, right? Winter, it's teams. This isn't really like trying to get a free shot at you, but it's teams making a go at things. Trying their best together, coming back and coming out of this humbled, generally in the earlier rounds, and there's no shame in it. They did their best. They tried, but that's really the difference. As we can see our bracket now. Gotta love that team name. The goal of all life is death. Some anime sounding name right there, Winter. They are in the upper bracket alongside KEV, Team Zero, and Eagle in there with them as well. And, in the lower bracket, we've just now seen Go Along already eliminated. It seems like Dark Horse and Mag YOLO was an equally as fast series. And that already wraps up our day here for the Chinese region. Hoping for some closer matches here, as only one team from the Chinese region is going to be able to get through these closed qualifiers for the main event.
Yeah, a lot of Malaysian players in the mix, hoping that they actually make it. But obviously,
they'll be joining other Chinese teams. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the favorites are probably gonna be I feel like Team Zero and Team KV. I think those are the 2 strongest teams. I think by far, by a pretty good margin, compared to the other teams. But you were saying that they're not exactly Malaysian teams because they're gonna be joining forces with the Chinese teams. For sure,
Yeah.
SCA.
Yeah.
We still claim them as our team.
No, for sure. I mean, X Nova and nothing to say. Whatever team they're on, it's Malaysian. G2IG.
Well,
it's
that
Malaysian,
team has a
honestly.
legit argument. They have 3 Malaysian players, so that's a
Yeah,
legit claim.
Shopify Rebellion for the past 3 years was C as well, right? Because of Abed, right? I mean, that's just how it goes. No, but what I was
Adopted
going
child.
to say is we already have, I believe, 3 teams coming through invited to the round robin stage of the tournament. That's Extreme Gaming, Azure Ray, and LGD will all be attending. So that should be, pretty darn exciting for me, honestly. Winter, we casted a bit of Extreme Gaming in the Dream League season, and I was surprised at the Ame's build. But he was cooking. He was just one item off, right? I think in that game he just didn't really need to get what he got, Conda. But the build is legit, right? You just skip the Conda. You don't need that. Go for the Revenant Spruce. I mean, they're cooking. I can't wait to see what they bring. And, well, I believe that already basically wraps up our day here for day 1, right? We don't have any more matches, do we?
No, we don't. You're just here to close up the day. You're here to show. You show up to work. Last hour of service. You show up at the restaurant, or the boss looks at you, the manager looks at you. Okay, sure, I'm here. You put your thumbprint in.
Right.
You clear the last table. Okay, bye.
Yeah, pretty much. And that'll do it today already for us, folks. Kind of a fast day, as these day ones of the qualifiers tend to be. But if you still need your Dota fix, I do recommend you guys check out the sister channels. If you're on Twitch, that is going to be ESB _Dota 2 _EN. The main channel, where Western Europe, and ENB, another underscore there between the EN and the B, where you can get the secondary stream of Western European qualifiers. NA is going to kick off in a couple of hours as well, folks. But on behalf of myself, Winter, and the crew behind the scenes, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Chinese Closed Qualifiers. Stay safe, and we'll catch you then.